Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege, I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the draconic shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a draconic shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major Dragonlands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we, are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know, fire and dragons, such a cliché. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn, they channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold? I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands. taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that? Of course there is more to see, and so much more to learn. Classifications of champions are the unique Dragonlands, discoveries both old and delightfully new. You're an enterprising little mortal creature, so figure it out. I am certain your exploits will be most delicious to observe.
The fire. on every door. We never learn, and we won't be turned. Get down on the floor. Just what are you waiting for? Wanna see you burn. F-I-R-E. Come on, give it to me. B-U-R-N. Let's start this up again. F-I-R-E. Come on, give it to me. B-U-R-N. You got the fire. You got the fire. You got the fire. You got a fire.
Riding through the city with my girl right now. I'ma take her around town with the windows down. Speakers up loud, can you hear that sound? Got the rear view shaking and the windows down. Riding through the city with my girl right now. I'ma take her around town with the windows down. Speakers up loud, can you hear that sound? Got the rear view shaking and the windows down. Whoa, windows down. Riding around town with the windows down. Whoa, windows down. Riding around town with the windows down. Riding through the city with my girl right now. I'ma take her around town with the windows down. Speakers up loud, can you hear that sound? Got the rear view shaking and the windows down. Riding through the city with my girl right now. I'ma take her around town with the windows down. Speakers up loud, can you hear that sound? Got the rear view shaking and the windows down. Whoa, windows down. Riding around town with the windows down. Whoa, windows down. Riding around town with the windows down.
My man, Todd Jason, with me, Steve O, rocking the show, yo. Hey, hey, yo, yes, wir haben den Flow, yes, yo, and Todd Jason are about to, yes, yo. Hey, hey, yo, wir zwei machen die Show, Steve O, and Todd Jason, yes, yes, yo. Bin deutscher Hip-Hopper, kein abgefuckter Brit-Popper, ein Kick-Trip, Rock und Rap mit Doppel-Kick-Glocke. Verbreit mehr Clans, das Meister Proper. Und wenn ich erstmal loslege, nennt man mich den Never-Stopper. Bin kein Geldzocker und auch kein Weed-Dropper. Strahle Ruhe aus, Mann, weil ich bin halt locker. Hört ihr meinen Sound, haut euch vom Hocker. Andere MCs haben Angst, dann mich die Schocker. Weil mein Bass fährter kommt als ein Doppelwopper. Mein Doppel-Kick-Style, den ich euch verklick, weil komm mal relax und auch mal scharf wie ein Flex. Frauen nennen mich, wenn's auch nicht stimmt, ihren Ex. Und schade find ich, weil ich lieb halt Sex. On Stage geh ich ab wie Kollege Specs. In meine Haare kommen mir nur Dex-Wax. Weil es hat keinen Sinn, damit was anderem dran zu gehen. Weil ohne würden die einfach nicht so geil stehen. Ich mach mein Hobby zu meinem Beruf, weil ich Musik einfach liebe. Und kein Fake-Ass bin, wie so manche billige Cover-Diebe. Und meine Triebe mich einfach zum Rap führen. Es ist für mich eine Pflicht.
Hello TFT fans and welcome to the Dragon Party. My name is Niberia, joined here by Makes, and we are here. This is our first event of the Set 7 Rising Legends circuit. It's so good to be back. Makes, it's been so long, my friend.
Stop smiling. I'm so happy
You
to be
gotta
back.
start a little serious though. You gotta come in the intro very stoic, and then you
Really?
open up into the smile.
I can't. I'm just so happy that we're back on this channel. We have great action for you guys today, and it's going to be amazing because, of course, EMEA will play against NA, and because it never went any other way, EMEA is going to win this, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. Anyone at home who doesn't know, Makes will know this. Anyone who's been on stage with me will know this. I'm famously clumsy. Little bit of tapped my head a little too hard, and I seem to have forgotten the entirety of the Gizmos and Gadgets Championship. And Makes, I know you were there. We at least got like top 4, right? Like we
Yeah,
just
for
nailed
sure.
it, EMEA.
I mean, EMEA at Worlds, if you weren't there, you wouldn't know. Like, only a very small circle of people knows the truth, like, that's all I'm gonna say.
I like the Gizmos and Gadgets conspiracy theory. The truth is out there. Cue the X-Files music. Anyways, we're here again, Rising Legends. For anyone who doesn't know, we are the EMEA competitive league. We've got tons of tournaments coming up. We'll talk a little bit more about them in a second. Makes, why don't we talk a little bit about the new stuff that we have coming down the pipeline this set?
Yeah, so the new stuff is very similar to the old stuff. If you were with us in Sat 6, a lot of what is coming up is going to be something you might remember. Super Brawl is coming back. Of course, our Golden Spatula Cups are coming back now with 3 days of showtime. So you're going to get full TFT EMEA action weekends, which is something I'm terribly excited for. But yeah, I think there's some more even still.
And crucially, we got a Twitter, folks. We did it. We finally got it handled. TFT Esports EMEA. Head on over there, drop a follow. Please, dear God, we got to do the promotion. We got to get those follows out there. You've been asking for information. We've got it. Just follow the accounts. You don't have to ask our poor admins, where's the information? It's going to be on Twitter. We promise. And in the meantime, we're talking about today, we've got an entire circuit ahead of us. We have a quick little video to intro you guys, let you know what's going to be going down this season. Hey there, tacticians. Rising Legends is back with TFT Dragonlands, and we couldn't be more excited. We're on a mission once more to find the best TFT player in EMEA, and we'd love you to join us on the journey. The circuit for Dragonlands will be very familiar to those that followed the previous season, but we're tweaking some things to make this set even more epic. The Golden Spatula Cups make a triumphant return as the main tournament of the circuit, granting points to the top 32 players of each cup. We'll be giving each cup winner a golden ticket to the Rising Legends Finals, where they'll be joined by the 14 players with the most cup points. Ranked play will once again have its place in the circuit, granting 12 players from all 4 server regions a slot in the finals. That's 6 from EU West, 2 from EU Nordic East, 2 from Russia, and 2 from Turkey. The Super Brawl is also seeing some changes in this set. 8 EMEA regions will participate, each sending their best 3 players from their sanctioned TFT regional competition, or TRC. This time, these players will not compete as a team, but as individual tacticians. After 3 days of competition, the top 3 players, regardless of region, will qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. The season will culminate with, you guessed it, the Rising Legends Finals, where the best 32 players from the Golden Spatula Cups, Ranked Ladder, and the Super Brawl will duke it out for the title of Rising Legends Champion and the bragging rights of being the best TFT player in EMEA. To celebrate this amazing lineup, we're going to host a little gathering. And good news, you're invited. On June 11th, we will have our own Dragon Party, where your favorite tacticians from EMEA and North America will give us a preview of what's to come in this set. Many more details will be shared in the upcoming days, so don't miss any info on our Twitter, TFT Esports EMEA. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the Dragonlands. Like you were saying earlier, Makes, it's going to be all of our usual goodness with all the Golden Spatula Cups, but more broadcast days, more chances to talk to you guys, the audience. And Makes, first off, happy Pride. You know, we're both decked out. But I didn't check. So for anyone unfamiliar at home, the way this show works is we all have green screens. I have to do my own chroma key because my green screen is just awful to deal with from the production side. However, I looked at the colors here. There's one stripe of green right here. I thought it would be fine. But if you look at the colors that we've been left with, none of these are pride flags anymore. None of these are correct.
I mean, I'm wrapping the French flag today for some reason, so that's good also. I take that.
I don't know how this happened, but it has occurred, and we're just going to have to breeze past it. But you know what? We tried, guys. We really did. But today, of course, we're going to be having the Dragon Party, like you were saying earlier, NA versus EMEA. Get to see all of our favorite streamers, all of our favorite players, and of course, we've got a brand new format befitting of the event, befitting of the fun we're trying to have today.
Yeah, so the new format for this Dragon Party is a little bit complicated. A couple of people got confused by it. So we have these each 8 players from the regions. And on Twitter, we had a poll where people could vote who is going to be the captain of each region. But because the way Twitter works, there was 2 polls, and somebody that's really good with numbers, so not me, did the math on who got the most votes in total, and that is the captain. And there was some confusion around that, but now that we have the captains, they're gonna pick who is going to be in their lobby, and then later on we're going to reseed and pick new captains that will then pick the lobby. So a lot of fun is going to be had.
I think I got most of that. I've written down 8 and 2. I think that really explains it. Let's
Those
take a
are
look.
numbers, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at our 8s and our 2s as we get into the Twitter poll graphic, see who our captains are going to be. Of course, that is for Team NA. It's going to be the smiling face of Becca with 46% of the vote. Get it, girl. And you need for the EMEA side with 34%.
Yeah, really exciting to see these two. And they also picked their lobbies already. So I know you guys all have the score sheet open already, just looking at them. So we know which lobby we're going to follow for the first game of today. And it is going to be lobby 1, which has the captain you need. So Becca and Uni picked these lobbies to choose who they wanted to play against or with, depending on how you want to see it, and we're going to watch the first lobby for the first game.
I would not want to play against AKA Wonder. I'm going to be honest. Like that is one of the matchups I'd really try to avoid there, considering how well he did in our finals. Shoutouts to Twin Shot Reroll, forever in our hearts, never again in our games, hopefully. But
Yeah, I mean, there is Swift Shot, so maybe
Yeah.
you can find an angle to that. Close
not
enough.
the same mix.
It's not.
It's never going to fill the same hole in my heart. But that's okay. We've got set 7. And here to help us, to throw more numbers at you, our desk is going to have 4 people, which means 2 more. That's going to be Wida and Admirable, our 2 analysts. What's up, guys? Admirable, good to see you here, all the way across the pond. For everyone else, for me, you're like 5-hour plane ride. But hey,
I was like, is Great Michigan Lake a pond in this instance? It's a pretty large pond,
yeah,
I think.
sure. We've got a little large for a pond, smaller than the one that separates NA and EMEA.
Oh,
Just-
okay.
It's a matter of scale, Admirable.
Well, it's very suitable, and honestly, like the scaling aspect idea of this, I feel like is also very suitable just to the Dragon Party in general. You know, this is such a cool event that we have going, and I love the format change that's taken place here with the effective commander style effect, where makes also put it a great perspective on this, with or against, depending on how you want to view this. I'm always in the against aspect of this one. You're picking who you want to play against. This is a battle, and you have to win this one. Wida, you agree with me, right?
Competitive.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's like, this is obviously more of an exhibition of Set 7 and just to get some of these great players out here and just produce a fun event, but you want to win this for the bragging rights, because again, Gizmo we got in championship, we talked about it, didn't really happen. That's
We don't talk about it.
It's a fluke.
but it's fine, right? And now we get the chance to get the first bragging rights of Set 7 because China, surprise, won the PBE clash, right? So this is the first proper EMEA versus NA bragging rights situation we got going on today.
We are rapidly running out of excuses. Please, dear God, we need this Dragon Party. We need this for our egos. Just let us have this, please. And of course, we are coming into set 7, brand new set, brand new ways to say that EMEA is the best. Now, let's start it off with units and traits. Take it away. We're trying to do, that was a little formal for me, Admirable. So I'm just going to say,
It was certainly
tell
a bit
us about the
unexpected.
gaming. What are you up to, gamer? What things are you excited about? There we go.
Thank you. There we go. So for that one, it's like one of the coolest things about this set is going to be the way that a lot of the traits and classes and backgrounds really have just been updated for this one. And one of the two main ones I want to focus on is Guild, which is going to be a team-wide buff that you end up receiving, and then that's amplified among your guild members the more of them you have in place. And it's not just like one thing that ends up happening. It's Its Rise is going to grant you AP, Twitch is going to grant you attack speed, Talon's granting you attack damage, and that goes across the entire board. There's basically a feature for everything that you would want in the game that's available across these guild things, and then there's also an emblem, which is going to give you some Omni-Vamp. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it. And then Rage Wing, of course. This is absolutely my favorite trait in the entire game right now. You know, anger is inherently my spirit animal, and this thing is a very fiery spirit. And when you're able to take that Rage Wing aspect and put it onto a unit, it not only changes how the resource outcome is going to work, where they're not getting that anger by being attacked anymore. It's only via the attacks that you're delivering. And then the more Rage Wings you have in play, the bigger that buff is going to be. You're going to get attack speed, and you're going to get Omni Vamp, and you're going to get major buffs from this, like the 6 Rage Wing Xayah. Whew! Don't even get me started on how much damage that thing is going to crank out. But Rage Wing has a play at pretty much every single aspect of the game. There's a reroll effect, there's a late game effect with Shyvana, and then there's the typical roll down on like 4-1 to try to strengthen your board as much as possible with Xayah kind of aspect of this one. 2 of the big ones here, but we also have some of the ones that, you know, you're calling back to the Bruiser Brawler style aspect, where you get a pair of them in play and you get some extra health across your team just to help you fight on the board.
Now, Wita, I understand that you have more information for us. What's got you excited?
You know, Bloodthirster is now one of the best items in the game, which feels weird after...
Okay.
Feels weird after set 6, right? It wasn't necessarily always fantastic, wasn't always on point, but it's an item now that is run across the field. It's now Omnivamp, gives it a percentage HP shield. It just does a very good job at keeping your units alive. Champion Duplicator is no longer called Nico's Help. It is now called Champion Duplicator. It's pretty self-explanatory what it does. It duplicates a champion. It's the same color. It has a nice shine of gold, so you get that little dopamine hit, right? You know, you see a champion duplicate, I'm like, yes, time to get that Drac and save myself 8 or 10 gold. And you know what? You might be able to go AFK for a shot while that's doing that here. A new augment coming through here, only being offered on 2-1, not 1-4, 2-4. The timings have changed as well. But this is going to be giving you 20 gold, and you cannot do anything for the next 3 rounds, so you might as well go up, grab a glass of water. You know, I don't know what you can do in 3 rounds time, but you might also be able to just, you know, take a Cruel Pact. Thanks for this one, Kent. Great augment, right? I think Mortar kind of described it the best way possible himself, right? But the Cruel Pact is one of the things where it's like, it's, again, one of the most interesting things, right? We saw this with Teemo in a couple sets ago. Changing the way how you use gold as gold and HP as a resource is a really interesting play pattern, and we see a lot of people really just going ham on 2-1, going level 7, just trying to kill the entire lobby. And that's what I find so interesting about Cruel Pact.
Yeah, but in case that isn't enough for you guys, there is a major new feature to a set called Dragonlands, and it's, who would have thought, dragons. And these are so cool because not only do we get some really cool dragon units that you already know from the League of Legends world, like Azol or Shyvana, but we also get new units like Silka was. We have Aoshin, we have Siphon, Deja, Xiaoyu, and also Idas all coming to you as new TFT units. Now these dragons are a little bit tricky. They take 2 slots on your board, so a little bit like the Bruisers Colossus in the last set, but they also give you 3 times an Regent count, so 3 times Whisper, 3 times Jade, and so on. Really, really strong, really, really pricey, but also really, really cool.
I'm going to start us off with the elephant in the room, guys. I know we were all dancing around it when we were talking about the meta yesterday in rehearsal. Got to talk about our favorite fillet of fish, Nami. Our girl took a bit of a hit, took a bit of a loss
She's sushi
there.
now.
Yeah, no, she's been downgraded from fillet of fish. Less care going into it. Not even sashimi. It's just, you know how sometimes fishers, my stepdad's a fisherman. He comes in and he grabs a fish and he just skins it right there. A skill that Mortdog has picked up in those Nami nerfs, going from so much damage, so much healing to a lot less, which is thankfully going to shift the meta, please, dear God, away from seeing 2 Nami 3s every lobby.
I think this was like a really big change that ended up taking place on this one, because Astral, I think, during the PBE phase, it kind of just slipped by on how powerful it was. And I remember on the very last game of PBE I played, as Sox was actually in my lobby, And I looked at the end, and there's a Varus 3 and a Nami 3. And I went, huh, that was pretty powerful, to be honest with you. And then as soon as this hit live, it was like Nami 3, Nami 3, Nami 3, Nami 3. And I was like, this is dealing a lot of damage right now. And so they just kind of took a step back and they went, you know what? What's a big deal about this? The Mage emblem, Aurelian Soul, was super powerful. They fixed the way that the mana generation is going to work with the Evoker trait that's there as well, where anytime a spell gets cast, you're going to get some extra mana on the Evoker units. And they just kind of spread the damage out a little bit with this one. It was really just combining all of these astral effects together. It was just too strong. And so they changed Nami a bit to focus more on the healing aspect rather than the damage aspect. But we still saw some Namis yesterday when we were playing, just carrying a Rabadon's Death Cap instead to try to reestablish that damage across Nami.
Disgusting.
Yeah, we did, right? I think I was hanging out in St. Richard's chat earlier on today. A player that we are going to be seeing today as well. And he was like more of the fact he just started slamming chalices, very NA of him, right? Slamming chalice, never seen before in North America. Never seen before, but it's kind of the same as like, it kind of does the same thing. You still get the power onto the Rise. I think that we're going to see a much more of a shift towards like carrying the Rise or trying to play more towards carrying that A-Soul or finding another way to top out your comp, because Nami just doesn't have the damage to win games by herself anymore. I need to start spreading out the power though.
I'm laughing because if you see it like that, slamming a Rabadons on a Nami is kind of like a party hat, right? So maybe it's something we can expect today.
I refuse. I absolutely refuse to celebrate anything that contains a Nami.
I mean, not everyone in chat can wear a hat. It's that simple. It's the same thing for TFT. You have limited items in the
limited
game.
item slots.
Yeah,
How many
I want to
hats can we
speak
fit?
from a technicality standpoint here. You were celebrating the Nami nerf, which does involve Nami at this point.
True.
You've caught me. I apologize. I apologize to our audience, to my fellow coworkers for having that lapse in integrity and the ability to say words with multiple consonants together. Those consonant clusters will get you, man. But Makes, last set, you and I didn't really see eye to eye because I thought that Katarina reroll was an abomination that needed to be gutted, and you thought it was lots of fun. So I just gotta ask, is there anything that we're gonna have to fight about after this show that you've been playing?
So, to be honest with you, I really love the dragons. But when I did the playtest and the PBE, every time I saw a dragon, I got kind of faded. I was like, "Ooh, it's a dragon," and I picked it up, and I lost the game. So I kind of have this small grudge against them now, where I really found scale scoring for myself, which is super fun. And with like that Diana Olaf, it really reminds me a little bit of the Katarina, of the Samira. You have this really cool girl and she's carrying everything on your board. 3-cost reroll. Wida called me out for it yesterday, but I just like it.
You can't stay away from the assassins. You just can't. I was just like, I bet it's going to be Diana. Of course it's going to be Diana. It's another assassin that warps the meta. There it is. The moment I heard Grudge Against Dragons, I just started internally screaming.
I mean, talking about internally screaming, right? I think that one of the most... This one does pretty much... It's a pretty external...
taking a turn.
It's a pretty external scream, right? But let's talk about Idas for a second, right? Probably one of the strongest standalone units in terms of just pure frontline power, right? Like, you don't even have to have Guardian for that to be even like remotely powerful. Like, it just does things on its own. And the items that you can get sometimes, just because you activate the Simmer scale trait, which I think is a very interesting trait as well, instead of just being able to scale in, it's just super powerful. Idas is a beast of a tank.
Yeah, I think it's actually one of the most interesting tanks too, because it has the variable aspect tied into the Shimmer scale parts. Where are you getting a defense item? Are you getting an offense item? Are you getting a gold generation item? There's all sorts of things you can grab from the Shimmer scale aspect. And very oftentimes I feel like Idas isn't going to stay in play. It's like a stepping stone for your front line, where it helps accelerate you to these endgame points where you're finding these interesting and complicated spots of like, what's going to be my damage and what's actually going to be my front line, because each unit just has such a drastic change to it. And so I feel like this is one of the more difficult parts of the game when you face it like on, 2-6 sometimes, where somebody suddenly has an Idas in play and you go, oh, okay, I'll lose this round. But when you see it more like around 4-1, I feel like that Idis point is like, what can I do with this rather than, this needs to go into play.
I get emotionally attached though, Admirable. Like that's the
Really?
problem. I've been playing
To
Idis for
Idis?
so long, for so many rounds. Like she's been so good to me from the beginning of stage 3, and we're at the beginning of stage 5, and it feels like it's time to say goodbye, but I can't do it. So I really like keeping Idis in, which loses me a lot of games, but she's a fun unit. She's a really fun unit to talk about. And speaking of passion and fun and, you know, sometimes making bad decisions, we'll see how the play is today. We have to make some predictions. We've got our NA players, we've got our EMEA players, we've got 2 lobbies coming in there. Admirable, I feel like I know the answer to this.
Oh.
I feel like it's a little predictable here, but I need to let you be the one to say it.
It's
what
not
are you
even,
feeling, NA or EMEA?
It's not even close on this one. Okay, I don't even have to pick like one side of this. I can hone that in a lot if you want.
Okay, all right.
I am never selling my Goobum stock, and I mean never. That thing is staying in put for as long as it can be, and I don't care who or where that is. Goobums, number 1.
The Dow
Fair.
is down 750 points, but Goobum's staying steady.
Yeah, on the precipice of a bear market. No, not even close. Goobum's
Bullish
that's
on
going
Goobums.
right to the moon.
Diamond hands.
Mitch, before we rudely interrupted you with stock discussions, how are you feeling about the predictions?
I mean, I have seen what happened at Worlds. I have seen what happened at the PBE Clash. I'm a little bit scared, but I love our EMEA players, and I think they can do it. So I'm really hoping they restore the pride and honor back to our region as they rightfully should, because I did see Froden in chat talking smack already, so I kind of need them to.
I mean, I'm gonna go off on a limb here. I will say I do believe that EMEA as a region should do quite well today. But I have I think it's pretty interesting because I was watching Saint and he hasn't slept. He's just been jamming all the way through since this morning, right?
No.
Yeah. But he was like, I'm gonna jam through because I wanted to practice for the patch. Okay, very good idea. And he has been having very, very good average ratings all throughout today in some pretty good lobbies as well. I will say so. I think that EMEA should do well, but like in terms of like a dark horse for a single player, I want to like highlight Saint Vicious.
See, here's the problem for me, right? I'm here in EMEA. I love it here in EMEA.
Just do it, David. It's all right, number. Just do it, David.
I know. I have to. Because here's the thing. I love EMEA. This is the only TFT I've ever known outside of China. But I grew up watching Saint Vicious play League of Legends. Like that was my childhood. That was my childhood Twitch stream. I'd see him playing Shyvana, and I'd say one day I too will play Shyvana. And I did, and I injured my face off. But
just go level 9.
No, now I can in TFT as well. I also suck at that, so we've got a little bit of fixing up to do.
History.
Yeah, so I feel like I need to rep NA. I need to rep my accent for once because I have the opportunity, and that way it's an even split. So 2 of us can bully the other 2 at the end of the day, and I think that's what being friends is all about.
I'm going to be honest. At the start of this whole thing, when you said I'm going to address the elephant in the room, I really just thought it was Makes' production of Shyvana with that one, because the whole rehearsal for this was basically Makes giving us education on a lot of pronunciation. And it's thank you, Makes, by the way. This is a lot of background work that takes place. But the Shyvana, I was just like, growing up in the South, that didn't even pick up for me.
Yeah, she's not a bold Vanna this set. She's a little shy. But speaking of bold, we've got 2 casters waiting in the wings for us to take you into game number 1 and a little bit of an intro to the game for those who are going to be unfamiliar. So, Panda, Counterfeit, take it away.
Thank you, Nibiria. It's great to be back in for set 7. Great to, a lot of action coming forward. Counterfeit, I know you've been playing a lot. You've been jamming games as well. What is the standout maybe unit or comp that really has been drawing your attention that you've been feeling comfy on at the start of the set?
Well, no, it didn't actually come up in the pre-show that we've had the discussion before. Siphon, in particular, and the Whispers and Bruisers. Despite Whisper taking a pretty big hit coming out of the PBE, I think, it falls really nicely into a comp that's going to work relatively well no matter what the situation is, but also has a lot of skill expression in there as well.
And Siphon is, I think, a very scary unit. Every time I see him charging at my backline with his, mouth open, does not feel pleasing at all. But TFT can also be scary. Coming into a new set, I always feel absolutely shook at the amount of information you have to process to even feel comfortable in game and try and do well. And I think our viewers, especially our newer viewers, might also feel that way coming into this tournament, wanting to get kind of the essentials of TFT down packed before everything starts. And Counterfeit, I think you are the perfect person to maybe guide those viewers through it and give them the breakdown on what TFT is at a mechanical level.
All right, guys, so yes, we'll take a quick moment out just to talk about the basics of the game. Don't worry, we'll be back underway, looking towards our first game very, very soon. For any of you new folks coming in here wondering what the heck's going on, a quick overview. So as you can see in the top left, a big part of the game is choosing these unit cards from the shop. You'll then buy them and get a corresponding unit in your bench at the bottom of the screen. What you can do with those is you can grab a whole lot of the same units to level them up and make them more powerful. You can get other units of the same type, in this case Tempest, to get a larger effect for your team. Or you can go for other kinds of units to try and build a synergistic mass of teams that become stronger all together. Of course, it's not just about the champions you pick from your shop though, but also how you use them in number 2. Where you place units is going to be enormously important. Assassins, of course, returning for this set means that while normally, having your strong defensive units at the front is fine, and your damage units at the back is also optimal, that can get flipped around depending on who you're playing against. We've also got our items, as you can see there. Our players will be getting various components during the game. They'll combine them to make a third item. So in this case, we're seeing them making a Gwynsu's Rage Blade, or an approximation thereof. If you slam those items, you combine them early, you get the power immediately, but you do perhaps lock yourself into playing a certain kind of way. So on to slide 3. The consequences for these battles you'll be playing with your team against the opposing player's team is that you'll either win, gaining additional gold, or you'll lose and get punched in the face and take damage to your starting 100 HP. If it goes all the way down to 0, you are out, though you may have managed to climb up the table before doing so. There is only one winner, but in this 8-person free-for-all, coming 2nd, 3rd, 4th will still get you a fair amount of tournament points to carry you forward into the future games.
That was a perfect breakdown of course, the very essentials, the most basic elements of TFT. There's a lot more to it. I think anyone that has really dived deep into this game at a competitive level has just continued to dig deeper and deeper and deeper into how much you can learn, how much you can, understand about synergies, about certain comps and certain items or units working together in ways that are not maybe so apparent or obvious, at the beginning. So there's so much to learn. This is the beginning, and hopefully that helps any newer viewers to really tune into this tournament and try and maybe enjoy it, but also learn something in a new set with just so much things still to try out and experiment with. I think Counterfeit, you mentioned it, Siphon is one of your favorites. I think overall people default to certain comps or units, but then they try to expand later on as they learn a set. I want to ask you, Counterfeit, though, we want to also get predictions, right? I mean, we're not on the main top of show analyst desk, but I think our opinions do matter to some extent. So Counterfeit, who is your winner today? Who is the player that you think is going to do just really, really well?
Oh gosh, I mean, it's very hard to bet against Goobums, being based on the results of the Gizmos and Gadget Champion, the strongest Western player right now. I'd love to see Hafu do well. Certainly I've seen her, going around various different card game teams for a really, really long time. This tournament is amazing just for the people playing in it, that we don't normally get to have that direct experience with here in EU. So I'm really excited to see what they can all show us here. I think everyone's gonna have their eyes on
Counterfeit. Are you saying North American players? I'm not sure that's allowed. We're EMEA casters, Counterfeit.
I'm gonna do what I like, Panda.
You had only one
go
rule.
off the rails here. I don't know. The thing is, for our EU players, a lot of them are returning from the EMEA scene that we've seen them do really well. I think the reason why players like Happy, like Saint Vicious, while of course they've been doing, spending a lot of time streaming, so you can access their play normally, to see them in this kind of environment is still a pretty rare thing for us, at least. So I'm really excited to see what they can do.
I'm gonna go ahead and do the default. I'm gonna go with AK Wonder, the only Spanish player.
Yes!
And he's just in every single tournament, so it makes it easy for me. I don't have to prepare anything. I just say to producers, default, just pick AK Wonder as my favorite every time. And he is, he's a friend of mine. He's Spanish, of course, as well. So there's a lot of biases involved there. But I do think if I had to pick someone from North America, Guba is someone that I was able to talk to a lot at the end of last set. And I think he obviously performed at a super high level. And it's always very exciting to see him. I think it's one of those players you watch him play and you can tell he's kind of a little step above everyone else to some extent. And as someone that enjoys playing very competitively and trying to, see where you can take TFT as a player, Guba is one of the players that definitely makes it very fun to watch these tournaments.
Well, I mean, you need as well, our captain for this lobby. We can't go too far without mentioning them, of course. They did really, really well. 4th in the EMEA, managed to hit top 16 at the Gizmos and Gaza Championship. That's no small thing at all. And while Goobums may have reached higher on that particular day, that is a kind of an underlying facet of TFT. Is there's always going to be that variance, that variability on any given day that you never see someone's full potential at any given moment.
Another player that I kind of miss seeing doing very, very well in set 6 is Solgasang. He's a player, the biggest German streamer. Everyone knows who he is because he's just been around for so long, doing so much great content, but didn't really reach the peaks I think he would have liked to in terms of competitive in the last set. So I hope this set will be different, and I hope this is the starting point of that kind of redemption arc where he not just is a massive and very entertaining streamer in the German language, but also someone that you can point to as one of the reference points in Europe for TFT. So that's my hope, at least. I hope he can really, he's been doing well, but I think he can do better. I really think as a player, he is really fantastic as well.
And of course, shout out to Bunny Muffins as well. We've got ourselves a double Bunny lobby, which will definitely not be confusing in the slightest. But Bunny Muffins, of course, a lot of players making use of their meta snapshots across time. So, that's been another thing about TFT, the whole way through its lifetime as well, is how strong of connection there is between the content creators and the players who are playing in these kind of competitions as well.
I think we can check out the first lobby though and check out what lobby we'll be casting for the first game and what these players will look like. Of course, we talked about it before, it's a very unique kind of format right now in the idea of we have captains, you have the draft phase, and even the draft phase, the strategy already starts there. Some captains are saying, who is the weakest player in this field? Is there a clear weakest player or a group of weakest players that maybe haven't reached very high ranks in terms of Challenger last set, for example? So you want to try and make this, not too difficult for yourself if possible. That's the kind of the whole point of being captain. You have that benefit. So it's interesting to look at the lobby and try and dissect how exactly it came to be these 8 players in each of the 2 lobbies, because there's some strategy involved there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the whole thing. The whole idea of today is once we get to game 3, the bottom ranked players will then become captains and redraft their lobbies again. I think, further to what you were saying, it'd be interesting to see how different they end up being to the lobbies we're starting off with here, because definitely there's going to be a good spread in the lobbies, because everyone's going to grab the player that each of the captains will grab the player they consider to be the weakest. I don't know if any of our players are bold enough to say, I'm going to intentionally choose the hardest players to play against because I want to just test my mettle against them. I hope that they'll do that, but certainly in the second half of today, our bottom players will be trying to grab every little advantage they can and hopefully pick up the weakest lobby they can play against.
As I said, weakest kind of like in quotation marks. I don't think there is a clear, weakest player in this field. It's just very, very strong overall. All 16 players are very well known in the content creation space or even in the competitive space, in the case for many of the EMEA players. And we're seeing it here. For me, one of I think if I would have picked my top 3 players to watch in this tournament, it would be Solgasang, AK Wonder, and Goobum. So I'm very happy to see how this first lobby and how this first game is rounded out. We have Emily as well. You need Bunny Fufu, Bunny Muffins, as you mentioned, and Box as well. Pretty stacked. Any predictions in terms of who you think is going to pop off?
I'm interested to see how Emily does. You just mentioned them just then. They've certainly been saying they've got some pretty big ambitions for this set, looking to try and make it through to Worlds. I think this is a great opportunity, honestly, for even our players who are less accomplished to get the chance to play up against the very top players who've been where they want to go. But let's wait no longer. Let's start the party. Our first of our 6 games today. Our first carousel. Our first item picks.
And the first ever game we will be casting from the Rising Legends team for set 7. So the start of hopefully very, very fun few months coming up and a lot of great action. AK Wonder to start things off on the screen. Definitely no bias from the Spanish production we have running the show. Solgasang also gonna actually appear here with the Tom Kench. a bruiser unit that actually works really well with Cannoneers, but it's a comp that no one seems to like and no one seems to play really, which is good for me because I've been playing a little bit of Cannoneers. I think it can work pretty well, especially if you're uncontested going into the level 6 roll down if you are playing Tristana reroll.
Well, I think that's one of the things, isn't it? Presented as a more beginner-friendly comp, Cannoneers is enough to put off a lot of the top-ranked players. Oh my gosh! Unbenched the Kench already.
Right away. Hey, Solo Gasang, please, my boy.
They're messing with us.
I'm telling you, if you look at any, you go into any lobby right now, you queue up on ranked. No one's playing Cannoneers. No one's playing Tom Kench really outside of like the early bruiser starts. So I think Solo Gasang already sending a message. He might still buy the Tom 2. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. It is a Tom 2. I mean, this is still no, really.
Nope.
Oh,
wow.
Okay,
no, they were baiting us up until the very last second.
It's happening. Tristana and Heimerdinger. You can start off with Nomsy early on to the game, but maybe just Jade is the more meta answer here from Solo Gasang. He has to be at least considering it. Shiv is not really considered, a straight up BIS item for Cannoneers if you are going that route, but it can be very good because of the MR production for all the different Rebel fireworks that come in. There is some magic damage involved.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that as well. If you're going to take the opportunity to bring in Trainer and get your Nomsy Dragon training, we've even got more opportunity to do that here. They're selling instead. So Nomsy, for anyone who's unfamiliar, will scale up during the game. But I guess, to be honest, we'll have to leave that one aside because it's not going to be a thing here. We got Calculated Loss, Reckless Spending, Dual Loaders coming in. We didn't talk a ton about Augments coming into the game. They're global power-ups the players will pick up during the game. Which one of these do you like the best, Panda?
None really. I think they're all a bit situational. Maybe it's a chance to reroll here. It's also a new thing in set 7, even for experienced players in set 6. If you've missed the last few weeks and months leading up to this set, you see there a small reroll button under the Reckless Spending. Allows you to reroll augments once per game, which is actually one of the biggest upsides coming into this new set. And yeah, we're going to see it. The reroll, I do think it is correct. At least I would have done the same here in this case. As Solo Gasang and ends up picking Portable Forge, has a chance for some very tanky augments here. We're going to see what he ended up picking in the end. Random Sanctum's very good in the early game. It looks like it will be the Eternal Winter in the end.
Yeah, so let's slow down and potentially freeze any time that hit him. But yeah, we've got a really solid setup here. So again, Gil we mentioned in the pre-show. That's going to be our friend Twitch giving attack speed to everybody across the field. And of course, the Jade statue itself providing healing and attack speed. I mean, you can't do too much better than what we've got here. Up against Uni, though, they have embraced the power of the 4 odd Nomsy, who's going to get blown up this time. A very close opening round. And I don't think Gang was expecting to lose that one.
A lot of information already from Solo Gasang's choice of shops. He had a really good start for Cannoneers, decided not to go for it. So already you can tell Solo Gasang does not value this comp or this, route pretty much at all compared to this Jade that is a lot more flexible. You can play 6 Jade in the late game and really flex in a lot of different carries that do pretty much all benefit from attack speed. We're seeing here, if you would have gone Cannoneers, that's 2 Jinxes right there in the shop. The game is telling you, maybe next time Solo Gasang, consider it, okay? We also saw the set in that shop, that last shop in Double Nidalees, 2 very strong reroll comps that have been proven on ladder already the past few days. Also decided not to really go that route, instead just opting for this Swift Shot Jade route, despite the nerf to Varus. So we're going to see what carry eventually he decides for, probably Xayah maybe.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing. We didn't talk in detail about the most recent hotfix coming in. That has been one of the aspects of set 7, Mortdog and the rest of the TFT team spending a lot of extra time to make sure there are no ridiculously standout performance right now. As Boxbox apparently is going to be leaning on that Varus themselves. Looks like they've got some astral plans in mind.
Yeah, maybe missed the recent patch. Just has been away from keyboard, the AFK augment, but for the last 3 days, and missed the very big nerfs to Nami, the very big nerfs to Varus, and overall the nerfs to Astral as kind of this default game plan for so many players coming into the set 7.
Well, Panda, let's talk a little bit about sort of larger concerns then going forward. I think it was mentioned briefly in the pre-show as well that one of the facets of set 7 at the moment is a lot of time people sort of end up with, a relatively minimal front line for their compositions. You can have themselves, the Idus, the big gold dragon, you can have a couple of bruises up there. It feels like, right now at least, the teams are relatively modular.
the early game is always going to be very different to also what you get later on. In the early game, Bruiser's Guardian serves their front line, the two ofs. We're seeing it here with Tarek and Leona. I think a lot of players are going to go this route, so you have kind of the good synergies with Swiftshot as well. We're seeing AK Wonder, a very similar comp to Solo Gasang, who's actually facing off here in this third round of Stage 2. And we can see it's a very simple concept even for newer players. You have a strong front line that can tank damage. You have a strong backline that can deal damage in kind of a ranged attack mode like Swiftshot's doing, kind of similar to Rangers in the past. So it's a very straightforward idea, and nothing changes here. As we go later into the game, you get to level 6, level 7, level 8. Then the comps start varying a lot more, and you try to find utility, you're trying to find maybe different carry units, but both of these comps for these players are very simple, I think, to understand.
So from your point of view, if we're looking for early game domination, what's your comp of choice? Is it, we've seen a couple of J's knocking around. Are you of that ilk yourself, or do you prefer anything else?
Any reroll comps are very strong if you're able to hit. I think if you lean into the direction the game gives you, you're able to usually have 2 stars early on, and really anything can be strong as long as you're slamming items and really not trying to force something and ending up with 1 star, a 1-star board for all of stage 2 and 3, for example. If you're leaning to what the game gives you and augment choices and units, then usually anything can work. I don't think there's that much variation between, oh, you have to force this, it's so strong. Maybe with Astrals and Nami before, but now I think it's a little bit more balanced.
All right, so let's take a quick look around and see what we've got. Goobums and Wonder are 2 players of the groups to watch, both undefeated so far, heading towards our first PvE round. Of course, that's a lot of money if they can keep up that streak. Botbox is at the bottom right now on 76, not falling super far behind, but the rest of the lobby above them, you can see 80s, 90s, everyone else is looking very healthy indeed.
We're seeing now still Emily Wang also going to be on some variation of Astrals with maybe Nidalee as more of a carry. Not yet itemized, but is level 2. This could be just a byproduct of kind of the Astral shops. Although she hasn't hit the natural Astral shop yet, I assume, unless she got them very early on in the creep rounds. But Astral's still going to be a strong comp because it's kind of like Yordles in the past where it has this... it loses some power in terms of the trait itself, but you have 2 stars very early on. And the early game, having a 2-star unit, the extra health just matters so much more compared to everything else.
Yeah, and that's an unitemized Nidalee that was able to put out quite as much hurt as that. So we're coming up to 2-6, our last round before PvE. Goobums and Wonder are both undefeated so far, so hopefully we'll get a chance to watch one of them coming into this vital last round. Box down to 66 now as well. So you see what Goobums is up to, and it's looking like they've got themselves a bit of a variety pack.
Could be a bit of Yone reroll going into level 6. We don't see an Olaf yet, which might be an angle that Google wants to go to. Hasn't committed to anything just yet. Has a Sunfire on Leona, a pretty generic frontline item that you can play on any single comp going forward. But right now just has a whole lot of health on his board and on his bench. The Bruisers, the Guardians, the Warriors, all the melee. And, the units that like really brawling it out early on are here. And we'll see, in what more clear direction he decides to go into. And if he wants to sell off some of these units to hit the 20 gold econ point before Krugs.
I do like the setup here from Goobums, though. You've got... there are a lot of early units which can give you a lot of tankiness, so be able to have something like the Yone in there to provide that extra layer of inevitability. I think it's working very, very well. So Goobums and Wonder both make it through undefeated. They're going to have a ton of money to go into Stage 3 with.
So it's also the Aatrox there. I do like that decision. I think Aatrox is not a core piece of any Warrior or Bruiser comp early on into the game. It's more kind of, when you get to level 7 with Olaf, you slot him in as a 4th Warrior until you find a Yasuo. So I think he's not really important to have right now. I do also just, yeet him out into the store if I need to hit my econ point, just because he's not really, as valuable as other units. And now we see Shen 2, very, very good unit. Shen, of course, is a bit different in how he works. I'm sure you know this as well, Counterfeit, in terms of he has the Rage Wing mechanic, so his mana is a bit different. He doesn't get mana for being hit, for example, as a tank. So it's a little bit unintuitive compared to all the other sets because he is kind of a bruiser and a frontline, but you want him to be kind of an off tank instead.
All right, so we have got confirmation that Mirage is duelist this time around, so that unit's going to do a lot of work. So we've seen it already with the trade sector coming in. We've got the possibility for Goobums here. If they find enough of these Yones, they could even go for a Yone-centric composition.
The one slight, not a problem, but one thing to consider, of course, is that with the duelist dexterity, if you are getting Mirage in, which we do see is in right now, you don't really need to build something like Ginsu's Rage Blade, which is usually very good on unit because you get so much attack speed anyway. But you do have a rod here that really it's the only way to burn it in an AD comp, so you might still go for that if you're Gubam. We'll have to see what he ends up building. He does have the glove and the sword, so very good items for AD in general. And I think still it's early in the set to really say, oh, this is best in slot for a certain champ. So we'll see kind of what direction Gubam decides to go for with the items as well.
I mean, we don't talk too much about the items as there we go, Hextech Gunblade coming in. We did talk a bit about how the Bloodthirster has changed to be Omnivamp, but that's true for the Hextech Gunblade as well, though it's a little less selfish of an item, be able to steal all the damage that Yone is doing and help prop up the rest of the team.
Gunblade is not what I expected, but again, this is maybe Gubam surprising me. It does just work well from, if you're looking at the current board and you're looking at, hey, I have all these big, beefy units that have so much HP to work with. If Yone is able to just keep them alive, the fight can get stalled out to the point where Yone is able to just kind of scale very easily all throughout the fight. So it does make a lot of sense, and this shows Gubam's adapting to what he's currently seeing on his board and in his current situation.
And that means that Wanda loses out on their win streak. Gubam's the only player untouched so far, as it will be gold into Prismatic. We are going for the featherweights. I'm starting to think like we could be seeing a whole lot of Yones in our future.
And this is one of the points in the game where you say, I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be rolling at 6, if I'm going to just go for Yone, if I'm going to go for Olaf, if I'm going to go for Yasuo and roll, later on. But this is where, the game's telling you, hey, let's reroll at 2 costs. Let's get the Yone 3 and pop off with it. And the featherweights pick is, I think, a very easy one there for Gubams.
All right, let's go check out what Emily Wang is up to, because she's also on a win streak, though not completely untouched so far. We've seen the Astrals and the Swift Shots in there, 3 of them so far. As we'll note, of course, about the Swift Shots for anyone who's unfamiliar, somewhat like the Sniper from the previous set, but rather than getting damage, you're getting attack speed. And with 4 Swift Shot, that's a lot of attack speed.
Swift Shot on the Skarner now as well, a unit that maybe is not the most obvious choice for Swift Shot. He does get a lot of attack speed once he shields up and once he gets his ability. Shiv is actually surprisingly quite good in the early game for him if you have to slam it on something when you were playing mages a few days ago before the nerfs came in. And we're seeing it here, 2 Namis in the shop. That would have been, heaven for most players a few days ago. Now, not even really that appealing for Emily, who's deciding to go for more of an AD route with Astrals.
All right, we're seeing that the 4th Swift Shot is working pretty darn well. One, they're getting binary airdrop, and they're, of course, newly promoted to being a prismatic augment. Wasn't enough to get the job done here, so Emily keeps on trucking on a collision course eventually with Gubams, but for now, managing to duck each other and both benefiting.
Still a bit far behind in her gold. It rolled down a bit, I assume, with the Astral Shops to make sure she had a stable board. And I mean, we're seeing a 5 win streak, so it definitely worked out in that sense. But gonna have to try and econ back up if we're hoping to reach level 7, maybe at the end of this stage going to the PvE round. We still have to, you're a little bit, maybe like 15, 20 gold behind where you should be, ideally, going into the rest of the stage.
Alright, so we've got Scarlet being moved back. Of course, the Swift Shot emblem's going to allow him a couple of extra hexes of range. They will be able to actually stay out of trouble for quite a while. Get up against another Swift Shot composition here. We'll see if BoxBox has the superior set of units. Double Rage Blade on the Varus, even newly nerfed, he's going to be a terror.
Raging a whole lot there from BoxBox with the double build with the Ginsus. And two players are going to be contesting each other going into the late game, maybe looking for Sayas on both sides. I'm not sure they'll stick to Varus carry after recent nerfs. Not terrible, of course, still very much playable, but maybe not as easy of a carry as it used to be a few days ago. So already 2 players that will be contesting each other on the Swift Shot comp.
Yeah, so BoxBox really not having the best time of things, but they will at least get their first choice. So what are they going to go for here to try and prop up their Varus comp? One thing that did make me wonder here is, we've got all the attack speed in the world for that Varus, but there's no damage there yet. That sword will certainly help with that.
I was looking at BoxBox's HP when you noted this. I thought he had maybe picked Cruel Pact and we missed it or something, but no. He picked Intercosmic Gifts, and that is a speed run to 29 HP. We're not even halfway through stage 3. I think we saw maybe once a player died around the end of stage 3 in competitive in a tournament, but this is not looking too great for BoxBox here. Continues to roll. He is level 7. He does have quite a bit of gold, and it looks like some board strength now with Alawi too, but 29 health at this point is just really, really not good.
So we've got the option here with a lot of different tiers on the bench to try and maybe make that into a show gym for the Varus. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Last second switcheroo to bring as many bruisers in. Whisper's active as well. And we have got my boy Siphon coming in. He will be a swift shot, so be staying out of trouble and draining through as much extra damage as he can as the round goes forward.
That being said, he's facing off against Goobums, who is on an 100 HP win streak. If you're, at a point where it's a do or die moment, you have to start winning rounds. Maybe this is not the player you would like to be facing. It's looking close here, but Yone wasn't able to die. Siphon by himself. He is very strong. He is very scary, but maybe not quite scary enough to deal with Yone and the rest of the Bruiser Warrior game.
It's so painful because there are so many emblems that are amazing. The Whisper emblems on, the dragons like Deja who can do damage from range, but the swift shot here is such an unfortunate combination with Siphon because he uses his ability to put himself right next to the enemy where he doesn't benefit at all from the extra range and the extra attack speed he would get for that range by being a swift shot.
And Bakos has to very much start slamming these items. I mean, you're 17 HP, you have 5 components on the bench. You have to start building anything that you possibly can. You have to, get some power out of these items right away, because if not, you're just going to end up bleeding out to 0 HP at a point where no one really should in a competitive game before we even get to stage 4.
There is our first showing here of Idus. When we've got Deja, we're actually going to be bringing out a double dragon composition. Absolutely fascinating stuff. Not something we see nearly at all because of the dragon trait being very restrictive. If you play more than one dragon, you lose out on the bonus traits and you lose out on some bonus health as well.
A lot of HP to work with though with the Idus, and still a very good carry here in the back with just well built Rage Blade, Shiv, items that really synergize with each other. And Bakpas takes another hit, 7 HP now, possibly one loss away from being eliminated in this game 1.
Oh my gosh, this is not the way you want to start today. We will be playing 6 games across the day, so there'll still be a chance for Box to recover, but this has certainly not been good so far. At least they've got one more chance to grab a few more items and hopefully put together a stronger setup. We've got the 2 carries at the back for Box, but right now that front line is not itemized at all.
Yeah, and that's one of the big problems. If you want this Varus to... I guess he does not really deal that much damage because you don't have more damage. You just have attack speed, but no real damage on top of that. But if you want these Rage Blades to actually start scaling up, you need to buy time. You need to be able to scale longer into a fight, and no items on your front line is not going to help you do that. You need to have a way to make these fights stall out for a little bit longer so Varus can start attacking faster and dealing more damage that way.
All right, so as we check in on the lobby overall, Box teeters on the precipice. Bunny Muffins is currently the only one on the win streak, with Goobums having lost their undefeated colors from before. Emily Wang still stays up at the top, with Bunny Fufu at the bottom along with Box, but nobody is quite as close to the edge here as Bunny will come. They've got the Olaf, they've got the Radiant Infinity Edge there as well. This Olaf is going to hit like a truck.
And we'll see just how much he can do. He will also be scaling and will be attacking faster as the fight goes on. Also has a Rage Blade built on Olaf, and we're seeing it here. Doesn't have a healing item just yet, so he's not going to be able to kind of do this incredible 1v9. And will it still be enough here with just these 3 bruisers to kill off these last units? I think it won't quite be enough. The scaling on the Archangels on the Sun. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, though. I'm not sure how tanky this actually be.
Oh my gosh.
This is a Silas 2 after all, and it's going to be a close one. Doesn't quite die yet though, because we are still at the very start of stage 4. So able to survive on 2 HP, has one more chance to try and get a win streak going, maybe, and try and turn this game around. Maybe the new drink there will help.
Absolutely, you need to make sure you're nice and hydrated, because you see Bunny Fufu just on the very corner of your screen upgrading some of their cannoneers, so hopefully we'll get to see them later on. We have got a chance here for Box to reroll if they do not like this, and they don't. So now they've got the final 3 choices. This could send them into 7th or higher, or cement their place in 8th.
The 10x strength might be the idea here. You do have 4 bruisers in, so it does work well with what you currently have on your board. You don't have to kind of pivot out or do anything too crazy here, considering the position you're currently in. It will be the salvage bin instead, and picks up a Hand of Justice, so able to get maybe some more damage, maybe some more healing on Varus. Both could be maybe not ideal, but at least it's a workable item here for this current comp. And finds a Zaya as well. Almost a Zaya.
And yeah, almost a Brand. A Bard too. Just hit less than rearrange them. up against Unit, who has got those cannoneers. They've just been upgrading them. They've got Idis in the front row. Zephyr puts the Varus up in the air. But there isn't as much scaling here for Unit's comp. I think this is going to be a really tight round. I think Boxbox might just be able to survive. No, not even a little bit.
That's the case. Minus 12 for Boxbox. Takes an eighth, and I think really had to, maybe pick up on just slamming these items much earlier on. Lost a little bit too much HP because of, I think, the indecisiveness in terms of what to do there. So unfortunate for him, but hopefully he can bounce back in game 2. Bunny Fufu also in the danger zone. 11 HP, a big gap separating 7th and the rest of the lobby.
Oh boy, I mean, yeah, Boxbox and Bunny Fufu, I think they're really changing out how the rest of this lobby is playing because of just taking so many losses, because there's so much more win gold for those players who are doing well.
Bunny Fufu is actually on Cannoneers, so you'll love to see it. Has a Shiv on the Jinx and has the Corki with double Deathblade itemization. I would usually, I don't think Corki's really that great of a carry in Cannoneers, unfortunately. It looks like the reroll was you hit mostly Jinxes instead of the Tristana, so maybe that was a decision point to itemize the Corki instead, but it's a Corki 1, so a bit strange not to have these Deathblades on the maybe just the Tristana instead, considering she is a 2-star at the very least.
Yeah, Corki certainly used to be a lot better, but to take some pretty big hits as the front line collapses here. It's not looking good. The Rebel is going off. Look at the pile of explosions. Corki is still up and alive. It's going to be real tight to the very end. I think Corki's just about got this one. Bunny Fufu stays alive on 11.
You do have both the Rebel Crown and the Party Time augments that are catered to this comp, so at least the augments are definitely synergizing very well with what you're currently seeing on the board here. If he hits the Corki 2, I think you'll have a chance to stay pretty stable throughout the rest of the stage 4 and possibly stay alive. And maybe not, end top 4, but at least secure a 5th or a 6th, possibly.
So decides not to go for the Corki on the carousel, going to pick up more swords instead. I mean, well, yeah, what are your general thoughts on Rebels as a comp? Because we saw there that while it looked really shaky for a while, when it all came together, everything just exploded.
It's a very exciting comp to play because it looks like you're losing, and then all of a sudden the explosions start occurring, and you can really get some great turnaround fights. I think Rebels maybe not the trait to focus on too much after the nerfs to both Corki and Sona recently. It makes it a little bit less appealing, I think, to go for that. I think the Senna reroll or Tristana reroll is maybe the way to go. Jinx is also, I think, not really the best champion to focus on in terms of itemizing her. She's more of a utility champ or more kind of a secondary carry, but not the main focus of the comp usually.
All right, so Bunny going to try and stay alive again. This is a little bit of what we were talking about before, as we see actually Cannoneer versus Cannoneer here. It almost, well, say almost identical comps up against each other. Really slight differences.
Yeah, the IDIS from both sides is maybe weird to some newer players who are just seeing this IDIS that has no synergies in common with anything else in the Cannoneers tree, but you say, hey, maybe this is the way to go. And it can be very strong. I think Guido was talking about it in the top of the show. It's just a very strong solo tank that some players decide is better than the Tahm Kench and Shen Bruiser, frontline, for example, in this Cannoneers comp. It really depends. I think when I'm playing it, if I'm on my way to Tahm Kench 3, I just don't think it's worth switching out. But if you put an IDIS and you have a good item, a good AD item for Corki or for Tristana, for example, it's sometimes a good decision to just put him in.
We do have Nomsy, of course, very quietly working away and growing in power, just recently starring up to be a bigger presence on the field, put directly in the way of anyone getting onto that Corki early on.
We're so close to these upgrades here that are so important for Bunny Fufu, especially considering his current health. He doesn't have that much of a buffer, doesn't have that much time to actually find these units. One away from the Jinx 3, one away from the Corki 2, and both are currently his main carries on this comp, so extremely important to hit these.
All right, here we go. Emily Wang, currently mid-table, has an extremely strong Alawi front line. That ultimate is able to steal away a lot of the defensive stats, but it's looking all right for Bunny Fufu right now. The Corki is able to tear through them, the backlines against each other. I think this is going to be Fufu holding on in the way that Boxbox just couldn't before.
And now we're seeing the HP totals evening out a little bit more at that bottom end now. Bunny Fufu, because he's on that 3-win streak, he hasn't lost any HP in his last 3 rounds. It's getting a little bit closer. AK Wonder, 19 HP, Solo Gasang, 31. Rage Blade is a good item here, kind of the opposite effect of what we were seeing before with the Varus, where you had 2 Rage Blades with no damage items. In this case, Corki has 2 damage items, and that extra attack speed will be so effective. He's able to pick up that exact choice that the Dragon was giving him. AK Wonder, do you want gold? Yes, maybe no. 50 gold was on offer there. One of the very rare decisions there.
Well, we haven't talked a ton about the Treasure Dragon, so let's just come in for our players now. So, just a quick recap for anyone who's coming into this the first time. Our players will get to choose from a selection of items as we did there. They can pay to re-roll these items and get new ones, and get a new selection. So, coming to this point with a lot of gold in the bank means you've got an enormous advantage in getting the specific items you're looking for compared to someone who comes in, perhaps as Wonder did here, with only a minimal bankroll.
Get Wonder deciding what the best option will be here. You want to itemize your main carry, Xayah, with a 3rd item. Shiv is an option, I guess. RFC is an option, I guess, for just the extra attack speed, but it won't scale as well as something like a Ginsu's Rage Blade will. You can build another Titans, maybe, in your front line somewhere to give some extra bit of survivability, but we'll see. I think it's not really an easy choice here in terms of what he wants to build.
So Shioyu will be the main frontline there, with Nico copying the stats. As we are close, we have got a nice Jade coming in that will be a pretty good replacement. So, Soraka,
I correct
she's got
myself.
a pretty unique effect.
There's a binary airdrop online here for AK Wonder,
yes.
so he will not be putting a 3rd item on his main carry or on his front line because they already itemized. They'll get free items anyway, thanks to the newly upgraded Prismatic Augment binary airdrop.
All right, so we get to see Bunny from the opposite side. We'll see if they can hold on for a little bit longer. I think this is them, not their ghost. Let's see. So we've got the Soraka who'll be actually healing up Wonder as well as healing up the board itself. The Shioyu, the frontline dragon, is incredibly hard to take down, but does still fall. The Corki needs to get those last shots off. I think it's going to be real tight. No, Bunny takes the L. Down to 4. We are close to seeing our top 6 emerge.
Only 1 unit was left alive there to deal that damage, so still, despite this being stage 5, able to survive. Although this is now certainly his last life. The next loss will be the end of Bunny Fufu's journey in this game 1. We've seen an Alawi 3 from Emily Wang. One of the upsides of players maybe going off of Astrals is that you'll have a much easier time hitting your 3 stars compared to when everyone was playing it. You know, he had 4 or 5 Astral players in a single lobby. In this case, it might just be Emily, maybe 1 more player. Alawi 3 has been hit. Varus 3 has also been hit.
Emily getting the upgrades, Bunny getting the upgraded Jinx as well. We'll see in a second how that one's going to play. I believe there was a Corki upgrade as well, sneaking through some or other. Varus 3 in play right now, newly nerfed, going to cast their ultimate a whole lot less. It's a 2 backlines against each other while the front lines brawl in the center. The Bard, of course, having joined the field, able to lock down those backlines pretty darn well. I think it's going to be real tight to the end. The Corki drops. Bunny Fufu still fighting. AK Wonder down to 6, and Bunny survives.
And it seems like a lot of this, compared to set 6.5, is a little bit less backline access from your own backline damage carries, and it always seems to be the case of who can break the front line first. The moment the front line dies, everything goes into full chaos. You know, we see Corki with his rockets. If one of those rockets is able to bypass the front line right when it dies and hit that backline, they would just immediately explode in 1 hit. So that's what we're seeing here. I think it's the idea of just this one massive main tank. The moment it dies, it can get pretty dicey.
All right, back to Bunny Fufu. So notable, of course, is that they've got the upgraded Corki there. They've got no attack speed items at all, so that Corki hits like a truck, but takes a while to stack up. We've got our one Idis in the center, cannot stand up against the Alawi, stealing away all the defensive stats. Emily could spell the end of Bunny here. It's all falling to pieces. 1 Lulu cast is not good enough. Corki hits so hard as the execution comes in. The final insult.
AK Wonder also taken down throughout this fight. So 6th place for him, not the best of starts for a player that just last weekend in the Asus ROG PBE Clash tournament before the set actually released, was able to get top 4 in a pretty stacked 64-player tournament. So not a good start for him. I think he can definitely bounce back, though, after this showing here.
Yeah, and something we have been seeing from this lobby is, we were seeing it really top-heavy before, but I think, with Bunny managing to hold on as long as they did, they really dragged down the center of the lobby to be a lot closer. I mean, look at our bottom 2 right now. Here's Solo on the 22, Emily on 14, then a relatively big leap up to Bunny Muffins, who's just hit level 9. I think it's going to be going on for a pretty strong run.
As a reminder, the Mirage for this game is going to be duelist dexterity. So seeing the 6 Mirage here, it's going to work really, really well with Deja here. We're going to see just a lot of attack speed, Gunblade to keep the front line tanky that I was talking about. You don't want that front line to break. That's where everything starts going wrong in most of these fights. So if you're able to get, Gunblade, extra healing in the case of Augment, the second win, for example, you're able to keep your front line alive and continue buffering, shields for Idas and Silas. You're able to really do just a lot of work.
So we're back with Emily Wang, currently in 5th place and holding on. You mentioned the front line being so damn important. We see here it's getting real close. Larry doing a really good job of staying alive just long enough. And we see the amount of damage the Swift Shots can do at range. It's going to be tight, but the Varus, I think, is just too low. Emily, going to be so close, but holding on by their fingertips.
I seem to have jinxed it talking about Cannoneers early on in this game. I haven't seen anyone really trying to play or anyone talking about it. It just seemed like it was just forgotten even at the start of the set. But now, this is, I think, the 3rd player we're seeing playing Cannoneers in this lobby. So maybe you can give us some answers as to why that Jinx 3 or the Tristana 3 weren't hit earlier on. It seems to be just a little bit contested, but still working out very, very well for Unid currently. The HP leader, level 9, 54 gold, looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, Unid looking real good here. We know they're going up against Bunny Muffins next, but right now for Unid, they've pretty much got everything they need to work with here. They've got a good amount of gold to mean that Corki will be up at full power, but we have got Siphon and the Whisper Bruisers coming through. This is the comp I was talking about right back at the start.
This is where you have to really, there's going to be so much HP you have to take down in this case. Shen also giving everyone dodge. Olaf now access to the backline. And I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do anything there. It looks like an elimination for Emily Wang. Goobum's also looking very strong as we go into stage 6, into the creep round, of course, before that. And there's an attempt here from this stage to stay alive, but it's not going to be the case. Siphon, your favorite unit counterfeit, gets the final bite there.
I mean, he's just so ridiculous. And this is a 1-item Siphon. You see what happens when you put on the 3 items. You just do absolute damage across the board. But down to our top 4, Unid looking very good indeed. I mean, this is kind of what we wanted to see from the EMEA side of things.
We're seeing now Bunny Muffins is not quite in the danger zone. I think Solo Gazang is the one taking this spot with a 6 Mirage comp. It seems to be working out quite well, but I mean, there's so much tankiness in some of these comps that we're seeing from most of these players at this point in the game. You need maybe the player that's more focusing on just the backline, but most other players are playing, Bruisers, Warriors, and just very strong front lines. We're seeing triple itemized front lines all around, and very hard to really get through them.
So something we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, but of course is going to be very important coming into these final rounds, is, when we look at the early kinds of ways that people are itemizing their units, Quicksilver seems to be absolutely everywhere. Why are people valuing it so highly?
There's a lot of CC in the set. First day, if you went in .PBE, sometimes you would just not be able to do anything with your carries because now it's a little bit more toned down because Bard got nerfs, Sona got nerfs, Ornn is a little bit more iffy as a main tank, maybe better as an off tank, but overall QSS is very valuable in this set because there is just so much CC all around.
All right, Solo doing a little bit of change up at the end there, trying to make sure their Bard casts a little bit faster at the expense of the Yasuo. It's unlike regular League of Legends, Bard's ultimate will not make their units invulnerable, but instead makes them more vulnerable. It's going to be a pretty harsh round here, though, as Solo gets annihilated.
This is what I was talking about. Just doesn't really have that meaty of a front line. It seemed like there was a lot of value placed on that Deja in the back line, and it just seems to be that the front line melts too quickly, and then Deja is in a 1v6, 1v7, and that's just not something that unit can carry, by itself. So it's dicey there, but Solo Gazang, I think I was expecting him to take that 4th there. Bunny Muffins now 3 HP. I think he's also saying, hey, I think I'm probably locked in for 3rd. My 2 other competitors are still very healthy, and even just with fight RNG, it's unlikely for him to get better than 3rd at this point.
If we could switch across, yes, to Bunny Muffins, and we'll see. So we've got, a second item on Cypher. Isn't exactly what I was hoping for. There we go. We have got the Grinsies going in. So do remember, of course, that Whispers will steal a little bit of damage each time they hit a unit and get a little bit stronger as they go. So with Siphon charging around the place, you can see how good the target access is for Siphon. If they get the right charge off, they can get directly onto your backline carry and murder them, or in this case, get murdered themselves.
And that's going to be Buddy Muffins, as kind of expected at that point, taking the hit, but still very good first game for him. Third place locked in, and maybe the expected first and second coming into this lobby. Two players that I think were at the very top of EMEA and of NA coming into set 7 after set 6. The performances, both in Worlds, both did really well all across the set. Maybe Goobum's a little bit, of course, further ahead than you need in terms of results. But maybe the expected 1 and 2 in this lobby. We'll see who ends up winning it here. We're going to see a few Zephyrs on the side of Uni that can come in pivotal at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of been hearing about for set 7. People have been favoring the Zephyrs less, but in this case, it's going to work out pretty darn well. So that's a Yoni up in the air and the defensive Leona as well. You see the backline here for Unid at level 10 is just absolutely astronomical. And the bar locks down the damage as well. But we have got one making it into the backline. Yone is still alive, healing up, tearing through. Uni's in real trouble here, and I think this one is pretty much done.
Yeah, as long as Yone is able to stay alive, which he can heal everyone else on the team with the Gunblade as well. And that was a case of maybe a little bit of positioning, but maybe also a little bit of fight RNG, where he was able to really, the moment he accessed the backline, hits the Corki first, one of the main damage dealers on the side of your knee, and then was able to win the fight, maybe because of that.
They got Thieves' Gloves coming in. What else are we going to be seeing coming in to try and switch things? Another Mirage being picked up as well. Maybe? I don't know if we're going to be seeing a swap out of one of the weaker Mirages, or perhaps seeing an attempt for Mirage 8.
Well, we're not seeing much of anything right now, but hopefully we'll be able to act.
It's a mystery.
I don't think both players sold their entire boards and somehow launched all their items out of the there we go. We're back in. We're back in.
What we were doing is we were preemptively scouting for the next game. So the big question for me here is where that Mirage is going. It looks like it's going to be, if that wasn't there already, onto the front line Shen to make them a longer term prospect. Here we go though. Uni lost last time around, being 2 levels ahead. Goobums. Let's see if the Yone can stay up once more.
Zephyr on the Braum, maybe not entirely relevant, not the main damage carry. Still, right away, the backline access once again. We're seeing here the slish and slash all throughout the backline. Just now taken down as well. And that's, if your backline's taken down, usually your front line can't do much of anything by itself. So Unid takes another big hit here. Despite the board from Unid being very interesting, a lot of kind of mix and match of different comps here. Not quite enough to do it there.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating for Unid, knowing that, they're pretty much where they want to be. They have got a grade coming in for the Yasuo, but, if you're Unid, that the big problem here is that Yasuo is going to run into your backline and slice and dice everybody to death. Is there anything you can do positionally, or kind of,
you have two Zephyrs. You have to be able to snipe the right Zephyr on the main carriage for Goobum. The Goobum, of course, very quickly trying to rotate around, trying to bamboozle his opponent. We'll see if he was able to guarantee that, and it looks like the Yone still in touch. Both of the front line, both Leon and Tarek up in the air, though that might buy some time for Unid units to actually focus on the Yone instead. It won't be the case. Yone is still doing his thing, untouched.
Oh my gosh, and we haven't even talked about how, if Yasuo is the last unit standing, he's just going to win in a very Teemo-like fashion from the previous sets. But in this round, yep, they had their main damage carry, just have Yone walk right up to them and murder them. They've got to be so incredibly frustrated. So we have got one more item coming in from each side. A last Whisper coming in for Goobums. Not bad at all because the Yasuo is still on 2 items. Locket the Iron Slurry is probably not ideal for Unid.
And I think, he's doing his best. He's level 10. How much more capped can you go, really? But when you're facing off against a vertical trait like Mirage with a very good variation of Mirage, with duelist dexterity, with an itemized Yone that's just doing what he wants at this stage of the game, being level 3, it seems like unless you're able to Zephyr the Yone, the outcome of the fight will not change coming into this last round.
All right, so the big decisions to make. Where does Corki go? Where do these Zephyrs go? You said, Goobums is going to be switching around where their carries are continuously. Do you just, do you just going to blind Zephyr and hope for the best?
It's really hard. If against, any other player on Master's Ladder or anywhere else, you can say, okay, I can try and out mind game him. But a Goobums is a player that just has so much experience. He's going to know kind of what, patterns you even rotate through with your Zephyrs, and we'll see if he's able to dodge it once again. It seems to be the case. In this case, Wasn't able to hit the Yone, and now Yone just able to slice right through the Idas, which should be a very, very tanky frontline. Not the case here. Yone, Yasuo, if he's able to go into that backline, there we see a Yone once again all the way through there, ripping through the Corki, the main damage there. Once that Corki dies, you know the fight is pretty much over. That will be Unique taking the final hit here. Goobums, maybe the favorite coming into this tournament, unsurprisingly, takes this very first game.
An admirable performance, you might say. Certainly has themselves some pretty strong stocks coming out of that last round. I think, as our only Canadian representative, I'm glad to see that they were able to show us exactly what they were made of. But wow, that last game, that last end game board, it just shows us how crazy things can get in Dragonlands.
And already a good kind of example of, hey, Mirage with this exact variation, with the vertical trait, with Yone as a carry, can be very strong. So definitely is a comp that you as a player should look forward to, try not to force, but to keep open to this possibility going into your game with TFT. But we'll see what the analyst desk thinks about this first game.
Matt, you're muted. But welcome back, guys.
I was so ready. I prepared everything. I had an intro ready.
See,
I was just going to let you go as long as possible.
Some things just never change.
Makes since I've apparently lost my microphone privileges, do you want to start the desk for us?
No, feel free to do it. I mean, it works again.
Thank you for having that faith in me. Welcome back, everyone. We do have a little highlights package. We're trying something fresh here on Rising Legends to run us through that last game. Now, Admirable, you and I were talking during the game a little bit about your Goobum stock. How are you feeling about your investment so far?
Oh, I'm feeling great about it. Goobums here did have a bit of a high roll, so that is, one of the emphasis to winning a lobby straight up is that you're going to have some variables pan out on your side. And so that early Yone 2 combined with the Hextech Gunblade, I'd say the ideal Omnivamp, plus the fact that we're on the Mirage trait that actually just gives you a free Rage Blade if you have the Mirage in play. It's such a powerful thing and can justify that Yone reroll, and that's exactly where they went. But they also had a little bit of luck on the other ends as well, where we saw Bunny not be able to get a Corki 2 for a long time. We saw at the end of this one Corki away from a Corki 3-star, which absolutely could have been an obliterating factor of that one. Just so many things are coming into play in these little minute looking differences. But at the end of the day, it was really just Goobums trailing away on a giant win rate at the end and being able to peel away a win on this one. But overall, a pretty strong lobby. We saw a lot of variation. We saw a lot of different augment favors, and then Treasure Dragon. This is the one that just absolutely draws my attention throughout the entirety of the set, because I feel like players are just on polarized ends of how they approach the Treasure Dragon. I see players be so greedy on this and try to roll it down looking for the ideal position. I see players building their compositions relying on finding the magnetic remover in order to exchange items off of units that they want to keep in play. And I see players just completely accept it and go, this is good enough right at the start of the Treasure Dragon. I feel like that's going to be one of the big differences when you really take a look at the end game strategy and see which players are really making the difference. But overall, we saw QSS be a big factor, the early Yone be a big factor, what type of Mirage it is be a big factor, and just so many calls, at little spots in this game can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I think the itemization position was actually really interesting as well. They was talking about how you can only really kill the Cloak with a Rage Blade. Cloak and Rage Blade, that would be an upgrade to Cloak. Maybe Cloak would be something you'd actually want to start for once. But no, most of the fact that with the Rod, it can be hard to kill it when you don't have the Rage Blade potentially. I've noticed some people have tried to juggle a little bit with Dual Gauntlet Yone as like another damage item that you can put onto him, which I'm still not really sure if I like or not. I tried out myself last night, didn't really feel it, but it's something that some people swear by. And obviously we saw the Gunblade with Bloodthirster and the Gunblade sort of doing the same thing now with the Omnivamp. It gives a double scaling to Yone, right? Makes use of the AD, makes use of the AP as well, which I think is a huge thing that you have to keep in mind, that Yone is a unique carry, and the fact that he utilizes both of the primary adaptive powers very well.
I just want to give a shout out to the rest of the players in the lobby, because we are going to be rotating around Goobums for probably the rest of this desk. Just a very dense black hole of conversation around him, because that game went so incredibly well and was played so fantastically. I am a Cannoneer stan, I think I would describe myself as, but I'm starting to see the light of Mirage. I'm starting to get there with the attack speed ramp. The problem is it's so conditional, right? If you get Dawnbringers, it's just like, meh, whatever. But if you get Trade Sector, Featherweights 3, Mirage Duelist, what are you doing? What are you? You're trolling. You're trolling if you don't go for it. So
Reroll Yone.
Yeah, just reroll Yone. He figured it out. He was like, oh, I guess I know what I'm doing this game. And you love to see when players can execute on it, because I sure can't. And they show me exactly what I should be doing.
I mean, it doesn't work though. This setup was ridiculous. At 2-1, he was 4 Yone already. Yes, it is. Another thing I just want to highlight, right, was that he wasn't greedy. I don't know if this is called a mainstream, but I was watching his stream as well. Which you can do. All the players are playing today. They are streaming, so if you want to watch a player's perspective, head over there to their stream, and they'll obviously love the support. And it was very interesting because on 3-1, he leveled to maintain the streak rather than, be like, okay, I'm going to stay at this econ breakpoint. I got an econ, and then try to play more aggressively, try to lay down the hurt. That's something I know you're a very big fan of, Admiral. So take us through that process.
Yeah, a lot of it, I think, is reliant on the reroll aspect of it as well, where you're trying to spike your board in a position that forces other players to spend their gold, so they have to empower their board, so they don't get eliminated. And it causes this chain reaction where the lowest player spends their gold, which means the next player has to spend their gold, which means the next player has to spend their gold, so on and so forth. And what it does is it really limits players' capacity to completely cap out their board in the absolute ideal fashion. Not only have we not discovered what is capping out all these boards entirely, but you're also limiting that factor because you're actually just applying a lot of pressure and dealing a lot of damage. And I think that's a really big element that kind of got discovered in set 4. I feel like Sox was one of the first players I feel like was taking advantage of this, which is like actually pressuring the players by spending your gold. And that causing a chain reaction where your knowledge of the flexibility of units and how you're actually building out your team is a way to win lobbies and to position higher in these as well. And we're seeing that become a more common aspect. Even if players aren't necessarily actively thinking about it, it's sort of something that is instinctually built into a lot of these aggressive styles of play.
And we do have the standings ready for us after that first game. And let's talk a little bit about the standings. Makes, you were taking a look at some of these and saying that it shouldn't all be doom and gloom just yet.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's only game 1 out of 6, but then also after the first 3 games, the 2 players that are on the bottom of the leaderboard get to decide the new lobbies through our drafting system. So if they have done really poorly in the first 3 games, they have a chance to turn it around by picking players that they think they can perform better against. So that should be really fun. I'm really excited for it. And yeah, we're just looking at what has happened in these lobbies so far.
Oh, we get a second page. Guys, we're spoiled today. You see Foxbox and Idle Monk, of course, are going to be taking the last positions there. But like you were saying, Makes, not the end of the world.
Yeah, for sure. Only the first game. I mean, I'm so ready for more. Should be really, really fun. And I think the players are also waiting, so.
Yeah, we'll transfer back to the casters as soon as they're ready. I like having it be a little bit of a surprise, so if production wants to cut me off mid-sentence, I'm cool with that. But until they do, I want to see a little bit more compositional variety. I want to see more Revel Cannoneers, personal bias. Maybe some Elise? We'll see. But Panda and Counterfeit are ready. Production refused to cut me off. I do appreciate it. But we're going to toss it over to them, and they're going to take you through game number 2.
I definitely do not want any surprises from Nibiria. I have to manually unmute as we're going into this section, so I don't want to blunder that and come in muted, which has happened, I think, a few times in the past for sure. And I think other players coming into this game too, Counterfeit, also do not want to blunder and want to make sure they have maybe a bit of a stronger start coming into this one, because Bloxbox, for example, is a player we're still going to be watching in this game too, and a player that has to definitely bounce back after that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really tough showing for them. And of course, somebody's got to end out in a very last place, as we will be changing things up a little bit for Lobby 2. So our previous lobby will still be playing again, but coming into Lobby 2, this was the one which was played off stream. And there was a very interesting phenomenon that was going on in Lobby 2, which is that they are huge fans of Nomsy. 3 out of the 4 top performing players were all playing Nomsy comps.
I'm also a huge fan of Nomsy, so that lines up perfectly. Hopefully we see more of that coming into this game. We'll see exactly with what direction. We've seen Nomsy, of course, with mages all throughout this last week at the very start of the set, and also with Cannoneers we saw quite a bit of actually in the last game.
All right, let's get things started. So, Panda, in terms of opening items, what's your preference?
Sword. The BF sword is just so versatile, and it builds some of the most important items, I think, in both AD and AP comps. But as we saw all throughout the last game, the importance of tank items cannot be understated in terms of, just how important it is to have your frontline survive. So really, any tank items, I think in this current set, work fantastically. You can slam so many different items, and they'll be pretty good. I think maybe, I think pretty much everything works, to be honest.
All right, so Balotelli going to be our winner of the previous lobby. So again, being one of those players who was going after the trainings, it looks like they're going to get the chance to do it again. Now, for anyone again who's unfamiliar with the trainers, they will feed up Nomsy throughout the game. I mean, how much of a drop off would you feel like it would be for our players to come into Nomsy kind of comps later on? Is it something you can pick up from the mid game, or do you have to play it from the beginning?
It depends on the comp. With Cannoneers, because Nomsy is, depending on what version you're playing, a pretty important part of your front line. You want to have Nomsy in as early as possible to make sure that it will be tanky enough coming into stage 3, stage 4, where things actually matter. You take a lot more HP from losses. So looks like going to be a mage start here for Balotelli, despite nerfs, despite the items maybe not looking too ideal for AP in general, with the glove sometimes being dead, sometimes just having to build a jeweled gauntlet, maybe QSS. Looks like the nerfs and the patch, unbothered by them.
Apparently not. Yeah, just going with exactly what they've been given from early on. Ooh. They've got a couple of Lulus in. Surely they were back into Nomsy territory as the augments come in. You talked about the party augments and rebels before. Incredibly powerful.
And Balotelli had a chance for a good Cannoneer start. I feel like I just defaulted Cannoneer a little bit yesterday, and now I just only see Cannoneer lines at the start of every game, and players are just punished every time for not taking it. Had that sword with the potential for a Zeke's or an IE on the Senna, and has now Party Time also as an option, but very specific options here. Second Wind, generically, I think pretty good in the set, considering how long fights tend to last. Maybe wants to go into a more forced angle, though, with the Assassin pressed, and maybe a chance for Kane reroll.
Yeah, we haven't seen much in the way of assassins so far, and it looks like we will be getting to see it so far this game. So, with the assassin emblem, I know that there are certainly a few different champions that can really make great use of that. I know from experience, you can put it on some of your melee carriers like Olaf, for instance, and allow him to be able to bypass a lot of the normal problems you would have with backline access.
The only downside, no real synergies currently on the board or in the shop or anywhere else for this Assassin Crest for this. Right now we're seeing the Assassin now being added a bit later to Heimer, so you have the angle for mages, you had and have the angle for Cannoneers in the shop as well, but Assassin's not really there just yet. Gonna have to hope to find those units a bit later in the stage.
Alright, well, we'll see. For the time being, it's gonna be Heimerdinger doing all the work here up against Becca. So Becca having a not great first game, ended out in the 7th, so certainly we're looking to try and make up some ground here. They've got themselves second win, but they haven't leveled up so far. So level 3 against level 4, the result is predictable.
And just a very strong start with a Lulu being picked up there with a Mystic already online, with just, Lulu is all throughout PBE and now on live as well. I think she's very highly rated as a unit, and just very strong early on with the extra attack speed and just all the different utilities she offers. And now we're seeing maybe switch up, at least on the Assassin Crest, off of the Heimer now, and deciding to go for this Assassin Yone. Yone popped off last game with Duelist Dexterity as a mod variation. We'll see how you can do as an Assassin.
All right, we'll check in and see. William, they've got themselves a very, very early rise too. Of course, he's a guild member as well, giving the entire team some extra AP, and has a rather curious setup in his ultimate, where each time he casts, he does more of his little bolts firing, but each cast of the ultimate is also more expensive as well.
Tanky frontline here with the TK2, maybe going to be the difference here, but Rise able to melt through him with that burst, and I think Nami, after the nerfs before, maybe it was enough to 1v4 here, to be honest, but now definitely not the case.
All right, well, let's see what else they've got in store for us. So Isla Monk, St. Vicious, Aurelia, all undefeated so far. I mean, what we've got here for Ari, we've got this incredibly strong front line with the Warmogs. Tam Kench, his shield giving a little bit of scaling for the amount of HP he has as well. So we've got Revel, we've got the Guild. We've got a pretty good setup here. If you're looking at this board as it stands, would you want to try and go down more the Revel route, or the Revel Cannoneer route, or more towards perhaps a Guild or Mage kind of setup?
I mean, the Rise 2 is a very good direction to lean into. You know, it's a very, very good carry, can deal a whole lot of damage, was not touched by the recent nerfs to Nami and to Silas in the Mage comp, and can maybe work with Guild as well. The problem is you want to get Bruiser online as soon as possible to get kind of the value from Second Wind and the value on this Tahm Kench that has a Warmogs already to work out a little bit better. But it still seems like the Tahm Kench by himself is going to be just quite tanky enough to let this Rise do his thing and just buy enough time for his cast to go off and for him to be really the main damage dealer. The Cannoneers not really doing, I think, as much as his Rise is right now.
Becca taking another L there, though. Let's see, Hafu and Becca currently way below the rest of the pack with some early loss streaks. Of course, we have got the Spatula on the carousel, and we do know that the Spatula has been pretty damn influential in set 7 so far.
It has, but maybe not so much right now. Obviously, when Mage ASOL was a thing, when mages were very, very strong, this spatula would not last 5 seconds on the carousel. It would be first picked every single time because of the strength of being able to cap out at 7 mages, even if you just put the mage spat on the Laui, for example, or actually going for the Exodia comp with the ASOL, able to really stack up so much damage as a mage with double cast as well. But in this case, I think after the mage changes in the last patch, maybe not as default pick as it used to be.
All right, so we're checking back in with Blackfire Ice, finished in 6th last time round, but has got themselves a very early Diana. Of course, the favourite of Mace, and a Bruiser frontline as well. We're suddenly seeing the Bruisers being pretty popular in this particular lobby.
And we're seeing a little purple glow on the bench. So Pandora's Bench has been picked up. Ooh. Definitely one of the more fun augments as a caster or a viewer. Able to kind of get that little jackpot reroll happening and hoping to hit the right units every time the next round starts up.
So Sati, let's see how they do here. They've got an Infinity Edge of their own onto the Nami. Unfortunately, it looks like Dana's going to fall down pretty darn quick. And, I guess this is something we're seeing with the kind of Bruisers or even the Guardian front lines for comps, that you've only got a couple of units in your composition that actually do damage.
Yeah, the Nility here, very, very good actually, but Vlad and Skarner really just able to stay alive and to heal up, but they don't do that much damage on their own, so Blackfire Ice will take another hit here, not at the 10 econ point at this point. Going into, close to Krugs is not a good place to be econ-wise. Does have the prospect of double Anivia, wants to reroll all the 3 costs, trying to find something a little bit better in this case, maybe just Diana's as we're seeing here currently on the board with that IE.
I don't know if we can check out Idlemong or Aurelia because they're both undefeated coming into the end of stage number 2. They might even have a chance of playing up against each other. Again, getting that early bunch of money in can be so incredibly important. Blackfire Ice, maybe they'll go up against one of them. No, it's the other end of the table. Becca, who we have to assume is on a pretty long loss streak, and looks like she might be building towards a set composition.
Could be set, definitely. Could be also maybe a Rage Wing angle. We're seeing the Ash already there for the Dragonmancer on the Swain as well. Still, I think with Ravens you have many different options. There's a lot of different carries that can actually work quite well. Swain being one of them. Zaya maybe being the more apparent and the most utilized one as a 4-cost. Very, very strong and can utilize really all AD items really well.
All right, looks like Idlemong and Aurelia made it through undefeated out of stage 2. So we'll see what the items end up coming through here. It does look like we are getting the beginnings of a Scale Scorn setup here. I mean, what's your stance on Scale Scorn at the moment?
Olaf is very strong and very fun. I think he's a very unique champion in terms of how you play him. You want him to die at the very beginning and then keep dying, but then at some point in the game you get strong enough where you're like, hey, I'm done dying. It's time to just get on a huge win streak. And Skill Scorn, I think, pairs best with Olaf. Diana can also be a carry, I think, in her own right. But Olaf, I think, is the easier and maybe the more fun build round, the one that players are focused on more at the very start of the set.
So we get a chance to check in with Idlemong and Aurelia, who are both undefeated right now, both on the win streaks. So Idle bringing out the Rage Ring and the Dragonmancer here. Of course, the central unit for that you would expect to be our friend Swain. But right now, we've got the Dragonmancer Lee Sin there, being able to provide an enormous amount of tankiness. and disruption and damage all in one package.
And has the Better Together augment as well. So we do see the locket already built. I think it's a very, very fun augment in terms of it's a trade-off. You know, it can be very strong, but you have to now build your entire board around these aura items, and this does affect your positioning quite a bit, as we're seeing here with Lee Sin, who usually wants to be maybe more in the front line, is now backline pretty much everything in a row. So there's always trade-offs to these augments that seem very powerful on paper.
We see what Hafu is up to, currently on 58 HP. Definitely hasn't invested a ton on their board so far, but at least should have a pretty good loss streak going through. They are taking some pretty big L's though, and we saw this in our first round of play. There is a lot of danger with the pace these other players are playing at of getting knocked out early on.
Idlemonk is a player that went 8th in the game 1 of today's tournament, and is now currently on a 100 HP win streak going into 3-2. Maybe going to face off against Aurelia very soon to see who ends up taking that win streak even further on into this stage. So another player that was able to bounce back, say, hey, I got an 8th. First game, maybe jitters, maybe nerves, maybe just things not panning out as you expected, but already bounced back. So very, very good sign for him.
So we're going to be seeing a pretty different setup augment-wise from our first game now to game number 2. Actually seeing silver augments, which are comparatively less common than they would have been in the previous set, or in half set indeed. So presumably this is going to mean the power of the crates, the compositions themselves are going to be a larger part of whether or not these players are winning or losing.
Finds the early Talon, put in Assassin now with a Cane. You have the chance for Twitch 2 as well. But it's just kind of the point where now Idlemonk has to start deciding what route he wants to go. Is it Rage Wing? Is it Assassins? Is it Dragon Mancers? Is it Swift Shots? You have a lot of different options with the current board.
Yeah, I do like what you're saying here with Idlemonk. You know, they haven't made the commitment, but they're still having such a strong early showing. Balotelli, I think, has grabbed themselves some tiny Titans to pop themselves up to the very top of the table, so they're looking to try and most likely hit through to the top 4. Blackfire Ice will come through, and who's that but our good friend Yone, going to be fully itemized and ready to rock and roll.
Not quite duelist dexterity as the variation, but still, I think Yone can work with most of them, as long as it's not, things like Pirate Screed that don't give you immediate board strength or more econ augments. And we're seeing here, Yone slowly starting to scale up with the Rage Blade, not hit just yet, able to survive all the way till the end. And that's going to be a first, or one of the losses now for Idlemonk. 90 HP Aurelia still. Never mind, I jinxed that. Casper Charge comes in. Aurelia takes a hit as well, tying Idlemonk's 90. And Balotelli able to pick up Tiny Titans, bounces all the way back up to 104.
Alright, so nobody makes it through stage 3 unscathed. I wonder if we can check in with Hafu and Becca, because they are looking in grave peril. In fact, Hafu is less than half of what Blackfire Ice has got now in terms of HP. They're in some pretty major peril already. So we've got Dragon Monsters and Rage Wings over here, with the set still propping up the front line, though we're not seeing much in the way of itemization coming through quite yet.
The chance for Zaya as well in the shop is, I think, at the very least, a little bit appetizing for Becca here as well, despite the focus on the 1 cost, and despite this not being kind of a going fast 8, fast 9 Rage Wing comp that you might see trying to slot in Zaya and Shyvana and kind of all the more expensive Rage Wing units. Instead, you're focusing on the kind of lower tiers. So we'll see what the decision point is here for Becca. Seems to still be strong enough to deal with... Oh, I spoke too soon. I think the silence is a little bit too much, and Rise still putting in the work here.
I mean, I guess we see the difference there for the Swift Shots, or, from the backliners, when they've got the time to do what they need to versus when they get run down by the opposing side. Happy down to 32, Becca to 36. These next item choices are going to be vital, and I'm with you. I'd be very, very surprised if we didn't see the Zaya getting picked up there, just for a little bit more punch to end those rounds just a couple of seconds sooner.
And unlike Box in the last game, Becca and Hafu both are slamming items. They're trying to do their best to just not lose HP, to not start, continue bleeding all throughout the stage 3, but it's just not really working out with the comps they have. I think, as you mentioned, a little bit too much backline focus, maybe not enough tankiness in the front. In the case of some of these comps, we're seeing they're losing rounds, whereas other players, we saw Idlemonk with the Lee Sin fully stacked with items, now Lee Sin 2. That tankiness and just a fully stacked unit that has HP that you can really work with, it just buys you so much time in this stage of the game.
So we are seeing a bit of a roll down here, and potentially a chance to get up to perhaps set 3 and maybe even a Shen 3 as well. Looks like we are going to be fully committing in here. So we don't have much itemization yet for set, and we don't have the set 3. I think 1 or 2 away from the big hit. Up now against Idlemonk. Becca needs to start getting some wins in. This could be the start, or it could be the spiral to the end.
And we'll see if Boxer Set is able to deal with Kicker Lee Sin. It's going to be the battle of the martial artists here. We're going to see them dueling in that middle of the board. It seems like Lee Sin has just a little bit more tankiness in him. The kick comes in, the stylish points.
Oh.
But there's still Senna 2, some backline here, the fight of the Cannoneers. And in the end, it will be Idlemonk taking another win. And Becca continuing to bleed HP.
Oh my gosh, I feel so bad for Becca here because you're in a position where you're losing so many rounds, but you're also pretty much out of cash as well. We've got Senna being put up to 3-star, which is definitely something. We've almost got almost up to Shen. But it's not quite there for Set. It's not quite there for Shen either. Becca is running out of time.
You are close to these upgrades, very, very close to massive power spikes. 2 away from set 3, 1 away from Shen 3. So once you're able to hit these, then you're able to start leveling up and adding in more Rage Wings, hopefully going for Rage Wing 6 to make set a bit of a monster going to the late game, but still only 1.5 items on the set. You definitely want to remedy this going into the next PvE round and hope to turn this around.
They've got Blackfire Ice making use of that Yone fully itemized from before. Do have to wonder if there might be becoming an Olaf later on. The set's doing his darndest to stay alive in the midst of peril. No, we have got the Ascension here for Becca, so we will be seeing a lot more damage if the rounds last longer, and it looks like this one will. That is going to be so important for Becca to start to get some money back into the bank and get themselves back with a real economy.
One of the clear things with this set is how much longer fights you're going for. That's why we're seeing Rage Blade built on so many units, because you're able to scale that damage as the round goes on, as the fight goes on. And it's the same case here with things like Ascension, with things like Second Wind. These are augments that maybe weren't as attractive at the very end of set 6.5, but that has changed completely coming into this set 7. And I think Ascension is actually, despite it only being a 50% damage, augmentation when it was so much higher in set 6.5, it's actually a very good pick in this set 7.
No, I mean, I absolutely love it a lot as well. I mean, it's such a great thing that TFT still manages to stay as fresh as it will. So you've got a lot of bows coming in here for Becca. I don't know if that's exactly what we're looking for, but that set will be. I think we might be looking at another roll down here. There's the Shen 3. Will we hit both? Not quite that lucky.
Is very close to leveling as well. Obviously can't do it just yet. Going to continue rolling because it is so important to hit this spike, but not able to do it. Unfortunately, has pretty decent AD items for set, though. We're going to see exactly how Becca decides to fully itemize this set. I think that's definitely the priority at this point. Or maybe Senna, considering you haven't hit set 3 yet. You have hit Senna 3.
All right, going to be up against Saint Vicious. They've got themselves a very nicely itemized Deja in the backline who'll be stripping away magic resist every time they hit a target and using that Gwynsu's Rage Blade. But Set gets onto them very early on in the round. Unfortunately, no. The second wing kicks in just in time, but Deja is too tough to be taken down. I think Becca's headed for a fairly substantial loss.
And with that kill on the set, I think that pretty much seals the deal. When kind of the main unit that your opponent is building around dies in a fight, you kind of know that maybe the fight is not going to be in your favor. And that was the case here with Saint Vicious and with his Mirage comp. This is maybe the Mirage where you should be focusing more on Deja compared to Yone. I think the Spellforce enchantment is maybe best for Deja as a carry. So we're seeing Saint Vicious leaning into that and being rewarded for it still pretty healthy at 74 HP.
Our best friends coming in there for Becca. She tries to stay up in the game. As we see Sati, of course, very familiar to us from the EMEA finals. Finished up top in day number 2. Unfortunately missed out on going forward any further. Putting out a pretty strong performance here in our first tournament of set number 7. And they've got themselves a solid looking frontline. Bruisers and Swift Shots. Very well put together.
Yeah, mix and match of different trees in the kind of astral, vertical trait route you can go for. Looks really good, looks really well put together, and I think the benefit from Intercosmic Gifts allowed him to find the stability he needed to have a lot of upgrades, to have what looks like just a lot of great 2-stars at this point in the game where you really need that. And at level 7, 50 gold and at 4-2 with a 6 win streak. I mean, very good signs here for Saudi. Gonna have to upgrade, I think, to just better carries and just a stronger board going into stage 5 and 6. But for now, looks very good.
So we haven't actually talked a ton about what the Mirage is right now, because we're going to be seeing it again. It's the Spell Swords enhancements. You noted it wasn't the Duelist Mirage, which is kind of effectively a Quincy's Rage Play, but this kind of has a similar effect in that you're stacking up AP on every cast, making Deja, so you can see in the back line in particular, extremely strong.
And we're seeing it there yet again. Another win for St. Vicious, who isn't the player we're focusing on, but he just keeps appearing here in the fights and keeps dominating with that fully stacked 3-item Deja.
All right, very impressive stuff indeed. Becca has been eliminated in 8, so apparently they did not manage to recover. We don't know if they managed to find the set 3 towards the end, but either way, I think the writing was on the wall. Zati, of course, now having taken a loss, is going to be offered the opportunity to make some spending of their own.
Get some great upgrades here from Saudi. Some very key roles now. Finds a Siphon, fits the Bruiser comp that he currently is playing, but maybe not just the time to put it in just yet. Has a Spatula as well. Can build a Mage Spat. Not sure that's the best of choices that Saudi is looking for, and really the route he's going for going to his late game, considering he has so many AD items already built on this Varus.
Yes, that's not ideal at all. But we do see the front line is pretty good here, up against what's looking to be a Swift Shot set up here with the Jade friends as well. Of course, Ezreal, that one cost, certainly was back before he had some more recent changes, an absolute menace with the blue buff, but still doing a pretty good job even without it.
And I think the biggest reason is the perfect choice of augments there for the comp that was being played, with the shielding with the first aid kit on the Leona, with the second wind to get that extra HP, and with the Ascension, a fight that goes quite long with Guardians giving a lot of tankiness, allows Ezreal to continue kind of popping off and doing even more damage.
Alright, so down to 7. Hafu is pretty low, but Blackfire Ice has dropped pretty low themselves, sub 30. Everybody else is 60 and up. Balotelli up at the very top of the table, the first place finisher from our first game off stream, certainly setting themselves up well for going through to the first half of today with very good results indeed.
And Hafu is the player that was playing actually the Leona 3, the Ezreal 3. Wants to try and find a third item for Ezreal, doesn't really find the right components for it. Hopefully Treasure Dragon will, almost undoubtedly give her what she is looking for. As you know, that's one of the biggest great additions to the set 7. It's just so much more consistent to hit that third item for your carry going into stage 5.
Yeah, the Treasure Dragon just absolutely changes everything. Hafu gets themselves another upgrade, goes for a quick drop in of another Guardian up against St. Vicious here. Again, the Deja going to be bringing in the Olaf as well, who's managed to grab themselves some extremely good Thieves' Gloves items. I don't know if Hafu is going to be able to bust through here. This is a very, very tanky front line indeed.
It's just a Deja 1 that's maybe the one silver lining for Hafu. Ezreal trying his best to, as we mentioned, break through the front line and finally access that main damage carry. It looks like it's going to be just enough. Ezreal's still alive, and the kill comes in. St. Vicious takes the hit. Hafu able to maybe now turn it around coming into stage 5.
Yeah, the upgrades were there. I think Hafu wasn't even necessarily with their best setup here. As there we go.
That's a big hit.
It's the 3-star coming in. Now we can actually see some level ups from Hafu once they start getting enough money together.
You can slot in a Mirage. Ideally, you want to go maybe level 8 to get 2 more Swift Shots in to usually when you're trying to slot in your units, you want to definitely try and help out your main damage carry, in this case, Ezreal.
We've got Dragon Monster being enhanced a little bit further. Again, Dragon Monster are able to turn one of those units into a super version of itself with more HP and AP. Right now that's Karma rather than the Ezreal who's otherwise carrying. As we will see the Bruisers come into the field. And said Siphon, if the time wasn't right to bring them out, apparently the time is right now. And we'll be seeing it charge right into the backline, I think.
And these augment choices just work so well for Leona. Almost unkillable with the first aid kit, the extra shielding, the extra health from second wind, and that buys you time for Ascension to kick in and for Ezreal to do his thing. St. Vicious, the Deja still popping off here. Blackfire is going to take a hit, but not quite big enough to take him out just yet. Going to drop down to 5 HP.
Yeah, that's of course going to be one round away from dead. So Blackfire Ice, let's see. So they've got themselves an interesting setup here with a Siphon where they've gone for maximum damage, but very little defensive value. You might be able to throw on a... Let's see. They're going to throw on maybe a Bloodthirster to keep them up and alive a little bit longer.
There's a chance for a Thieves' Gloves on Maybe the Silas, if you're going for Silas 3, it looks like you have already two-star copies, so it definitely might be the unit that would have the most preference to get itemized going to stage 5, but still, you don't have to decide just yet, depending on what your shop gives you after this next round. Reset after the PvE round ends, essentially. Be able to make a better decision. I do think the Bloodthirster might work out quite well, actually, on the Siphon to get it some extra survivability.
And that's noticed by one of our colleagues in our chat. The Pandora's bench is ticking away for Blackfire Ice, trying to get them access to Siphon 2, who is going to be hugely more effective in just, you know, being effectively, well, the solo carry for the team.
That will be the dream here. There's a very good chance I think you're going to be able to hit a Siphon 2 off of these dragons re-rolling. We'll see if it's the case. Only finds 2 Idas. Gonna have to wait until the next round to try and find it. Maybe why Blackfire Ice is maybe why he's fine. Oh, never mind. That wasn't a Siphon on the right. That was a dragon.
It was a bit confusing. So Blackfire got one from the shop, but yeah, no third Siphon, as it will not be a defensive item. It's pure aggro from the Siphon from Blackfire. They've got no CC removal or no CC protection. They've got no healing at all. They've got to chew through Hafu's line or they're gonna drop.
This charge will be big, but the Ezreal does have the QSS, so untouched there, and it looks like Siphon is just not going to be able to do enough. As you mentioned, not enough survivability. Still a 1-star. Can Olaf do it by himself? It looks like it's not the case. This Leona is just way too tanky. The augments favor her so well, and that's going to be Blackfire Ice saying goodbye in this game too. 7th place for him.
And that's not ideal at all. 6th place before. Of course, you know, still plenty more games to play. Blackfire and Beck, of course, out already. So that means, of course, it's amazing news for everybody else playing in the lobby as they try and claw each other down. Ida Monk hits the 2-star Idas. We're starting to get these endgame boards emerging.
And, you know, you might be a bit surprised to see mages still being played and being the comp that the HP leader Aurelia is currently playing in this game too. But when you have augments that synergize well with the mage comp, you're not just forcing it blindly every game, as many of us did a few days ago. It can actually be very good. Luden's Echo, incredibly great. Second win, making the Silas, you know, guarantee can continue restacking these shields again and again and again with the triple items. And it's just going to be a very strong comp. You are going to have to find a bit more damage coming into stage 5 and 6. Rise, I think, is not going to start dropping off a little bit unless he's 3-starred.
Yeah, right now the Rise is not having an enormous amount of, you know, what we'd like to see there, which would be, of course, a Spirit Shojin to allow for multiple casts. But we see when the Rise does get going and does get those casts off, there's very little that can stand in their way.
And the Astral Shop coming in next. Or actually, yeah, it was this one, I think. Yeah, very clearly. Pretty much only Astral units. But maybe not quite the ones you want, of course. You want to have those Rise. You're not really building too far into Astral. You're not going for 3-star Vlad. You're not going for 3-star... you already have 3-star Nami, so I guess, yeah, you aren't going for 3-star Nami. But overall, I think Silas is the main one. He is your main tank right now. And if you're able to 3-star him, he'll be pretty close to unkillable, to be honest, with this augment choices.
Alright, we're going to be seeing Hafu, who is currently on 1 HP, going up against the top player in the lobby. This is an absolute disaster situation you're hoping to avoid for as long as possible. Leona's standing up pretty darn well. She is ridiculously tanky. She's going to be able to heal up so much. The Ascension's kicking in as well. Ezreal is ticking up on the backside with unlimited damage. It's not taking any damage themselves.
And we see it there. The moment Silas dies, the gates are open, but Leona also dies, and it's going to be the battle of the backlines. Can Rise do it by himself? It looks like it's not the case. Aurelia finally ends her streak here. I'm going to sit still. HP leader, 60 HP, still very comfortable. Definitely much more than Hafu is, who now literally only has 1 life, 1 HP.
Oh my gosh. And the re-roll Ezreal composition, I'm honestly fascinated to see where it goes from here, because, you know, we've kind of completed the first part of the game plan for Hafu, which is get all of those 1-cost units or 2-cost units up to 3-star. Now it's trying to bring in some of the big guns later on to really complete the comp and hopefully punch through to top 4.
Looking now at Balotelli, who picked up that Assassin Crest oh so long ago and is now playing 6 Assassins. He didn't have a board for it when he first picked it, but looks like he found the right lines to take, sitting, again, very comfortably at 50 HP. And again, 6 assassins with Olaf as one of your assassins is a scary comp to face with Diana 3 as well.
Oh my gosh, yeah, 2 assassin emblems on the field means no backline is safe. We've got such a strong Ornn holding the middle of the field and drawing units away. St. Vicious will have to try and keep Deja out of the clutches of the assassins, but it's looking like they will be able to for now.
We're seeing the positioning already altering going into this late stage because of the assassin player being so strong and being really a big threat. We're seeing why in this fight here. It looks like Deja can't do it by itself, and that's a big hit for St. Vicious, who was dominating in stage 4, but not really translating to that same amount of success in this stage 5.
I know certainly coming into this set, there was a lot of expectation that people would be going more towards assassins, just for being, more punishing of these kind of backline-centric compositions. Maybe seeing people bringing up AP comps a little later into life. Hafu has been eliminated, though, in 6th. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold on any longer, which means we're down to our top 5.
Now we'll see St. Vicious and Saudi a little bit further behind than the other 3 players in the current HP totals. 6 assassins, 2 talons in the shop, and it looks like Balotelli is not even slightly distracted by them. Already has 1 talon on the board, and I think talon 3 is not really a viable option considering his current econ.
Let's see what Idol Monk's got for us here. So they've managed to corner their Xayah. Fully damaged itemized is that Xayah. As soon as she gets aggro, she's going to be in a world of trouble. She does do an absolute ton of damage, has got the Bloodthirster. It's going to be able to get off a big cast, but I don't know if it's going to be quite in time. It is! It tears through all of the assassins, and Xayah is the one left standing.
And we're talking about frontline. Look at this Idis, just able to buy so much time, able to distract so many units and let Xayah do her thing, deal her damage, almost untouched. The Diana was a bit of a nuisance for a little bit, but able to deal with that at the very least and stay alive.
Oh my gosh. I mean, we normally expect to see comps with, the one single frontline tank do pretty badly against assassins because they bypass that frontline tank entirely.
Depends on positioning. I think there was a very good kind of cornering idea there for the Xayah to still stay pretty much untouched. And then once those first, units that are protecting Xayah die, assassins turn around and focus on the Idis instead. And he was able to stay alive there. But now St. Vicious is definitely a player that we have to watch. Again, did so well in stage 4. And now is maybe not able to translate that same power level into the stage 5, 6 Mirage. Not quite cutting it, looks like, with Deja as the main carry.
No, and I think maybe the problem here is, we're starting to kind of get the board to be dramatically stronger than before. We can see St. Vicious is rolling down with the very little money they do have left. Curious to see what they're looking for here. Whatever it was.
Upgrade would be really the only thing, I guess, barred to some extent, but everything else is either fully upgraded already or can't really hope to upgrade it further in the case of like a Deja 3, for example. Not really a realistic approach right now with this current econ.
No, St. Vicious trying to fight to stay out of 5th. In game 1, they finished 4th. They're looking to try and better their fortunes with 1 single life remaining against Idol Monk, and their hugely terrifying Xayah secreted it off in that corner. The Bards can be able to provide a little bit of time and space as the front line will fall. St. Vicious is not making it to top 4 this time.
That's going to be a knockout there. 5th place for him. No one else really in the range to take a big enough hit to surpass him in that 5th place spot. But Saudi is unfortunately on his way. Now down to 12 HP. Aurelia also lost this last fight. So it looks like a very clear 1 and 2 right now with Balotelli and Idol Monk seeming very, very strong. And I still think with a chance to cap out their boards even more in the case of Balotelli, who hadn't found the pike the last time we were watching him.
We have got the Lowy 3 coming in, and that's going to be a pretty big upgrade. We've got 4 Bruisers, 4 Whispers. This time we have got a Siphon with at least the ability to survive through some crowd control. It's up against the Assassins, though. They're going to be all
perfect positioning. The Xayah in the front, hoping to dodge some of the Assassins for at least for a little while, but now Olaf is on her, and she say bye-bye. Will it be enough? Only Siphon and Ilaoi, the 2 maybe main carries aside from the Xayah, I think. Not quite the case, so a big hit, and maybe the final hit for Saudi here.
That's how you know.
Oh no, I already regret the whole of this set, considering we're going to see this so many times.
I think I have heard there's going to be a toggle option to be
I
seeing
certainly hope
finishes
so
in the future.
But
yes, it's of a maximum troll factor. We're down to our top 3. Aurelia, with only 3 HP to play with. They did do pretty well last time. They was a 3rd in their first lobby, so pick up a 2nd, 3rd is no small thing at all. They've got themselves the 8 soul, they've got themselves a 3-item rise. They're looking pretty solid.
Lots of Thieves Gloves as well. We're seeing so many units that seem to be fully itemized in this case. We'll see if Rise is going to be enough. Obviously, there's no Mage A-Soul in this case. It's just there for the 6 Astral for the extra AP for the rest of the team. And we'll see if Rise can push through the damage on this Idas. That's the biggest question. If he can break through, if he can burst enough to actually take down this Idas before it can shield again and again and again. It seems to be the case. For now, he might be able to finally break through, but is it a little bit too late? The stun comes in on the Rise, slows him down, and Idas is able to tank just a little bit longer. I'm not sure the Xayah will be able to do it. I think she might, though.
Ooh,
it's going to be quite close
boy.
here. Oh, and that's not.
We have ourselves a top 2. I think the difference maker there for Idol was that they've got the diamond hands on the Idis there, which it's kind of like the Colossus augment from the previous set that gives you a couple of sort of stages of invincibility, which for Idis is amazing when you're still trying to be the main frontline for your comp. If you just can't be hurt, and even a couple of seconds of invincibility can change an entire round.
Yeah, the biggest thing was the Rise. No Giant Slayer, no way to really deal extra damage to a big beefy dragon like the Idas, and he's a single target, damage dealer. He focuses on one target and continues attacking and bursting that target until it dies. And in the case of Idas, that might not happen at all, or at least it'll take a very long time to do so, kind of stunting your main damage carry in Rise. So it's kind of an expected outcome in that last fight. But going to this next one, Bruisers on the side of Balotelli with a nice splash of assassins, and the Xayah in danger at any point in time. Oh,
Going to be spending
well.
some
Oh
time
no!
in the air, which is nice and safe. But this is such an important twosome to be ending out this second round with. Idlemank finished their first round in 8th place. They do not, they're looking to try and grab every point they can. And for, Balotelli, they finished 1st. So if they can pick up a 2nd first as well, they may well be untouchable for the rest of the competition, but it's not going to happen. Idlemont gets the big win, and they keep their 7 streak going.
And this is all about the Xayah. We're seeing the full corner here. We might even see what we saw earlier on, where if you're only facing one player as an assassin player, you can modify your positioning to the extreme to just try and prepare for the assassin, maybe frontlining your backline and backlining your frontline, kind of doing the opposite of what you normally should. And it's much easier when you're facing only one player. We don't have to worry about other players that you might have to prepare for.
And as we just have noted, that is Xayah 3 for Idol sitting in the corner, so it doesn't get too much stronger than this. We have, of course, got the Diana 3 on the other side as well. 2 Titans up against each other as Xayah is popped up in the air again. Crucial seconds being stripped away. We saw last time round, Xayah not getting hit early on was maybe to the detriment of the comp. We've got the Diana and the Olaf chewing through, but Xayah is building up for the big kaboom.
I think it's might come in very soon. We saw it there. Immediate damage is dealt, and the final bit of damage to knock out Balotelli. Idlemonk, as you mentioned, massive turnaround from him from 8th to 1st, and hoping to continue with this hot streak in the rest of these games today.
Oh my gosh, what an end. We haven't even necessarily been talking about Xayah a ton coming into this one, but I think you've said it really well. With the right level of protection, even against a comp that should, on paper, cause Xayah to run into a world of hurt, it still works spectacularly well.
And outside of just the main reroll comps, I think she is one of the default AD carries that is actually, defending herself and putting up good numbers and just really good results as a 4-cost carry in the AD tree. So definitely a champ we'll be seeing a lot more of today, but we'll see if our analyst desk agrees with this or not.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk. My name's Niberia, and I'm unmuted for the first time so far opening one of these segments. Very proud of myself is what I'd like to say, but it's all because Mix was like, hey, don't forget to unmute. We're doing great here. We're doing fantastic. But I think, crucially, we're doing Xayah 3. That's what we like to see. 3-star, 4 costs. That's the good brain juices right there.
Yeah, I mean, Xayah unit I think on the playtest and the PBE already a bunch of people were kind of like, hey, this is really fun because you get to stack out all of these feathers, pull them back, and she kills like half of the enemy team. Is there a better feeling? I don't really think so. So really, really great to see her come in and actually be a unit that is a force to be reckoned, and not just, a forecast that you sometimes slot in. Seeing her on 3-star in the first tournament of our circuit, I did not expect, though.
And honestly, I feel like Idis was such a key role in this whole factor, too. The fact that Diamond Hands was granted from this, so you had just an iron grip on the front line, plus the fact that you get the Champion Duplicator from the Shimmer Scale item that's provided there, that created the Xayah 3 at the end. So you're not only having this aspect of Xayah 3 being properly used, I think, in an across-the-board spot, but also a highlight of how powerful Idis can be in the right situation.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to that, and the Lulu as well is something that we saw. Like, those two units have so much stall when put together. You have the shields, the damage reduction there from the Idis, and then the Lulu is there just in case anyone happens to offend Idis by trying to do damage, and then they get polymorphed. Guido, what was the big highlight for you coming out of that game as we roll over the highlights?
Yeah, that's a big fun. We'll try that again. Let's get some highlights on the screen here as we start talking about some things. I'd like to thank Idlemonk for not making us die of cutscene. That's a very happy thing for us. Very happy to see that. I think the highlight overall was right that we saw just the two players that had a very dominant performance in game number 1, came through, did it again in game number 2. So again, just consistency from the start here. Again, obviously some of these lobbies might not be. So these aren't perfectly balanced lobbies in terms of some of these players are pro players, some of these players are primary streamers or content creators that play this game a different way. And with Balotelli at least being one of these quote-unquote pro players in this event, seeing them perform well across 2 games so far has been a good highlight for me.
Yeah, and I think makes one of the things that we were talking about during the game, during the pre-show, every time it comes up, because I can't help but, friendly bully you a little bit. Assassins happened, your favorite composition. We had those 2 assassin emblems there for Balotelli. How are you feeling after that game?
Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank Balotelli for actually doing that, because I'm really, really happy. 6 assassins is not easy to hit. He had that assassin emblem early on, really going for it. I think with the current comp where you can like Diana, Olaf, it's really, really great to see. Not so much of a fan of like full AP Diana. We were talking in the green room about it. I think it works. I would have liked to see the 3-star Diana with like an Infinity Edge, a Titans maybe, something like that. I think that would have given him even more of an edge, but still a pretty nice comp to watch for sure. But I know Admirable is going to disagree with me on that.
Well, I just hate the assassin aspect of it in general. I think it's such a terrible thing to highlight. However, in terms of strategy, I really feel like that the assassin part of Scale Scorn is what makes it very powerful. I feel like this is where I've seen the most consistency from it, is when the Olaf is an assassin. It contributes so much of a difference to that backline damage. It's like Diana is a huge burst aspect that absorbs some of the damage, and the Olaf is just kind of coming through and finishing everything off hit by hit. It feels like a very big difference on that one. So I heavily agree with if you're going to go Scale Scorn, if you can find an Assassin Spatula, a very big deal. But in terms of the items thing, there's a couple things I wanted to point out about this one where we saw a lot of Last Whispers in this particular lobby. And Last Whisper is, right now, it's kind of touted as actually one of the weaker items in the game that you can build, because there's a lot of different ways to reduce armor. There's augments that can take a change on this. But honestly, when you looked around this lobby, it felt like everyone's items were kind of in this weird conjuration sort of piece. And a lot of times, I think this is a big highlight of how you can build out characters and what you can actually do with them. You're not always going to have the best in slot items, and frankly, it wouldn't be any fun if you had the best in slot items every single time. Having to figure out where you're piecing these and what order you're building them in is a huge part of the skill expression of this game. And I think that we saw that across the board in this lobby, where there's just tons of items that are getting built in very strange situations, but the players are making the most of them. And when you look at the top to bottom aspect of this lobby, how big of a gap it was from the first place to the last place, I think that especially highlights that point.
One of the things that I want to talk about as well, we've talked about Balotelli's composition, fantastic. We talked about the lovely Assassins, the Xayah 3, but what we were just seeing on screen there was Hafu's Ezreal reroll composition. Now, we're coming into a brand new set. We're, couple weeks in. For some of us, we've been playing for almost a month, I believe, since the preview that we had. But that's something that I'm going to be honest, I haven't put too much time into. I haven't tried a whole lot of Ezreal carry, but frankly, it went so much better than I expected for that reroll comp.
I mean, it's one of those comps when you look at it. It's an interesting spot to be in because most of the time you need to have a very specific item set for it. I think if you're running, this is like more of a Kama Ezreal reroll thing where you can do both to a certain extent. There is a Kama, like fully Kama-centric version that Admiral and I, we were tifting yesterday, as we call it. We were playing an extreme high roll game of Kama reroll where it was like you hit the Kama super early and you start pushing levels. It's one of those compositions. It also goes to the Ezreal comp where if you hit the units early on, you can just start pushing levels and start punishing the lot while you go and just hit your 5 stars. So 5 like legendaries. What do we call them these days? 5 costs, 10 costs, legendaries.
The yellow ones, the yellow tier. We're just going to have to go by colors like an MMO,
The big dumb idiots like me. That's what we call them. I think this is an excellent point to be focused on here too, because this lobby had a big contribution to that as well, where the highs and lows of the reroll compositions really got highlighted in this one. If it takes you too long to hit those units, it can be very punishing. But if you hit those units early enough, you are in a massively advantageous spot. And we saw Becca having to go for that reroll aspect there, and it was so close to coming through, it felt like. And then in this one, we saw the Ezreal, the Karma, the Taric show up, but it just felt like it happened all so late, and just everyone was really hitting on stride. So much of this is lobby texture, and again, the skill expression and the understanding of the game is that it's a canvas, but you don't necessarily know what canvas you're getting. So how your artwork pans out is going to depend a lot on the supplies that you're given in that regard, and the supplies that others are given as well. Just a very interesting lobby.
And after that lobby, we do have the standings coming up overall for both of the lobbies. So we'll see where everyone landed after that. Goobums, oh boy. 2
to the moon, baby! Let's go!
Canadian
Balotelli
legend.
not far off, though. I do want to say, getting a first and a second, still pretty close. And just looking at the top 8, I feel like there's an overwhelming majority of EMEA, and I'd like to continue that trend.
We're 5-3, and we want to keep
it out.
Yeah, Idlemonk with a big turnaround here too. Having the 8th and then 1st, I feel like this is a common strategy aspect as well, where you're pretty much going for the all or nothing, and then finding the way to minimize that impact on the 8th place. Like if you can turn this into a 1st or 5th kind of build, like this is the difference between like a world champion class and like the challenger class. It's quite literally impacting that 8th place up to the 5th place. Like once you get to that point, you start seeing a lot of 1st place finishes.
After that, we are going to be heading into a quick break, but one reminder for you, you can get drops on lolesports.com if you watch the stream through there. So head on over there if you're interested in getting eggs and all of that goodness. And we will be back with round number 3 in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here getting ready for a TriCast. I am Niberia. Not I am Niberia. That's not English. Joined here by Admirable and Weta. And guys, I'm having another wardrobe malfunction. Because this is supposed to be, you know, the trans pride flag. Trans rights are human rights. But my green screen is making it green. So I just saw it in the preview, and it just looked like someone had nuked my shirt. It was just absolutely wonderful. So I'm just having, I'm 0 for 2 on my outfit so far today.
Hey, it's like time in the pool, right? It's the chlorine just kind of dying it out.
Yeah, it just kind of pulls out the color
some great
a little bit.
summertime.
Yeah. We like a sickly neon green tinge to everything in our camera previews. So
That was
far,
last
my
set.
outfits have been great.
That was last set, Matt. We did the neon green.
Oh, you're right. This time it's very stark white. That this is blue. I don't know why my green. Anyways, we're getting ready to come into round number 3. I'll complain about my clothing later, and this is going to be the last one before we reseed the lobbies. So this will be the lobby featuring St. Vicious and Balotelli again. And I'm excited to see what else Balo's going to bring out. As we know, a little bit of a stan of the Italian Scrap Mafia. Last set, previously the Blender Mafia. This set, apparently the Rage Wing Mafia. So interested to see what's going to come out this game compositionally. What have you guys really been honing in on so far in the competition?
I guess I'll start on this one. You know, you kept talking about like all the different Mafia aspects here, and I'm really interested in all the different rerolls that can come together, because it feels like you need like the Mafia's dozen of all of these 1-cost units in order to really get it done. Mafia's dozen is just greatly more than 13 for a definitive purpose. And curious to see like what situations actually bring this up. Like where can this fit? Like, can you force the reroll aspects, or do you need a certain circumstance in order to bring them up? And I feel like we just haven't been able to really figure this out yet.
No, we really haven't, right? And again, a lot of the reroll aspects were also hit with the astral nerfs. However, we are seeing a Nidalee and a Skarner, so that is already something that could be looking in towards a bit of a shapeshifter. I'm a big proponent of the shapeshifter aspect, because again, as I was talking about before, kind of the same point I was making with the actual karma things, where you can hit this one pretty early on and start pushing levels to just start building secondary carries. So
yeah,
let's see where this goes.
In a very AD direction after those drops so far.
Yes, very AD. I personally really like the Nidalee reroll, especially with, you know, Anar showing up this early. You have 2 Astrals, you have 2 Shapeshifters now. You can definitely, you don't have to go this direction. I want to point this out. There's all sorts of different directions you can go, and this is what I'm loving about this set so far is, you know, it's 1-4 and I'm already feeling lost. You know, usually the dizzy happens late.
That's what I try and avoid, Admirable.
I absolutely love it. And if you go the Nidalee aspect, at some point it does fall off. And the question is when and how does it fall off? And when do you change that? Like, I've sold a 3-star Nidalee so many times in this set.
We got Scale Storm, baby.
Oh, and a Tiamat.
I love
up as well.
Yeah, so I want to talk something about Tiamat, right? So also, Ancient Archive sometimes doesn't show up. So if you see a
cell,
yeah, and this is a very traditional way of doing it, right? For a lot of players, you know, Goose over in North America, GVH, as some people might also know him, was one of the first people I really saw just shipping the tome whenever. Not really trying to cater or anything, just shipping it and getting direction on 1-4. Mirage, I think what I saw was it's going to be Dawnbringer's. It's going to be Dawnbringer, which means that this Diana is turbo tanky.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Incredibly tanky.
So I've got a question, guys. You know, Assassin already has spell crit. What is this? Is this just going to be Hodge for this Diana?
A lot of things?
Now,
Like,
I mean, now that he's put it down, like you go QS or Hodge here, maybe?
I mean, I can honestly see Shroud as well. You know, the whole point of Diana is really to disrupt that piece. Like, wherever Diana's standing, you want to disrupt that super hard. So if this ends up becoming a Shroud to make sure that the damage that you're pressing onto a unit, make sure they can't cast, I'm totally okay with that. You know, being able to hop into a front line and be able to have this shield really power things through. And like Weta was saying too, having the Dawnbringer aspect here, getting all that extra health back, it means that this Diana could effectively be like the hybrid between damage and tank.
And there's that Dawnbringer that Weta was talking about earlier, just healing up Diana all the way back to full when she was about to die, plus the ult.
God, what a great, interesting start this was too. Like, the Diana drop just changed everything.
Yeah, it's worth noting this might not be the final direction for this composition, right? Again, IE is an item that can be put onto pretty much any carry in the AD tree in the game. So could be a super flexible position to play from for now, but interesting where it's going to be going from here.
Now, headed over to Arawilia's board, it is a composition very near and dear to my heart. It's Revel Cannoneers with a little Namzi in there. That's the good stuff. That makes me all happy inside.
Yeah. I feel like personally mine, I started out with Cannoneers, like I was a big Cannoneer kind of person, and since then, you know, I feel like Corki has taken about 65,000 nerfs, rightfully so, I want to add. But it feels like Cannoneers for me personally. I never get this rolling.
Ooh.
You head into 3-2, and I'm like, yes, this is working. I'm cranking wins. Oh my gosh, what's happening? I'm losing every round, and then I hit panic mode.
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So we have Saint Vicious being in the lobby. I was talking about earlier on the broadcast. I was watching Saint in the morning. Sounds like a pretty good morning show. No, Saint in the morning.
I'd watch it.
Midwestern radio morning program, right? But no. Again, he was talking more about how the Cannoneer point more so of like a transition into these later game boards, more so than like being the reroll aspect. Which is also something that you need to look out for because they are relatively easy to ship in and out, and you can make a lot of various boards that can stabilize, and you can start swapping out the units one after one.
The one big investment that comes in early game is the trainer variation when you have that Namzi stacked up, and it just feels so bad to get rid of him, not just emotionally, but you lose so much board power from having the extra unit.
I think that Weta makes a great point here too on the reroll aspect versus the non-commitment aspect for the Cannoneers. Like, when is Corki actually a stepping stone for like a big dragon, for instance, or for Yasuo to show up and change over to a couple Dragonmancers with Tempest, and you know suddenly there's an Ornn on your board, and your board went from this hyper damage spot to like a heavy CC with a Yasuo carry. There's all sorts of things it can do, and so much of that is going to depend on how your early and mid game went. Because if you don't have a win streak, it's much harder to have that flex aspect, because the wins in this particular set right now, they feel like they are all or nothing. It feels like you are winning with 15 units in play or one.
Balotelli taking the spat, so wonder what that's going to be. If we see a glove somewhere, Balotelli is probably trying to grab that later in the game. I will say, though, something about spatulas that we need to talk about with them being open. With the new augment, Earth Grab Back. You're saying, what is this divine intervention that just came
you mentioned
to mind
the glove with the spatula.
Oh, that's true, actually.
We have possibilities. You mentioned the Earth's Grab Bag. Are we waiting to 3 for this one?
No, we're not. We're sending it, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Instant slam. Let's see it. 3 assassins on the board now. 3 Mirage, of course, not going to be very well traded out, as he's going to run into that Revel Cannoneer composition we were talking so much about.
Just watching the Yone like stare down this Tom Kench at the front of the round and then just hop right over him and go, see ya!
Yeah! I bet I can take you 1v1. See ya!
Next time on Team Fight Tactics.
And that's just going to be an easy takedown there for Balotelli. He has so much early game power behind that Diana, and Arawillia hasn't really hit many 2-stars. Namzi's still 1-star. There's not a whole lot of power or tankiness on that board.
Yeah, I do want to emphasize here for Balotelli that this has been alternating on the wins and losses side of things, which definitely can be tough.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be a pretty tight economy early on, so I think that the stage 3 aspect is a major difference and a major focus point for Balotelli here. Some of these units are going to need to be 2-starred, or you are going to find yourself taking some massive hits.
Deciding against going for Force in here at this point in time, right? Like, doesn't want to put the Cane, don't want to lose the Guardian aspect. And I guess it's the double up in terms of healing, right? Because you have the Mirage coming through, but you also have the Guardian shield. So just a double up in terms of just being able to secure some sort of survivability for this front line.
Feels like a strong call to me.
You just got to watch the Diana again. You just have to watch her shred through those backlines, because that's all it is. It's just a very binary. Can she kill the backline? Yes or no? It's the same answer as did Balotelli win the fight.
And indeed they did. Again, 14 gold on a 2-win going into Krugs. A bit on the low end, I'd say. I feel like that Impetuous Panda did a great job of emphasizing how important going into Krugs and having your board either be very stable or your economy be very stable is a major aspect. So you look at Becca here, for instance, we hop over to this board. This is
Look
a
at her
5-win streak.
grimace as we come
100
into
health.
the camera. She's just like screaming.
This is such a strong setup here, and it's again, you have the Mirage on the front line, the Shiv slammed early to push that damage aspect. Gadget Expert being the one that produced that Shiv. Like, this board is a major threat early on, and I feel like that this kind of start accelerates the lobby. Like, I don't necessarily expect players to be able to have these huge endgame spikes, and that we are looking at stage 4 being a primary outliner for this set. Oh my god!
Wow.
Well,
All right.
Is this real life?
I don't know. This. I mean, does Beggar just have the Midas touch here?
I know you've been holding that for like a week. I know you've been waiting to use that for like a week, and I had to suppress the giggle because I don't want to reward you for this behavior, Wida.
Oh yeah, this is
very
the
good.
Bebe level here. You're gonna try to 2-star some stuff. You're gonna get this Idis into play, and you're gonna try to take advantage of this item. That's a Mogu's Mail, which is gonna stack up magic resist and armor for each hit. And if you get to 30 strikes encountered on this Leona right now, you also get a gold bonus that's gonna take place. This is a big change to this board. However, it's not a big change in a negative way. This is very positive. Becca is incredibly strong heading into stage 3.
No, and it's a really well rounded out composition. You've got the Tempest plus Swift Shot plus everything in the back, but unfortunately, that Ezreal just gets McMurdered by Kiana.
Yeah, Kiana too, no less.
It's kind of fun, right?
I don't think it matters, guys. Hold on.
Yeah,
You just don't need the DPS.
we're talking like Kiana 2 does damage. She really, she's a CC bot more so than she is a damage unit, right? Speaking of damage, an augment here from Becca. That's pretty interesting. Okay, we get the other augments as well. New timing, 3-2 rather than 3-3. So, are we on Ascension, Band of Thieves, or Action Mark?
I'm a big Ascension fan personally. This particular set feels a lot different on the damage aspect, where it feels like a lot of your damage is a setup instead of just a giant spike at some point. And Ascension feels like it kicks in a lot. And again, kind of noting the front line here with Idis, with Dawnbringer on the Mirage, which is going to heal your Mirage units when they reach a certain threshold. This is just a lot of time you have on the front line. And so when you hit 15 seconds, you're just 50% extra damage. Like, that's like what the entire item build's trying to do, is get to that 50% extra damage point.
Yeah, and she's holding such a tanky front line, plus she's keeping Tempest in. She's slotted in that Lee Sin now after selling the Kiana, which guarantees even more stall. These fights are going to go so late naturally, it almost doesn't matter what your backline carry is. It's just going to do more damage because your front line will never die.
2 Shiv's Gadget Expert here as well. This is a ton of damage this is pushing through. These are just strong calls. You know, it's really unusual that a second Shiv just gets made. The first one kind of highlights its purpose. It shocks some units and lowers the magic resist. But when you have an increased damage aspect on them, let's ship them.
Yeah, so let's talk about Gadget Expert for a second here, right? Because we have unit types. We've always had unit types. We have item types now, right? We talked about the aura items with the better to get in the previous game, but here, direct damage items would be Static Shiv, it would be Ruinous Hurricane, instead of those types of items. Now deal like 4% more damage as true damage, and that's a significant amount of damage when you have 2 copies of Static Shiv.
Well, here's my question coming into this, though, is just where do you go from here? Who is going to be a good Shiv carrier in the later stages of the game? Because it's great that she's doing well now, 100 streaking all the way into 3-3. But double Shiv is best in slot on it. As far as I'm aware, unless I've missed a trick, literally nobody.
Well, let's put this into the perspective now of, are you planning the end game or are you pressuring the lobby? Because right now it feels like the strategy is just make sure nobody else gets the end game.
Well,
I
so
love
far
it.
it's going pretty good. To be honest, Hafu already down to 50 HP. So
this is the Bebe-like play here, where Bebe, I feel like Bebe somehow would be at level 8 already. I don't really know how. It just, that's how the gold ends up getting spent. Becca here, I think, is doing a great job of managing this. You don't need to level up. Your board is already strong enough. And again, like you said, the question is who's going to carry all these Shivs at the end. And I feel like it really boils down to, like, what's the strongest units you can get. I'm looking at that Twitch that's sitting on the bench. That's extra attack speed when you have a ton of units in play. When and how does the Idas swap out of play here? If it ever does, you're getting the big shield. You have the Mogu's Mail cranking up the gold. I feel like from Becca's perspective, this may just be a fast 9 and cap the board with units.
Okay, both of the forecasts that like matter to a certain extent are gone. Corki with glove and a Talon with a sword. Those were some pretty juicy options, especially when you already have something like Balotelli on the Assassins being able to get that quote-unquote free Talon. I've also seen some Talon carry builds shine through. I'm not fully aware of like how they're fully developing right now, but that's something that we need to be a little bit on the lookout for.
And I want to pay attention down here at the bottom of the board. We do have Hafu, who is doing something. I'm not sure quite what yet. And Aurelia, who I do want to point out, both she and St. Vicious are going for that Revel composition. They both took a Revel augment first. So that is going to be much harder for both of them to succeed. But Aurelia is getting the shorter end of the stick as we watch Hafu roll down.
Yeah, I feel like Hafu was initially attempting to go for like a Nidalee aspect there, or just some sort of Astral Reroll aspect, and instead the board is just getting 2-starred across, and nothing's getting focused on due to the rollouts. And I feel like that's a very unusual aspect for Astral, where you're like, no, I don't want to 2-star everything, I want to 3-star one thing.
Yeah. Really in a struggling position, and here, this good Corki positioning from Aurelia may save the round. Balotelli isn't going to be able to shed through that backline. Both the Assassins just getting stuck on tanks, and Aurelia will pick up that win.
Worth noting here as well, Aurelia all in level 7, 2 gold. On a Corki pair, worth noting, whereas you look at the Balotelli side of things, 40 gold, relatively healthy as well, 6-2, that's somewhat workable right now, especially when you have someone like Hafu in a very low HP position in the lobby, meaning that you are more or less stable from getting that 8th. At this point, you would assume that's like how you're going to be playing from here on out. Obviously, Hafu can't turn around, and Balotelli found himself at Diana 2-star as well. Hafu also getting the upgrades coming through now, so this might be the turnaround point.
Oh, I love this little spot right here as well. Let's just take the second Corki in play. You have Revel, you have Cannoneer. Why not?
Yeah, why not? So much damage comes out there from the Corki.
And gold?
Yeah, hit Econ as well. We'll see how this round goes. The double triangles in the back with the Corkis.
This may be the tough one here. Oh, look at that. Shimmer scale up to 5 in a Gambler's Blade found for Becca now, too. That is a massive increase in both economy and damage.
I think that's just
ships go.
50 gold, 700 HP? How? This is like a win.
Yeah.
No, I think Becca just wins the lobby. I'm happy to call it here. I think we have our first place locked in. Everyone else feels like they're playing for second. You've got all those shivs, and like you were saying, that Gambler's Blade, which gives you so much attack speed, so much economy in the back as well. This is exactly what you want from a second Shimmer scale item.
This is like when Mr. Burns started the mountain race and Smithers didn't get matched with Mr. Burns at that point. You know Mr. Burns wasn't getting fired from that spot. Who's going for second? That's what I want to know right now.
Saint, I guess, at this point.
Becca's board is just massive. I still want to focus on this Corki aspect here, though, as well, because I feel like with Aurelia, it's the amount of gold that's been spent here places more of a commitment aspect to this, which I think you're totally fine with. You had early trainers, you have the Tom Kench sitting on the front row, a Sona shows up to this, and now you're 2-starring your trainers as well. It's going to be really hard to get out of this spot, and so this is like, please find the Corki 2.
She's
please
just
find
digging.
the Corki 2. Ooh, an Idas shows up. This is a heavy consideration.
She could go down to 2 trainer and swap in the Idas and go down to 2 Revel. And that'd be a really strong front line. Opts not to go for it.
That's a Corki, though.
Corki, though.
I think that's a lock, though.
Yeah, she won't have enough gold this round. She isn't in danger, though. Hafu here at 26 HP. Idle Monk has been casually rocking the double Bloodthirster Rageblade Swain. Little terrifying.
It definitely is a lot tankier, and we'll get to the end game as like the king of overtime is the idea. But the Astrals here, I think, still demonstrating why they were powerful and why they had to take the down tick. They focused on the healing for Nami in a recent patch here. I think rightfully so. Archangel Staff really a big part of this, and Lulu getting the sheep off here. That's enough. And Hafu may have hit a recovery here thanks to this 3-star Nami with an Archangel Staff. I feel like the Archangel Staff's a big deal.
Oh boy.
It is. Big deal as well here. Prismatic augments, and it's gonna be
Okay.
the grab back. Morello, kind of not really what we want to see right now. The Ionic Spark also not necessarily perfect. You already have the Alaris shredding away those things. You're talking about Death Cap on the Nami, Nathan. So
Chalice available, QSS for the Silas if you want to like really establish a frontline presence here. There's a lot of options here, and these aren't easy.
there's also 2 Reforges still. Okay, that's a Shojin, so we are going to be going on the more traditional Nami carry here again. It's not fully dead and gone. I guess that we are now Fish fans again, Matt?
I don't want to say a fan, but I believe in Hafu. I like Hafu, great streamer. Taught me TFT by watching her stream. I watch her and St. Vicious. It's how I learned to get better at the game. So I want to pull for her, but I'm kind of torn here, Weta, because I hate Nami. But these are the best Nami items. So
binary for Becca as well.
Oh, that's cursed. Poor Hafu. This is just not going to go her way.
Gosh.
I don't know if she's going to survive a loss here.
The Nami actually got kicked to safety from the Lee Sin. So
Nami
you
lives?
get a couple extra units here. Is this enough?
One more auto? Oh no! Tragedy strikes as Hafu goes down to 19 HP. Almost wins against the strongest board in the lobby though. That's crucial. 4-3, Becca is 100% win streaking. Hafu brought it down to just 2 units.
Yeah.
That's a good sign that the board strength is roughly where it should be and is starting to get a lot more stable.
I mean, looking at it from a perspective again, I was talking about how you never want to, Ash never does damage. I mean, it was more in like our private chat about we're looking over the previous game with the common reroll and stuff like that.
Yeah.
When you have a fully stacked, I assume it's close to fully stacked Gambler's Blade with double Static Shift and Gadget Expert, the Ash does damage. It could be literally any other unit at that point as well here. Siphon being found now as well here for... That's for Blackfire Ice. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a lower quality feed here. But Blackfire Ice here, again, and Siphon is so interesting. It's one of my favorite carries to go for.
Yeah.
And it's one of that direct carry for this build as well.
She's cracked!
Yeah, but with the 1-star Idas here, that is not ideal. But again, look at the bench here. Blackfire Ice had the Pandora's bench early on. He's rerolling those dragons, trying to get that Siphon 2. Once Siphon 2 strikes, you get that Bloodthirster, you get that Giant Slayer. Not Giant Slayer, Titan's Resolve. You are in such a good spot here. But again, level 7, low on the HP as well. Needs to hit that soon.
Becca has taken her first loss as well.
Well, that's a
Important
Yasuo.
to call that out. So she's missing a big source of her economy, but she is running 5 Shimmer Scale, so it's kind of a wash.
Yasuo going to second pick here, and Balotelli has the Assassin Spat. Assassin Yasuo does some criminal things at times. Like, that's a lot of damage. I feel like Yasuo in general just does a lot of damage here. So, interesting to see where Balotelli takes this.
I'm also interested in seeing what's on Sadi's board because he's floating 6 components, which is pretty much unheard of. So I wonder... Balo?
Yeah, this is a big difference.
Assassin Deja. What do you guys think of this? Because I have thoughts, but I don't want to be wrong about them.
I'm very curious to see how this pans out. Deja very much enjoys range. So we're going to find out if very much they just enjoy straight up damage as well. For Sati here, we now saw these items get constructed. I didn't see necessarily exactly what piece they were in, but this board is looking like a couple of 2-stars is going to really solidify this. A Swift Shot Yasuo is coming into play in the back here with Giant Slayer and Edge of Night. They're going to drop aggro. They're dealing 25% additional damage, and on big units, that's magnified even more. This is CC, this is defense, this is damage, all in one unit.
It's just not enough of any of them until that ultimate wipes out the back line. Hafu's low, but not out. Sadi has recovered his position here after slamming all of those items.
Worth noting here, though, there's no Mirage in play yet. So the Yasuo doesn't have any healing options present. That's something you could be looking out for here if you are Sadi. Again, with 1-star Idas, this board could relatively easily be taken apart. One would assume, at least when you look at it, because 1-star frontline, 3 items, sure, but the only upgraded unit really was the Ezreal and then another one as well. So not that strong a position. This board intrigues me so much, man. I gotta admit that.
So he's floating a spat still. And I'm wondering where that's going to go. As much as I'd love to see Mage Yasuo, it's pretty much definitely not that. Is he going for just another Assassin Spat off the dragon?
I think so. Like you're at 8 Mirage right now, and I think that like a Mirage spat is it's very similar. I think in terms of an assassin spat, where it just lets you free up a slot for an assassin at that point, if that's the direction you want to go. But when you think about the Dawnbringer aspect combined with this Deja is very scary. Like,
yeah, I'm just watching it in the back line.
Down.
It's completely uncontested.
Nothing's touching this. Is this enough?
No. Very much not. Well, the healing's pretty gross.
Also, Celestial Blessing 3, worth noting here. So there's a Dawnbringer with Celestial Blessing 3 here for Balotelli. So floating a lot of gold, will need to find his way back and utilize that to a certain extent. This is not what you're looking for.
Maybe looking for an item for Deja?
Glove?
This one's a little close.
I mean, it's Glove and Blue Buff Yasuo. This is actually insane.
That's true.
I'm just worried about the Shojin. Does this fit anywhere?
Oh.
Goes on Deja, goes since about the Yasuo.
I apologize for the strange reaction noise, but I've been rallying against Deja this entire set because her autos do so much damage, but that spell tends to do less. So I'm interested to see if this works out, having more of those spells to see if it is just enough damage or if it's a sacrifice to DPS.
Yeah. Big difference is going to be the assassin aspect there. You have an Infinity Edge, so how hard does that wave hit? And as we jump over to Blackfire Ice's board here, Siphon 2, I've been seeing a lot of players push for this, and I very much was sold on the idea. 2 Omnivamp items onto Siphon. And the reason is because of that follow-up hit after charge is huge. You get such a big heal off of that it keeps Siphon alive for a very long time, for very often. And so when you're able to capitalize on that by just having this unit charge, take out a unit, charge, take out a unit, and it stays capped up because of these double Omnivamp items, it's a very big deal. Natural QSS across the team with the Verdant Veil, a big prismatic, I say, for a lineup like this. And you have, right now from this Thieves' Gloves, a Zephyr that's going on the front row. I think that right now you're probably favored in this particular round.
Should be. I would agree. So this fight here, I'm interested to see how this Yasuo is going to perform. I've been telling about this Assassin Blue Buff Yasuo, right? Let's see how it performs. But again, I want to highlight the usage here of the Pandora's Bench. Having the 2-star Volibear here, because in case if that just combines into the Olaf, that's going to be big.
This Yasuo is going untouched.
So's the Deja though. And Siphon does so much damage. Almost enough to one-shot, but look at the healing. You guys pointed it out earlier. We're on 8 Mirage. We have Celestial Blessing. It is so much healing, but the Deja just not enough. Yasuo low. The Siphon will finish things off, and Balotelli barely survives as Hafu falls.
Goodness, this is a tight lobby. Aside from, the first, second place finish, we already determined that was going to be a massive canyon. But when you're fighting for these bottom slots, it just feels like, oh, it's so close to being a big improvement here. Where is it?
These are the trenches, man.
Olaf, come home!
Oh.
Nope. Olaf went out for smokes. He'll be back, he promises.
I will say though here, right? Sorry for interrupting your into this cursive thing here, man.
Yeah, it was just talking about my childhood trauma, but don't worry about it. Continue.
It's fine. But again, here this is actually going to be relatively big, right? Because Blackfire Ice with the roll, when down to 1 gold, cannot pick up a free cost unit to utilize the bench here. So essentially costs himself 2 rolls of a unit. Just want to point that out. Again, we were early on in the set, people not used to rolling with Pandora's Bench and stuff with that in mind.
Yeah.
And again, Yasuo just happens again.
That's going to be it.
They needed the win. I think that Blackfire Ice made the right call here. You had to find the improvement. It wasn't there. Again, this lobby is stacked. Blackfire Ice going out in 7th place here. Balotelli at 1.
Egg soon.
That's the egg, baby.
Yeah, that's
we got a golden egg.
That thing is ready to hatch.
I'm excited to see this as well. We touched on Saint previously in this game. We were talking about how he and Aurelia were contesting those Revels because they both have Revel augments. He's at 5 right now, happily sitting there with that Corki 2, Sona 2 as well. No complaints.
It has the Party Time, I do believe it's called, the one that gives attack speed on takedown here for the Rebel unit as well. So, bit of a mirror match here potentially going on, right? Looking at the fully upgraded arms on the other side of the field. This Sona casting off quickly is going to be the big thing as well. But look at the damage now coming through.
Disgusting.
Across the board.
Wow.
5 Rebel does so much with the heart.
It just feels like this is the highlight of fireworks, where it's like, which ones go off first? That's the difference.
We really got to just wait for that egg, because that could change the game around for Saint. As we see, Balotelli as well, on 1 HP, has survived through all of the nonsense with that Deja. Not sure how well that board caps, though.
Egg has been changed though, right? Again, it used to be 5 rounds, I believe. Now it's 10, but it's sped up if you win. That's also something worth noting here. So, like, going on those loss streaks after taking the egg now is a lot more significant than it was in the past.
Yeah. That's a big difference to the egg, too, and a great change to point out is that each round win is going to take that down. So if you're on the win streak, it's just that much better. Here's the hatch.
It's time. Gets 2 bonds? Oh, 2!
What?
Plus the gloves. That's something like a 1% chance. Saint just really... Just hit, guys. If anyone's at home and they're wondering how to win a professional TFT lobby, simply hit.
Oh my gosh. That is disgusting. Saint is at 50 gold as well and is already ticking into level 9.
Yeah, here comes the Balotelli ball we were talking about. We saw that it has some weakness in the past. If he survives this round alone, he can go level 9 at the start of the next stage.
That Deja is hitting so hard. I don't think Saint Sport survives this.
I mean, the wave, it just like it actually cracks for like 200 across the board as well. So I feel like that Balotelli has just saw an aspect here that wasn't really into any instinctual consideration if you've played a lot with Deja, which is I don't want to cast the wave. When you're an assassin with an Infinity Edge, the wave's a lot different.
And look at the health across the board here. We have 3 people at single-digit health. Well, 2 now as Idle Monk falls. That top 4 is going to be decided by a single round, and Saint especially here needs to roll down. This composition is not coherent as it stands. He's just going to go for 9.
Which is effectively 11.
This is true. Still very risky, though, because that's a lot of 1-stars on the board.
This is 12 units in play.
11.
It's less than 12 units in play.
Numsy as well. So that's technically 12 units. You're right. Now it's 11.
Wow. Aoshin feels like such a big change to this board.
4 Tempest.
4 Tempest, a lot of attack speed. It's just, I think you just have enough in play to fight, though. Like, you're just at effectively 11 because of the 2 Tactician's Crowns.
Yeah, but the front line is paper, and this Saya and the Bard combination is so huge. Aoshin casts now, but it's just about too late.
Doesn't do a whole lot of damage. That Corki still alive for the time being. Zaya popping off. A second left on the pull. There goes Saint. As Sadi hits that top 4, Balo survives.
Wow, Balo on a hot streak here too. That is unreal to survive at 1 health there with that call and make it to this point. Saint, I think, made the correct call in leveling to 9 there to try to just get the most in play and survive 1 more round. I feel like 1 more round is a very crucial difference. And kind of looking around these boards, there's all sorts of different aspects here. Balotelli is broke. This is pretty much the end in terms of their changing on the board. You looked across though. There's levels going on, 3 stars going on. Pretty nuts.
Here comes the Shiv in. Not going to be particularly helpful. Rolling down for the Yasuo too. It's pausing for some. There's going to be the Pike. That'll be helpful, but not what he's looking for. Rip to Diana, I guess.
Yeah, it does make some sense there. You have a dragon in play, so you're never getting the scale score and aspect.
Sure.
And it gives you some more gold to search for that Yasuo. You want that Yasuo to come home. Pike also just pretty strong here in general. We'll see if this is enough. 4 Assassin, 8 Mirage. Oh, that's a lot of binary items. Oh my goodness.
It sure is, and coming into that backline, this Bard is going to be able to do so much, but he just solo ults the Yasuo as Deja in the backline, completely uncontested, as we've seen time and time again. Should be able to take out this entire board as the wave crashes down onto Balotelli. It's going to be Siphon versus the world.
With a Bramble? The Bramble, I think, is if the focus pans out differently, it's a different fight, but it's just not enough right now. So I think Becca has a little bit of work to do with this board. Options is there, but Balotelli's laughter and smile here, I think, is spelling out the vision of this board. How often do you think that this was the expectation Balotelli had coming into this game?
Knowing Balotelli, all the time.
The exact same thing. It's just,
The man just every set, he's just like, I like this composition. I'm going to play nothing but this composition for this entire tournament. And that's how he does well. That's how he succeeds. So the fact that we're seeing like 2 double assassin spats in 2 games, any other player, I'd be like, whoa, what crazy luck and intention. Crazy how that worked out. With Balotelli, I'm like, yeah, it figures.
With a Yasuo, like, Yasuo is just such a cool unit this set, right? Like, the third Yasuo cast, it's just so satisfying to watch.
Yeah. Balotelli is just doing a great job surviving. Oh, he got stuck on the Idis. This might be a problem for Deja. She's not going to be doing a ton of damage to that.
Is it the end of the road for Balotelli?
I think it might be. Damage not going down onto the Xayah. She's completely safe. There goes the Idis.
Oh,
1v1.
no.
But there's the rip. Ooh. Doesn't matter. Deja picks it up. Balotelli's streak survives.
Becca at 17, Sati 49, Balotelli 1.
And just nothing on the roll down. Absolutely nothing.
It's pretty low chance to find
Never
that
mind.
Yasuo.
A single Tom Kench.
That's
But
the
if this
Leona.
Yasuo gets found. I don't see this Yasuo 2 getting found, but honestly, that is the biggest difference in this board.
Bard 2 for Becca as well on the other board, which is going to be what Balotelli is running into. If the Bard this time doesn't troll Becca and targets someone other than the Yasuo, I think her odds are good.
Oh, that's a Yasuo 2 on Becca's side here. This is the level difference that's being made. And look at the Shyvana stunning the whole board and is virtually untouched in this Bramble. These assassins are not killing this Shyvana.
No. There goes Deja, and Balotelli going to finish that game in third. But after a first and a second, well, as long as this pattern doesn't continue going down, he's in a good spot.
Heads up now, 17 health versus 49. What's the biggest here? Every single time I see the Dragonmancer emblem show up, my head starts cooking. What can I do to change my board? I really want to Dragonmancer something.
Is it Lisa in time already, Nathan? Just trying to figure out how we can play Lisa. We were trying yesterday for like 20 minutes to figure out how can we play Lisa in like every com. It's great. That's like, again, talking about cool unit design as we are in the heads up 1v1 here. Again, you can see the OU on the board here. Ida's 2 front line coming through for Sadi. Becca on the left side of the screen right here has this very strong Yasuo binary with the Xayah as well, the Shyvana 2-star as well. This board is incredibly capped. The other thing you could want was maybe another component just to casually throw on to the second frontline unit here, right? But, man, this fight is going to be pure fireworks.
And
The key is going to be to watch these Xayahs. On the side of Sadi, if anyone contests that Xayah, he's down. But Becca's got more options in the back.
I feel like this is really the highlight of Shyvana and why Shyvana is so powerful is Shyvana is not the main tank. She is a very different form of support where if you don't have a backup for this, your backline just gets accessed. But if you have a backup for that Shyvana, it tanks for so long.
Yeah.
And that's a big aspect of that right there. You'll notice that Xayah in the backline, untouched for Becca's side, it's 2 big tanks, and one of them is a big disruption.
Becca does have 2 stars on almost everything thanks to that Bard. Only thing she's missing, and I don't think she's missing it too bad, is a Shen 2.
Shen kind of shines a little bit more in the earlier to the mid stage of the game where the auto attacks are incredibly big. You can use that to block a lot of those very early melee carries, the Yonis, etc. of the world. And now positioning is going to be absolutely critical here. There's no precision sensitive augments, no best friend, stuff like that taken into consideration. So it's just fully free in terms of positioning here.
Big aspect I want to point out is you'll notice where that horn is on Becca's side. You want to pull that thing from across the board into the carry. It's going to slow the attack speed. It's going to launch the stun. That's great positioning on Becca's side.
Look at that Shyvana.
Sati's still in the search here of 2-star Yasuo. I think that's the biggest difference that can be made to this board without just a complete change. The gold there is not there for the change, but we are headed into a creep round and then into stage 7, which is going to be taking place.
It's hard to uncap this. Even if you had infinite gold or like a think fast augment here, uncapping this is incredibly difficult, right? Because a lot of the power in terms of the cap boards are coming from these dragons. And with the only real frontline dragon that you really can start into this position right now, outside Shyvana, potentially for Sadi, is this Idis, right? So you are still Look, again, there's just so much item value to backhand. Again, items are the primary scaling factor in TFT. It's something we need to consider as well, which is why a binary airdrop even moved up to that prismatic slot coming from being a gold in the past. It's still just incredibly powerful. We should see it at work here now. And if one of those rolls also ends up being a direct damage item, just an additional bonus.
There's the Yasuo. After waiting for so long, Sadi has finally hit Yasuo too, as Becca considering that Soraka too.
Not a small find on the Bard here either. Just that's going to be a quicker cast from the Bard, which is more stun effect that's going to be taking place. However, I am still noticing a backline Banshees with a blue buff on that Yasuo. That Yasuo is just going to jump forward thanks to that additional mana here. And this could be our last fight of the game.
And look at Becca's reaction on top left as well.
Yeah. Nerves all abound. Here comes the Shyvana into the front line, finds access into the back line, stuns up the Xayah as well, while Becca's Xayah is completely untouched. Shyvana wreaking havoc in the back line, but the Yasuo from Sadi doing as much work as possible. There comes the ultimate, finds one, almost finds the Xayah, will do so. There's the shield. Shyvana, only one left, and Sadi will be taking the lobby.
Cool, calm and collected from Sadi there as well. No like visual reaction because like Becca much more expressional, expressions there, right? So, but again, cool game. We got to see why people have been hyping up Xayah so much as a composition, as a carry, right, Nathan? Again, you've been talking about this. You started off. You were asked which augment, which trait you want to talk about yesterday. You chose Rage Wing. So like, take us through this game.
It's just, to me, it feels so focused on the idea of how powerful Xayah is if you don't check this unit right away. It just delivers so much damage, and also just a big highlight there to Yasuo and what a powerful unit this is. It's such a chaotic unit where it's darting around the board and dashing towards things, and it really emphasizes that positioning aspect and how powerful it can be. Every single little piece of that made a big difference. Ultimately, at the end, for Zati, it was finding the 2-star Yasuo. It enabled the damage, it got to the backline safely, and obliterated that. The Shyvana did everything they could in that one, but it just wasn't enough. It's the Xayah back-to-back ends who can puncture that front line, and some of that was done with Shyvana, some of that is done with the Yasuo in that one. Some of that at the end is going to be chaos and random. It's hard to predict how those fights are going to work because there's just so many variables in play.
So the three of us have been chatting and playing, doing a little Tifton, playing some TFT together for the last couple of days, and we know that Xayah's strong. Is there anything here that's been surprising to you guys about the meta, or is this about the read you had?
Witta, do you want to go first on this one? This is a long thought for me.
Okay, fair enough. I'll keep this brief. For me, it's very much to be expected. I think that what we're seeing right now is that there's a lot of diverse options, but there are also a couple of outliers in terms of the top level power. And we've seen there is like no one true way of getting to that specific position, right? Again, a lot of this is about the mid-game decisions. Can you hit the highest of highs with the rebel composition as well? You will often find yourself in a position where you can end up just absolutely annihilating as well. So options are plenty right now. And again, we're talking about this. It's a very unsolved game at the moment as well. We don't know what the proper decision points are. We don't know how to uncap and recap our boards all the time either. This is what's going to come with time, and I think it's very, very interesting to see how that actually functions at the start of the set.
Yeah, I think that surprise is, I think it's a good way to summarize the idea for me, but not necessarily the word I would use. Learning all of these things, this is like half the fun of the set, is going, when you see something new happen. Like that Assassin Shojin Deja was certainly not something that would have crept into my mind. I don't even think I would have considered it. And stacking up to 8 Mirage to have that be the defense aspect because it was the Dawnbringer's trait of the Mirage, getting the healing at certain thresholds, it was such a big deal. And if that's good enough to secure a top 4, just stacking on that vertical Mirage with having the right items there, that's a hard recognition, first of all, but it also feels like a big risk to take. It doesn't feel like a risk if you know it's good, but if you don't know it's good, just what a satisfying factor that is. Surprise, not the word I'd use, but enlightened.
Well, with that, we are going to head to a quick break, and then we will be back getting ready for round number 4. Between that, we're going to be reseeding these lobbies, so things are still going to be a little bit mixed up as the casters come back. But first, we're going to toss it to the analyst desk after a short break. See you soon.
And welcome back to our analyst desk. I'm here with Impetuous Panda and Counterfeit. My name is Mix, and I'm so happy to have you guys here. What a game, right?
Very, very interesting. A lot of Swift Shot emblems, especially for Saudi for our winner. We saw a Deja with an Assassin emblem that worked well enough until it didn't. And you know, Balotelli unfortunately died at 1 HP after surviving for so long. But a really, really cool game, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to hear this a million times throughout the set because it's true that we've got always on our minds that there's possibility of seeing every expectation we ever had turn on its head just because an emblem comes calling.
Yeah, and with that, I think we can mention our key feature for that game, which is going to be that Earth's Grab Bag 2, which was picked up by Saudi, the winner of this game, and it allowed for quite some fun throughout all of that lobby, right? You wanted to kind of talk about what emblems did in that round, Counterfeit.
For sure. I mean, I think the biggest one which was kind of raising eyebrows initially was Mirage being heavily pursued in that game, especially Dawnbringer, which isn't normally kind of associated with trying to pull out this sort of high damage composition. Normally you're looking for the duelist, you're looking for damage ramping, but in this case it worked relatively well. I do wonder if in a different world maybe that could have worked better with a different Mirage. But combine that with all the assassin emblems coming in there, and suddenly you've got some really unpredictable boards and normal setups which you just don't. Well, the setups with all these emblems you just don't see in any other game.
I think Mirage is one of the traits that overall is doing quite well today, despite different variations coming up in different games, different carries as well. We saw Yone, we saw just a lot of different Deja, of course, in this last game. I think it's a trait that seems to be, like Mutant at the end of set 6.5 as well, and most of set 6.5, it seems to be doing quite well in general as a trait. So I think the emblems are going to help for that. But Swift Shot was, I think, the key one to focus on for this game, because both players at the end were both trying to do their best with Zaya as the main carry. And for Saudi, he just had so many emblems that allow him to get 6 Swift Shot without really having to play the quote-unquote bad Swift Shots. I think similar to Sniper last set, where 6 Sniper was a bait most of the time. In this case, with so many emblems, it was fine for Saudi to go up to 6 and not really have to play these bad units.
I mean, of course, as we've seen from some of the replays coming through here, the huge one in the room is just Becca coming into this one, into this third round as our second from last player. A lot of the times players, when you're in this kind of position, you can forgive them for kind of saying, okay, I'm beyond hope here, I'm just going to try and play this one out conservatively and retire in as much form as I can. But Becca just absolutely turned the world on its head. The first person so far that we've seen in the competition make use of this gadget setup to have this incredible, tear through the early game that brought her all the way to second place.
Yeah, and I think the casters were mentioning it, just having that with 2 statics did so much damage. I wish we had a damage breakdown to kind of show us how much that augment really did there. Of course, prismatic lobbies always, getting us really high highs, but also really low lows. Speaking of that, a little bit unfortunate egg. We've seen better eggs in the EMEA tournament. Sorry that it went that way for Saint. I was really excited to see it nonetheless, so thank you for picking that. But yeah, what do you guys think? We're gonna go into a draft in a little bit, and I'm really excited for that.
And we'll see how the captains decide to end up drafting the lobbies they will have to play in for the next 3 rounds, because at the end of the day, you can have maybe some reputation on certain players and say, oh, I want to play these players, I want to play these players, but going off the results today as well might be a better, idea of who's actually strong on set 7, who's put in more time, who has, a better mastery of the different comps and different strategies right now. So I'm very curious to see how exactly it pans out.
Yeah, and with that, let's look at how these players played in the last game and how our leaderboard is looking, because it's ready. So let's have a look, and Peter, you can take us through that.
Yeah, well, I mean, absolutely. Looking at the, Hafu there, she made the change from the comp that, the 1 cost reroll comp that brought her 5th in 2 games in a row. Unfortunately, going after Nami carry just didn't work out well at all. A much, much worse performance in that game, really dropping it down to the bottom there. I think looking further up the table, though, Balotelli did only come in third in that game. They do remain a very, very healthy 21 points. And I think we might well be seeing them in the last 3 rounds as they continue to experiment and innovate because they've got those cushion of points to fall back on.
And Balotelli seems to be playing very comfortably, playing comps that are maybe not the cookie-cutter comps that you expect to see at the early start of a set. Obviously, assassin emblems on Deja. It's not the standard, so I think it's a good sign that he's doing well, but also not just playing the typical reroll comps, the typical kind of comps that everyone knows.
Yeah, I mean, Balotelli is making me really happy. I just sent a tweet thanking him for always picking those assassins. I mean, and nothing making me happier for sure. So really, really happy to see him do that and see him do well with that. But having a look at the overall standings, we now know who the 2 players are going to be that will draft the next lobbies. And it's going to be BoxBox and Blackfire Eyes who will pick the new teams. And funnily enough, it's 1 player from NA and 1 player from EMEA. And I didn't think it would go that way, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's almost like we set it up that way.
We really
Definitely not
didn't.
scripted. Oh,
Hi, guys. Welcome.
Hello!
Hello.
Hello.
first of all, to both of you, just a quick question on how you're finding the tournament till now. Obviously, the results are not coming in as you guys maybe expected, but overall, what's the feeling with this new set and just this tournament experience? BoxBox, if you want to start.
Oh, yes. I love the new set. I find the ping to be very frustrating. As someone who only starts with bows on carousels, I cannot win a single carousel. I enter the game tilted from the very first click. Aside from that, though, it's a great time.
Okay, I hope everyone that is playing is listening to us right now, and they'll leave you some bows for now. But what about you, Blackfire Eyes? How are you feeling today?
I don't want to say too much today because I'm a little nervous for 3 first rounds. It's a little low roll for me, but this is just teamfight tactics, and that's normal sometimes.
Yeah. So maybe Polska Guram in the chat will get you a little bit happier here.
Yeah. Maybe next 3 rounds. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys haven't informed how it works. We're just gonna clear it out for the chat one more time so everybody's on the same page. You guys get to pick the new lobbies. BoxBox will start because that's the way the leaderboard is structured right now. And taking turns, you will decide who goes into your team. Are both of you ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then. BoxBox, take us away. Who's going to be the first player that you're taking into your lobby?
I'll pick Bunny Fufu.
Okay. What about you, Blackfire Eyes?
Okay, I pick Becca.
Uh-huh. Back to BoxBox.
Oh, it's me again?
Yeah, you go.
Okay. I will take IW Idol Monk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I take Hafu.
Mm-hmm.
I take Bunny Muffins.
Okay, Solo Gesang.
Mm-hmm.
I will take AKA Wonder.
Okay, maybe Arvilla.
Okay. I'll take Saint Vicious.
Okay, maybe Emily.
Okay. Who's still left?
That's a good question.
That is a good
I was thinking back in my
question.
head.
I think Goobooms, Balotelli, Sati all haven't been picked yet.
All right, I'll take Sazati.
Sati, okay.
Okay, I take Unit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take Balotelli.
Okay.
And last
take
player was
Goobooms.
from
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Fingers crossed that these new lobbies are turning out better for you. And we're really excited to see you play some more games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully the rest of the players were listening and will allow BoxBox to finally get his damn bow and allow him to play his strategy as he wishes to, despite the small hindering on his ping. Hopefully he can turn that around for the next 3 games. There are 3 games left, so there's still plenty of time to turn things around, despite a slow start. As Blackfire Ice said, it's TFT. You have some low roll games. You hopefully can now get some high roll games to compensate.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the price you pay for international competition, that someone somewhere is going to have the slightly larger ping than they were used to. It's a sacrifice I think the players have to kind of get used to compete on this stage. This is just between the US and EMEA regions. We're talking about playing online against the entire world, and that's a huge spread of players across the entire planet.
Funnily enough, I recently moved and now my ping is a lot better, so I always get what I want on the carousel. It's pretty great, so maybe you should consider that.
I'm going to check out where the servers are in Europe and make sure I can move to where there's
Just
zero ping.
Right next to it.
I'll move in just into the building. I'll say, yep, just the janitor closet, that's for me.
I do feel bad for our players there, though. When they're getting towards the end of the draft, and you're going to have to be taking some of the players who are the most dreaded players in the competition right now, and knowing that you've chosen, you picked your poison, that potentially is going to be the thing that the player who sends you out of contention for top of the tournament entirely.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe a little bit they also picked on who they want to play with, because the TFT community, I mean, it is growing, but it's still like a very tight community. So a lot of the players know each other, and I think some of them are even hanging out in voice together as they're playing, just like chatting, having fun. It is a party after all. So I'm really, really excited for them to go into these new lobbies. And is there anything you guys are looking forward to now that it's kind of halftime and we're going into the second set of games? Any comp that you were hoping to see? Panda?
I think we haven't seen quite enough Olaf. I think Olaf would be very fun. We've seen Olaf, but maybe not as a main star of the show. We saw, maybe more leaning into the Yone reroll, for example, in that first game with Goobums. I think Olaf is very, very fun. I think there was an Assassin Olaf, so maybe I'm a bit wrong, but I think he's just one of the funnest champs to see, not just in action in each different fight, but just the build around of having a sacrifice, playing 2 Olafs at the same time in the early game, and playing kind of to lose streak and then turning it around going to the late game. I think is a very fun dynamic.
I think not to say what I'd like to see, but to say what we probably will see, which is more and more Cannoneers, more and more Nonzi, more and more Revels going on, because that's the comp that's turning up multiple times in most of these lobbies. So, I think, if anything, if we are going to be seeing any new kind of comps coming in, they've got to be working with the assumption they're going to have to shrug off an enormous amount of magic damage. So I wouldn't mind at all seeing people going more maybe into the Jade tree, because that's where you can access Mystic, which is relatively hard to get in this set.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's have a look at our new lobbies that BoxBox and Blackfire Ice just picked. So we will be following Lobby 1, if I'm not completely mistaken, which will be BoxBox that we just talked to, Bunny Fufu, Idle Monk, Bunny Muffins, aka Wonder, Saint Vicious, Sati, and Balotelli, which is good for me. I get to see some more assassins, hopefully. And then the second lobby, of course, Blackfire Ice, Becca, Hafu, Solo Gesang, Alowilia, Emily, Unid, and Goobums. How are you liking those lobbies now that you're seeing them once again?
I think a pretty even split, to be honest. It doesn't seem like one lobby is much stronger than the other. I think that's the whole purpose of the draft phase, I guess. Players are ready to kind of dictate how strong these lobbies are. I do think a player that is going to turn it around the next 3 games is Ike Wonder. I think he played at a better level than he's currently, or at least his results are currently showcasing. He's sitting at 9th, I believe, in the total standings. So I think he's definitely a player that's going to turn it around. I think both of these captains were maybe going through the standing, just picking from the bottom, going up for the most part. So that might be a bit of a surprise, because AK Wonder, I think, is a player that can be in the very top of this tournament.
I mean, for me, I think it's exactly as you said, Panda. They were kind of the captains. They're under a lot of pressure now to try and take in what's going on. I think for me, Becca, after that previous game, I mean, her early games were not that impressive, but that last game was absolutely transcendent. I think if she keeps up any kind of form like we saw in that previous game going into the second half today, she is going to be a really big pick to watch, which was a surprisingly early pick for that lobby.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these players do, and I think games are being built right now. So in a little bit, we're going to go there. But before we go there, any last thoughts going into this game? You've seen the lobbies, you've seen the players. Cannoneers is what Peter said. I kind of don't feel it.
I like Cannoneers, but Tristana reroll. That's what we haven't seen yet today. 3-star Tristana with the build around for the comp being Tristana. That is something I haven't seen yet. I think it's pretty strong, and I think it's very fun as well to see that comp in action.
I would really like to see like some Legend. I feel like Legend gets rarely played because it's still something people are figuring out. There are some comps with like weird names, so maybe not going into that yet. I think most people know what I'm talking about. But yeah, maybe we'll see some Legend, maybe some Tristana reroll. I'd be very ready for that, and I think our in-game casters are ready to take it away.
Hi everyone, thank you Makes, and we here have been having a very serious discussion about pirates. We think that it would be good if we had Pirate Mirage. Any further thoughts, Admirable?
Yar!
Good, and Weta? Oh no, he's muted!
Oh no, what happened? Disaster!
You pulled a me! You pulled a me! Never do that, Weta. Never go full Iberia.
No, never do that. But no, I mean, my accents are horrible, so I think for the sake of the broadcast, I should not try to put on the pirate accent. But honestly, though, I've had some success with Pirate Mirage and Yone reroll because you just get that extra top off of 2 gold consistently. But yeah, I don't know, Nathan. You know, I come from a country where we have relatively stark accents when we speak other languages. So yeah, it happens, it occurs. And do you know what also happens?
What's
the
that,
carousel on our 4th game of the day at the Dragon Party. Let's go! Woo!
Let's go! Dragon Party!
Woo!
Everyone knows what a big partier I am, and you can tell from the sound of my voice right now that I am very excited.
No, we're all
I am really
sorry,
excited.
Nathan, I can't hear you. The music is too loud. Can you speak louder, please? Sorry.
I'm pretty much talking as quietly as I can right now. Balotelli starting with Ezreal gloves. Always a good sight to see. Ezreal is a unit that can stay on your bench. And I want to point out what Panda emphasized there on the reroll Tristana. This was probably the first unit I focused on rerolling, mostly because I wanted to stack out Namzi as tall as possible. But I found out sort of by accident that reroll Tristana was actually pretty good. I'm really surprised that I haven't seen it more.
Yeah, I tried her a couple of games on PvE, and she felt surprisingly good, just able to basically just nuke multiple characters per ultimate, and she scales really well. I mean, some games, especially post-Corki nerf, I wonder if it would have been better to just roll for Trist instead of even going for Corki and slotting him in later.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting as well that there was a bunch of nerfs. I think Aegon was like writing up a guide, and then he just wrote on Twitter, "Guide is cancelled."
Fair enough.
Thanks to the Canadian rule. We've just received word that Boxbox has achieved the bow off of Carousel.
All right, Boxbox first. Let's go. He's coming in. He's ready for it. Almost though, just sitting on this composition. I'm curious where this one's going to go, because there's the possibility for Rage Wing, there's the possibility for set reroll. And Boxbox, we see victorious. The lower left-hand corner, it's a bow, gentlemen.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Tempest Crest is always an interesting one to me, because it feels pretty tough to get 4 Tempest in play without Aoshin being there. But what does Tempest Crest open up? Because Kiana is one of them. And so do you want to focus on Assassin, or eventually does Kiana stand in place and you replace the Kiana at some point? I don't really know, and it feels like it's difficult to really figure out where the place for this actually goes. I have never minded Jeweled Lotus personally. It did take a slight downtick from set 6.5 into set 7 here, going to 20%. Warrior Emblem is going to be taken here for Boxbox as well. This is one of the interesting ones to me also, because I feel like I'm not sold on the idea of stacking of warriors. However, it has not stopped me from trying it whatsoever.
No, I'm kind of the same way. I feel like when I'm playing Yone Arena, which I tend to do a lot. Okay, give me a break. It's early on the sets, still learning. But it's like the Warrior's like, okay, it just like I feel like I would go for a different vertical. Like, you have two warrior in, okay, get a damage boost time to just show off the composition. Speaking of, okay, this is interesting for Idle Monk actually. It has Rich Get Richer, but it's not on the econ breakpoint.
I think it's worth noting as well, the Mirage, this game is going to be Executioners, so that's really good for if you want to scale your Yasuo. It's good for Yone, but which one isn't? So, oh my god, shoutouts to Senna there for Boxbox, able to clear that one up. But there is the possibility to go into that direction, and the Warrior Crest would do pretty well there.
Yeah, the Sejuani's just serious in this one. Like, that Sejuani is not messing around. Titans, it's now a Warrior. Like, that's like some let's get down to business music starts playing there is what it feels like.
Yeah, I gotta. You can't say that in front of me. I've been singing that song since I was like 4. You cannot bait me like that. I've gotta talk about this Sejuani. She's got the Titans. That's cool, right?
Matt is very anti-singing on broadcast.
Well, because the temptation's there. The temptation's there.
I've been trying to sell Matt on a thing that we need to do at some point during this set, and the first thing he just tells me is like, no. And you never say no, man.
I know. Look. I just remember morning shows, right? Because American morning shows are uniquely awful. So it's probably like a cultural difference. But Nathan, Admirable, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because they'll randomly bring someone out, or the hosts will decide that they need to sing a Christmas carol for Christmas. And it's like, no. Stop. Just keep talking. It's fine.
We've just received word that Niberia is going to be writing a musical shortly after this.
Oh, no.
TFT the musical.
If it's its own segment, maybe. If it's its own segment, I can maybe split it out.
Who would be the lead role in your TFT musical?
Oh, God.
Are you focusing on the cinematic universe of Runeterra, or are you focusing on the players?
That's the thing, right? It's either Pengu or it's double. And I feel like... See, I've got to support the EMEA players. Now that I've said it, I can't just be like, Pengu's more important. It's got to be double now. So now it's going to be like that show that they're putting on Paramount Plus here for League of Legends. It's going to be basically that.
All right.
I'll come in with the draft next show.
Look at these augments powered by Blitz.gg over here. Saint Vicious
Shoutouts.
with the what is that? Is that the gold where you get the 3 units? Oh, I don't recognize it from spots.
True twos.
There we go. Couldn't quite remember which one that was, but I
always
lost
think
the board
it's
here.
Triforce.
That's exactly what I was
Wait,
thinking.
no, is this true twos?
Oh no, I've been baited.
We've all been baited. Wait, what have you done to us?
The big one I'm looking at here is how effective this 4 warrior early has been so far.
Yeah.
Like the Sejuani's going down every single fight, but so is the opposing board. Boxbox here on a 3-win streak, 10 gold. This is a very healthy spot.
If he just had an Olaf, that's all I'm saying. Panda would be happy. Boxbox would be happy. We'd all be one happy family as we see the Olaf getting the stacks from dying. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find it. And as I understand it from the people that actually play Olaf, and not the people like me who get baited into it, you really want that Olaf on stage 2 so you can sacrifice it several rounds in a row.
Bunny Muffin's grabbing the spatula here with a cloak and a tier sitting on the bench. Components powered by Blitz.gg. I love this components chart too because it gives you such a great aspect of the player's macro very often, where are they favoring saving things or are they favoring slamming the items? And we're seeing tiers all the way across, and I feel like tier is such a sensitive item because it's going to go one direction or the other. It feels like there's very little in between unless you are speaking directly about redemption.
Yeah, it was Freezer Company, by the way. And not True Twos.
We delivered that, Rita. It was like you're reading an obituary. It's just like, and True Twos was born in 1947. And
but it's like we've had both of those augments since like November last year, and we're still messing it up.
It's hard, man. All you see is the little cards on an internet feed and not on your own monitor. Sometimes it's hard.
But that's what we do right now. We're looking at little cards on an internet feed, and we're talking about said little cards.
Let's look at this Yone build coming out here from Boxbox. He's gone for the Titan's Resolve plus the Warmogs, which is weird to me, but it seems to be working incredibly well.
I'm never going to mind a Titan's Warmogs build on anybody personally. To me, it does make a bit of sense here, though, because it now gives time for this Titans to stack.
Sure.
Yone is certainly an item that you don't want to die right away. This could just be overall, a holder of this item. But when you have a warrior emblem, I feel like you're looking at this from a very different perspective. So giving time for that Titans to stack up and then cashing in on the Mirage crit angle, sounds pretty real to me.
And let's talk a little bit about Balotelli's build, because we haven't gotten the chance to do that. He is running... this is a strange composition, and admirable. I feel like we've talked about something that vaguely orbits this, where it's just Namzi tank with Astral. What are your thoughts on this board so far?
Right now, it's really looking like this front line isn't so phony. It feels necessary for what's happening here. A lot of times with the early game, you're going to have to lean into whatever direction you are given, and sometimes that is going to be loss. Having the bounce back and forth on the win-loss, that can butcher your economy in this early game. So when you're on the loss streak, it's important to be able to cash in on this without paying too much life. And Balotelli right now is looking at a 3-loss angle without very much life lost at all. And when you're sitting at the 85 to 90 rate going into Krugs with 30 gold or 20 gold on a loss streak, that is about ideal from the loss streak angle.
He's going to be happy with that then. And on the other side, looking at Wonder's board, he did pick up Portable Forge, and I think he's the only one I've ever seen pick the Blitzcrank item. So I'm either A, wondering what his other options were that were so bad that he went for the Blitz Hook, or if it's just going to be a new evolving strat because there's no Blitzcrank in this set and people might not be positioning for it.
You had people even in the last set actually actively trying to go for the Rocket Propel Fist, because it actually is a very solid option that people won't be positioning around all the time, right? Like, again, with no longer having the Blitzcrank, you have the Fresh, it's all the same principle here, but it's not a bad item. You get a little bit extra stats, and it gives you a little bit of a positioning minigame. And if the other options were, let's say, a Mana Sane here, maybe not what you want to see. Sure. It could have been a worse offensive item that this doesn't fit your strategy in mind. Just having a strong utility item that you get for free, essentially, is never a bad idea.
I'll hit 40 gold off that as well. Gonna pick up that 2-star Taric. Doesn't seem to have strong direction with this composition. It's looking a little bit like Hafu's reroll that we saw earlier with that Ezreal carry, but doesn't seem like it's near committed to that.
I'm looking at Aqua Wonder's face there, and on a 5-win streak, you are very tempted to try and defend that, doing the 3-1 level to 6 and get some units in play, but there just wasn't anything super obvious to me other than a Guardian. You'll have another shield at that point. And hopping over to St. Vicious's board here, a lot of 2-stars on this board, and you're going against a very similar idea on the other side. But for Balotelli, there are no 2-stars here. This is, except for the Heimerdinger, of course. You're looking mostly at where does this spike and how does this spike. And for St. Vicious right now, this feels very much like tempo play and heavy economy focus. I feel like for St. Vicious, their board is pretty strong right now, but they're mainly focusing, I'd say, on reaching 7 safely and then reaching 8 quickly and with a healthy amount of gold.
Yeah, and he's so rich right now as well. The Freezer Company really helped him accelerate his economy in the early game. He's going to continue his winning as well here out now. And now, second round of augments coming in here. And we're back at the Prismatic and Curse Crown.
Whoa, there's a Radiant Relics here as well.
Snap pick, Nathan.
All right, Radiant Relics.
Radiant Relics is so powerful, and wow, these are all very good options. Radiant Relics feels so ridiculously powerful to me that every time I see this, I feel criminal if I pass it.
It's weird for me because I think both of those options are two of the strongest prismatics in the game. Curse Crown is obviously very risky, doubling the damage that you take from players, but +2 board size is ridiculously powerful. The problem is, if you don't feel like you have the economy for it, if you don't feel like there's anything that you can build out of it, it is rather risky. Versus, like you said, Radiant Relics is just so strong. Every single item in there has utility, has a good, strong use.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight quickly, while we did shove the perspective, we can just do that quickly. But again, Saint has been playing various reroll even after the nerf, so this might just be the angle he's going to be going for here. Has a very strong opening for it.
Sure. Double Warrior Crest as an update here for Boxbox, so he will be 6 Warrior. Yeah. I don't think he's going to change the items
this early.
No. Seems to be doing okay as well.
This is a big difference when it's this early, I will say. It feels like it's having a little bit of trouble hanging on there, and that does highlight, I think, the importance of this Warmogs. This Yone is gone, I think, without Warmogs here. I think that the Giant Slayer is a great call when you're having like a magnified damage and a magnified damage. Oh, that's a big one. The Warrior proc's such a big difference. They're not always going to happen here, but the idea is that they happen more often than not. I think that's the principle behind this.
When BoxBox said, I haven't gotten a bow, so I'm not going to win, just watch me get a bow, I thought he was like doing the streamer thing where he's memeing, where he's like gassing himself up and then is ready to go 8th. I think he's just right. I think he's just right at this point. The 6 warrior composition looks really strong, and it's going to scale rather well, because Olaf has the natural scaling from his deaths. You're going to have a great capstone with the Yasuo as you get it, and we've seen already how powerful Yone reroll can be if he decides to go that route. 50 gold at 3-3 as well. Running into Saint again.
I will say that
Runans.
Yeah, combined with the Zeeks, combined with an Infinity Edge, this is a serious amount of damage this team is producing. Saint Vicious is in a very healthy spot right now. BoxBox is going to take a hit, but you know, I think this is lack of 2-stars right now. A lot of these frontline compositions, they rely on 2-starring your units. And I'd say doing it quite fast as well. If you can't get to that back line, it's trouble.
He's lost item prio playing like this, though. Because he has such a powerful board, he's going to be last pick alongside AKA Wonder, but Wonder is getting a lot more benefit out of it because he's still 100 streaking. Do you just go full tank with this Yone now?
I think a sustain item sounds pretty good. I'm very rarely opposed to sustain items when a unit is a damage deliverer.
Yeah, even also when you have the combination of the Warlocks plus the Titans Resolve, these also could still just be siphon items, so that could be the angle you're going to be going for. That is still an option that you could be aiming for. Worth keeping in mind that it's a very easy pivot to make. Yeah, very easy pivot to make from this position on. But let's look at this position again here. Balotelli picks up a spat to surprise absolutely nobody here, going over to the 100 board right now of AKA Wonder. Going directly to level 7, trying to protect the streak. Still 37 fights on Aurelion Soul here. Still an angle to work with.
Yeah, take that.
Well, I'm seeing a tier. I'm seeing a Draven's Axe as well. So there's a lot of different ways to piece some stuff together here. I really, really want to keep this Draven's Axe. It is an extremely powerful item if you're able to find it at an early point in the game and not suffer from pressure. And so I think from Aqua Wonders here, it's mostly like you took this as Aurelion Soul as more of an instinct because you're trying to empower this board as much as possible. You'll figure the rest out later on. So I can see that brain cooking up some ideas, but what's the follow through?
Oh, there's the payoff from the axe. So much gold plus a belt. Doesn't matter if you lose this one as much.
Hasn't necessarily stopped either as well. It's each time that you reach 100 attacks from that unit, that Draven's Axe cashes out. It is a very powerful item to find from Shimmer Scale if you have a safe board position. Aqua Wonder is going to lose their first round here, it appears.
that brawl lasted far too long for me to be comfortable with. I was just like, and I want to talk about the end of the... Nope, he's still alive.
Why isn't the Braum going away?
Yeah, it's just like, is this a bug? So unfortunately for Wonder, that will be the streak ending as we see Bunny Muffins hitting that Nami 3. But it does give him options now. There's no longer the pressure to be so aggro. You can econ with Lost Streak if you want. Try and stack up that axe. And we're rotating on to Bunny Muffins' board, who took Blue Battery and Windfall.
Interesting thing to note here, Wonder is on Curse Crown. Did we talk about that?
We did not. Curse Crown rocks.
Little visual aspect there where the augment was not visible there, but it does still exist. It doubles the damage you take, but you get to put 2 additional units into play. So it could be a very big deal for the top or bottom situation in terms of your lobby finish. You have to be able to handle that risk. And looking at the board now from Bunny Muffin's side, a 3-star Nami with a Shojin, much more focused on the healing aspect, and so this lobby takes a bit longer. That since the damage has been ticked down, I'm seeing a Mage Spatula on a Lulu as well. And so that is enough sustain to cash in. Saint Vicious taking a hit.
That Lulu is what saved the round. That Lulu is 100%. I will never stop talking about how good a unit Lulu is, because not only does it empower your own units, it polymorphs the opponent, and CC is king. Especially this set, because of how much there is. You can chain it to the end of the round. If there's no QS on your main carry, there is a very real chance that your carry will get to auto 3 times before it dies total.
Oh yeah. Iberia, as big a fan as Lulu as I am of Goopums.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I can reach that level. I think I'm a decent fan, but I don't know if I'm like as fanatic. Yeah, it could be double Shojin on the Nami. Wouldn't be bad.
Wow, there's just so much interesting stuff cropping up in this set, and one of the big things I look at here is just how much an emblem means and how it can change a board or shape a board or change everything. Evoker in play here, that's never something I'm going to be opposed to. I love Invoker. Just where and how do these items go?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that myself, because you could double Shojin the Nami, or you could Shojin the Anivia, but it is going to be the Nami there.
There's a point to bring up here when it comes to the situation you're looking at, right? So with the Twisted Dragon now, you're much more able to look for something like item removers. So this could just be an angle where you are going to be looking for the very own soul at the top end and just using the Nami to get there without having to sell a 3-star Nami, which would be pretty ridiculous at the notion to having to sustain. So that's something we need to look out for here for Bunny Muffins. Was that, again, also holding the Rise on the bench. 7 mage angles, also not something that we need to... that's something we need to keep in mind with 7 mage angle here, obviously. So yeah, but this is just strong, right? I guess Nami is nerfed and all that, but Blue Battery 2, double Shojin, continues to just pounce away, and
reroll looking like an option.
Does he have the reroll? It's grayed out.
It says 1.
Okay.
It says 1 to me. Future Sight I don't think is ever a bad option. I do think that Zephyr is just a strong item in general, although Zephyr has been performing a little bit worse in this set when you look at the data stuff. From Bunny Muffins here, they took the Future Sight aspect, saying, I want this Zephyr, I want to know who I'm playing against to be able to position adequately. For Bunny Fufu here, wow, so much of this is going to depend on how your items look on the board. You'll notice there's not a sustain item equipped to a damage carry, so Celestial Blessing having a much heavier favor in a situation like that. It's just, is this situation that calls for it?
Party Favors gives you Jinx 3, though.
Better together because of the Redemption, I guess. Like, Redemption is an aura item worth noting, but it's more or less only just the Locket, and then the Redemption is going to be what's going to sustain. It's going to be a very finite amount of health.
This is a bit of a macro perspective here from Bunny Fufu's side as well, where when you take the better together here, I'm looking at this sword on the Jinx and saying, you know what, Zeke's looks a lot better in a situation like that.
Yeah. No, that's true. And we see Box board, we were talking about it earlier with that warrior composition, and he's put the axe onto Deja. This has been quite the pivot from him.
This is big. That's a Deja 2 as well. So that's a rod equipped for Rage Blade later on. You have the Draven's Axe to continue producing items, and this is the Mirage to support the crit damage that the Warrior aspect can provide here. This is a big deal from Box's side, and it looks like they're in a great position to be able to find themselves top 4.
The question is, though, is he going to survive that long? He's taken quite a bit of hits since there's the Jinx 3. That's going to be helpful, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save him here for Bunny Fufu.
So close to 2-starring this board, and Bunny Fufu, after taking that hit, says, I need to dig a little bit deeper on this, I think.
There's the Trist 3
gets found.
And this is what we were talking about, Admirable. You know, you and I were talking about how that Tristana 3 as a carry alternative to Corki is a lot more viable than people are treating it, but this is the first time that we've seen it actually executed on.
So Trist 3, Jinx 3, the level up for the Rebel and the Evoker in there. Wait, that feels like a big deal to me.
It does, but again, there's a huge mountain to climb when it comes to the HP. 39 HP right now, it's not the end of the world here, but this Swain is pulling out a lot of hurt here. This Tristana is not focusing the Swain, so again, the board has been hit, but the damage is just not there, it seems, potentially. Or is it just about? But these are very, very slim margin fights here. This pull back from the Sire is just not enough. But again, this is the big spike. The level up, the double 3-stars have been hit. The damage is still just lacking.
I feel like it's an item aspect. I feel like that Bunny Fufu is very close to the tipping point and finding themselves
the Bloodthirster here, right?
I think it's a Runons, because I think the open item on the Tristana is a bow, right?
Yeah, I do want to focus on the reroll aspect, where I do feel like reroll units tend to favor more from just pure damage than they do from sustain, because the idea is you're trying to simply overpower your opponents in that spot. You're saying, you know what, I'm going to lose the splash damage, I'm going to lose the big CC, I'm trying to pierce through that front line and kill a backline unit as quickly as I can.
We'll see where this ends up. We're going to be taking a look now at Balotelli's board, see what he's been up to. Swap it over to Sadi as well. Just getting a good overview. That axe from Shimmer Scale has been, like you've been mentioning, Admirable, massive this game. We've seen what? Is this second or third person with it?
I feel like it's the third one we've seen, but I don't know how long you can hang on to this. When you have Itis, it's certainly a lot easier to hang on to, that's for sure. For Sati here, it's you get the second Shimmer Scale aspect from this as well because you have the augment for it, so you are pretty committed to, I think, to keeping these in play. So a lot of this for Sati, I feel like, is just you've rolled to strengthen this board. Obviously, you're looking for big assassins in this spot. The gold assistance that you're getting from this Mogu's Mail, plus the tank assistance here, this is helping save health total, this is helping save gold. How can you capitalize on this?
And big thing note here. Sorry, the Shimmer Scale Heart has been picked up as well, meaning that it's much easier for them to balance the two items. But again, taking a bit of a hit here. Idas at 1-star, not the tank beast that you will be looking for normally here. But again, has the parent and bench, is trying to get for that a little bit slower towards the level 8 angle, most likely. Again, the shop here is other people have Astral. Sometimes it shows up as the player in the view of the camera having Astral. That's an allowing free big hit from St. Vicious. So yes, we admitted Skarner as well.
Skarner. Those are two big pickups there for Saint. Maybe just looking for the 3 stars all around, going the full reroll route. But here for Sadi, I think the important thing is that push and pull that's inherent to Shimmer Scale, right? Simultaneously, you want to have so much gold so that your items scale really well, but you need to spend the gold so you don't just lose the rounds, which can weaken your board if you don't hit. It's so risky. And so far, Sadi seems to be on the bad end.
Sadi, the assassins, I think, are placed for the scout across the board. Which ones are most favorable here? The Zaya on the opposite side of that Frozen Heart and that Diana. Huge hit from Idol Monk that Sati has taken. However, we're going into Treasure Dragon here. This is a big deal for everyone, but for the players, I feel like, that are in a spot like Sati's where you're looking for these massive pickups at the end, this could be the difference in a top 4 and bottom 4.
What are he's looking for here? Because when you're in this position, like, do you just find an item for the Talon at this point to try and get more damage because he's ostensibly the main carry? Yes, you do.
Infinity Edge QSS Gold? Yes, please. Thank you.
Could be Hodge as well if he doesn't think he needs the CC protection. And there's the Itis too. Almost Kiana 3 as well.
A big difference here too, spending your time on 7 to roll. I think that's a really big process to be making here. It is going to go for the Hodge, and I don't blame them for this one. Sustain, often very important for Assassins, since the QSS isn't as good as Assassins are jumping to the back line, avoiding a lot of that disruption effect. But it's spending the gold on the time there. You know, time is a very valuable resource in TFT a lot of times, especially if you have a lot of little tasks to accomplish. For Sot there, I feel like the tasks are just very weighted very heavily, and so important to be understanding your time there properly.
Bunny Muffins is sitting on so much gold.
Yeah,
is he just going to do the full roll down here?
I mean, you even have the Astral ticking as well. Like, this is 6 Mage, 3 Astral. You're looking. There's the Zoe found as well. 7th Mage now, and this might be enough to justify slowing it down and saying, "Can I go to 8?" But your life total here is telling you, you probably need a stronger board.
Yeah, and again, speaking of life totals and being in need of stronger boards here, Box, despite getting Tiamat and all of the warrior support here, down at 3 HP right now. That is not ideal. Was looking ever so strong at the start of the lobby, but right now it's not looking too hot.
It's up to that Deja. Can she kill that Diana? And it looks like she can, and she's just popping off with so much damage. Talon can't get to her, and Box and Sadi both survive another round, 1 hit away from death, as Bunny Muffins is our first player to fall out of the lobby.
Goodness, this is a tightly packed lobby, and this is one of the things that I like about Prismatic so much, but one of the things that I hate about Prismatic so much is that it feels like it applies so much pressure onto the players. You have to make it happen. You don't have a choice.
Starts listing off the letter of like 10 things I hate about Prismatic, and you're all teary-eyed, but I hate that I love you. It's like, yeah.
Looking for Olaf 3 maybe at this point? I feel like it's too late to expect that that's going to happen.
Slight positional change. I'm not sure that it's going to affect the outcome here. Yone in a pretty safe spot here. Nice angle from the Deja as well. but my gosh, that Shyvana's not going anywhere.
No, she's surprisingly tanky, and it's like you were saying, having a primary tank for her means that she can just shred through Box's board without being contested.
That is just an extremely decisive round that takes place there. Box and Sati both going out.
Mage Cab Asol here.
Plays. Oh boy. Oh, this is the toggle Astral as well. You put the Astrals into play for the roll, and then at the end of the round you swap them and put your main units back into play.
Nathan gets to play RTS like this now. We get to see. We've talked about this so much. We haven't seen anyone do this from this position before. So very nice. But he's floating him. Okay, no mind. If he got there in the end, Balotelli, good APM, better than me. Double Zephyr as well. Having to toggle with 2 Zephyrs, you must rely on like default positioning at that point.
Yeah. Now he's going to be finding that first ultimate with the Mage Spatula, but the Tempest is interrupting him. And look at that Xayah in the backline for Idle Monk, completely uncontested, even from the Aurelian ultimates. But now, finally, one has landed, and there almost goes Xayah, the pull, the rip, finds the rise. Balotelli takes a loss, but not out of the lobby just yet.
That was sweet. That was a cool fight.
Man, Xayah's so fun to watch.
Oh,
just waiting for the pull the entire time, just like, there it is.
But imagine, right? Like, all I was needing from that Asol was any form of sustain or any form of damage.
Yeah.
Well, that is both. To a certain extent, right? You got the AP, you got the Omnivamp now for the entirety of the team, and those Asol casts are going to get bigger and better, and they're going to do even more damage here. So this is going to be an absolutely critical thing to watch. Those were some really good CG items in the Rise as well.
Look at Aqua Wonder's focus on this too. 11 units are coming into play.
Swap
or 10 if you count a dragon.
Can't die here as well.
4 Swift Shot, but this is a lot of 1-star still. Pair Xayah, pair of Shyvana here.
I think you got to put down that second Rage Blade, right? Onto that Xayah.
Has the Shapeshifters in play, so you're not looking at the Nico aspect. The Jade aspect's not real. There's the Zeeks. Hecarim just going to pick up some extra tank here. Game has been paused. We apologize for this. We'll be fixing this as soon as we can. In the meantime, though, I'm looking at this board from Aqua Wonder, and it's like, what happens if these 2-star?
Yeah, and across the board as well, we were talking about Balotelli's board and the kinds of plays that he was going for, and we've seen now that he's been able to pick up not only that Gunblade that you pointed out earlier, Wida, but he was also able to pick up a Spear of Shojin. So suddenly this Aurelian Soul has gone from doing pretty much nothing to having tons of mana and health sustain. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, this is a big one as well. And just watch this go. The first eye here is fantastic. Snipes the Xayah. And with this Twitch now being the primary damage carry out of that Shyvana in the front line here.
Oh my God.
This could be a massive hit here.
No.
AK Wonder on the Cursed Crown could easily take 32, but he is able to limit his losses here. Shouldn't go down.
AK Wonder barely survives. 2 HP.
And that's a side too.
But there's a Yasuo hanging out in here. There's a pair of Pikes hanging out in here. What can you do to improve this? Is 4 Swift Shot what you want, or are you going to want the Shapeshifters? Jade Shapeshifters gets added into play. Personally, my favorite. If it's more health into play, better.
Yeah, I mean,
none of it's 2-star. It's all 1 except for the Xayah and the Hecarim and a Twitch.
Yeah, I don't think Twitch 2 is doing a whole lot for him. Oh, and Ezreal 2, to be fair. It's going to be a rough play here. That's going to be the item remover.
Here. Yeah, just gets the carry items onto the Xayah. Makes sense. Gotta get that going here. Shroud misses completely, though. There's going to be a massive window for Idle Monk.
Xayah across the board with double Giant Slayer as well. That chews through this Shapeshifter aspect.
Look at the Xayah. She's having so much trouble tearing through this Shyvana front line. She will be able to find the 1 versus 1, but she's left against the other Xayah. Where's the rip? There it is! Finds the kill and barely, aka Wonder, survives again.
Still 5 players going into stage 6.
Single digits on 3 of them.
This lobby is close.
Yeah.
Now we've all made a statement about the state of the lobby.
It's important, Wida, okay? Nothing really particularly good coming from these, huh?
I feel like it's 5 players going into stage 6.
Yeah. No, this is the tightest lobby we've had today.
This is crazy. And still improvements to be made to these boards. Baraka Wonder here. The Shyvana is just it's everything right now, it feels like.
Really hit it. He's got 3 rolls left. He has enough gold on board to self.
There it is!
Finds it. Shyvana 2 on the board now for AKA Wonder. He's got the carry in the Xayah. He's got the 4 Swift Shots, 6 Rage Wings. This board is about as good as it's going to get.
Positioning time here now needs to ensure this Progress Rebel Fist pulls the right corner. This could be huge because, again, the carries are in the corners most likely. Again, no position to be made here. Shroud and as well the Grab It Fist here. This is huge to a certain extent.
Won't pull anyone because of that Quicksilver, but Shyvana goes for the ultimate into the backline, finds everyone except for that Sona. Look at how uncontested this Xayah is, firing away from the backlines. AKA Wonder, the Shyvana still alive. The Sona goes down, and so does Bunny Fufu.
Eyes of cutscene. Gotta get it out there.
Eyes of cutscene, man. And Aqua Wonder, you can see his face. Man just had the biggest sigh of relief I have ever seen.
Still so many pairs. Let's start the board, please. It's stressing me out. I'm not even playing.
He has to decide if he wants to roll for the chance or if he thinks he's going to win the next round and then can find enough gold to actually roll for it. He does go for the roll, doesn't find anything, and finally we're on Saints board once more. Double Zeke's Banshees there to help out this Varus carry.
Cyber Implant as well.
Yeah, Cyber Implant's great use of, I think, of the item components here, spreading everything out just to get that extra health across the board. How uncontested is this Varus right now? The Shyvana feels like that it's going to make sure. Oh, it does not touch the Varus, though.
The Bard ult will. Stunning up the board a little bit. There goes the Xayah, firing away on all cylinders. That's going to rip away most of the board, but the Varus, still alive, finds the victory. Idle Monk takes a loss.
AK Wonder wins, though.
Wow.
He's hanging in there, man.
5th, Balotelli, and 4th, Aqua Wonder. 2 health remaining.
Is he going to find it? 2 more rolls. Not a whole lot of upgrades you can get if you keep rolling here. So he's just going to grab the Legendary, hope for those higher chances, and actually going to swap out the Bard for Yasuo. Well, deciding if he wants to, rather.
You got to look at it at least. Worth consideration here. This is a great setup from Idlemonk's perspective. I think one of the big highlights I want to make here is this Ornn in the back line. Having the Ornn walk up and not be the focus of damage means that oftentimes that ability is going to take place here. And so this is another big one here. Is this Xayah in a safe spot? Is it in the right spot of focus? Can this Shyvana deliver the damage necessary?
Both Shyvanas finding the knock-up onto those Xayahs, but it looks like AKA Wonder so far taking a little bit less CC, will deal more damage and has sustain from the Hand of Justice. That's enough to survive the rip from the Xayah of Idle Monk. The Shyvana survives, Yasuo comes out, and that means AKA Wonder has won yet another round.
And Saint lost. So down to just the final fight of the game here. AK Wonder gets his donut and the Zephyr on top of it as well.
So good.
So now we can both die of cringe and die of cutscene at the same time.
Saint Vicious stuck with just going for that Sunfire to tear away a little bit of health from the edges of that Shyvana. Stop the healing from the Redemption if possible, but it's not going to be as much as you'd like.
And these heads-ups are
anything to change this.
It's purely position based at this point, right? Like, again, with very limited gold on both aspects here, but both sides. This comes down to positioning, and again, when we're this early on in the set, positioning is hard to figure out. You don't know the exact ins and outs of this, so really interesting to see how this is going to be panning out here. Goes with this Varus towards the center and not towards the corner.
Good Shroud here.
Shroud onto the Varus, as is the Zephyr. The backline of Saint is in so much trouble. Finally, autos start coming out from this Varus, but the Shyvana in the front line, so hard to stop. Bard ultimate comes out into the back. The Xayah uncontested, and AKA Wonder will take first place in round number 4.
You'll love to see that energy as well. AKA Wonder. What a fantastic win there, too. On the Cursed Crown, no less. After taking that massive hit, I was so worried. The 2-star
that's the
Shyvana,
thing.
though.
That 2-star Shyvana really did save him, and that's the thing that we saw consistently throughout that game. AK Wonder was taking risks. Lots of really big swings, and because he took those risks, because he took the chance for them to pay off, he got that first. It was 2 HP the entire run for the last 7 rounds, and he still made it to first because he was taking those risks earlier in the game with, like you said, that Cursed Crown.
You just love to see it. Like how much better can it get than that? It's like to the nines, the entire lobby, and then the little bit of Zephyr cheese at the end, kind of really solidifying that last little bit. It really emphasizes the importance of like a Shroud or a Zephyr. Once you reach those end game fights, stalling one particular unit can be the difference in a first and second.
Yeah, I mean, Wida, you've had time to think. You're the big brain expert I've been relying on ever since set 3. What is your big takeaway from this game? Was there anything that really shocked you, or is it just, hey, TFT good?
TFT good and Shyvana very good, right? Again, there's something I was a little bit down on Shyvana to start with, but then again, now we see people are starting to figure her out, need to ensure that she has a lot of HP to work with in that post-transformation stage. You need to ensure that she is down there. And also just Cursed Crown. Again, right? Because we were about that specific fight. The last one he lost. Because we were talking about this and was like, okay, we're not going to use it. And again, no one's going to take it because the risk is too big, right? Because we saw that back in Reckoning when you could make the Cursed Crown as an item with the Cursed Bachelors. And yeah, well, oh boy, were we wrong.
Yeah, it's lovely to get to see the meta starting to shape up already with our first tournament of the Rising Legends season. And to break down that game further, we're going to send it over to our analyst desk. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back to our analyst desk. I'm so happy to be here with Impetuous Panda and Counterfeit. And I think we already hit the nail on its head, right? That Cursed Crown is something all of us were kind of like, yeah, that's really, we should talk about that. So Peter, do you want to take us off?
Well, I mean, I think this really illustrates what our mid-table players need to be doing coming into this stage of the competition. They can't afford to play regular TFT anymore because they're so far behind the leaders. But I mean, this game was insane for shaking up the table. To have the big dropouts so early on of some of the top players, I think really freed things up. And I hope we get to see more plays like Wonder, like Becca were doing, knowing that they've got so little to lose. If it doesn't work out, they're going to lose anyway. So they may as well throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
It's definitely an augment that can be very risky. I think that's obvious, but especially in the wrong hands. I think a very good player like AK Wonder is my favorite after all. Knows that the moment you pick this augment, you get +2 team size. You're spiking. You're going to be ahead of the lobby. That's a guarantee. But if you get complacent and you get used to the usual playstyle you should have when you are very much ahead of trying to greed out, trying to use your HP as a buffer, trying to let the rest of the lobby catch up, you're going to be in trouble with Cursed Crown because the first loss you take or second loss you take, you might be out of it already because of how much more damage there is, especially in stage 5 or 6. So you have to really be able to know exactly when you have to continue capping out your board, kind of in rhythm with the lobby to stay ahead of them the whole time. I think AK Wonder did a very good job with that. He was fortunate to find the Shyvana 2 and the Xayah 2 when he needed it most, but once he was able to hit on those units, it was just pretty much not an easy game for him, but he had a very good chance of getting a first or second.
Yeah, and just to further kind of harp in on that point of in the wrong hands, it's a very risky augment. The other day, I was doing really good in one of my ranked games at 80 HP, win streaking. I picked it up and I went 5th. So yeah, I didn't do that right. So be wary of this augment.
And I definitely was not thinking about you when I uttered those words. Definitely not.
No, for sure
you were definitely not in my mind.
So, but I do want to say, not only did AK Wonder play this augment really well, we also saw that Shyvana 2-star, which is such a high cost unit, legendary too. So really being able to hit that, very, very impressive. And then on the other side, Balotelli stepping away from those assassins, breaking my heart a little bit, but giving us one of the mage comps, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, Balotelli has certainly proven to us that we're never going to be able to predict exactly what they're going to be doing any given game. It definitely feels like they're trying to run ahead of the pack. The only problem with that is that you are going to end up falling over sometimes, and Balotelli has been slowly declining in performance quality over the course of the competition. You said we've seen a first, then we saw a second, then a third, and now a fourth. This isn't a a trajectory you really can be afford to be going on if you're going to be taking the whole competition.
It's you only say top 4 though, so now you reset back to first and then second. So it's all fine. It's all fine. I talked about Balotelli. He told me the trick. It's the one trick competitive players don't want you to know. Is what he's going for here.
So, AK Wonder in our player channel just asked for the score sheet, which tells me he hasn't been looking at the scores up until now.
He's in his own bubble.
So let's do all of us the honor and have a look at the standings, maybe with him now. So these are the overall standings. After the 4th game of the day, 2 more are to come. This was the first game in the new lobbies. Is there anything that kind of speaks out to you guys?
I thought with this tournament, maybe France wouldn't be dominating, but they're slowly getting back up there. Union and Aurelia both now 2nd and 3rd, 1 point away from Balotelli. It might be France taking it again. It's something that we're very used to at EMEA.
I think for me, of course, from the lobby we're just watching, of course, Zati and Bunny Muffins, they open the door for this kind of upturn of the table. So you see, the players at the bottom here. We now know at least that there's still a possibility of seeing some of these players really rise up. I think particularly if they can start, seeing these opportunities like we saw there, seeing the Cursed Crown, having lobbies with really big variant shimmer scale items like the Draven's Axe in there, that I think will help bridge the gap between some of our lower performing players and the hard performing, but just making the lobbies more volatile.
Yeah, volatile is exactly what I'm looking for when I'm watching a tournament. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I feel it gets the most exciting when the stakes are high and everybody's just try-harding to get that 1st or 8th place. And with that, we're going to release you into a break and we'll be right back with game number 5. we are back here now with the in-game casters. I'm here with Impetuous Panda and the man we know himself, of which his name I am apparently getting wrong. So my name is Mix. I'm really excited for the next game.
Next game's gonna be great, you know? And that's the issue when you like pull together 5 words to make an abbreviation, then you don't really have a clear way of pronouncing it. However, we have a very pronounced lobby here with our lobby number 2 here, drafted by Blackfire, as you can see in the top left corner here, featuring Emily, Becca, Goobums, Hafu, Solisang, Aravilia, and Unique. So double up with the French here, and then we have 4 of the NA representatives in here as well. And we are going on to the carousel right here. So David, I know you've been a bit of a talent DJ in the past. Set safe.
Oh, not this set.
That's in the past. So what do you do now?
A little bit of everything. I'm actually embracing the flexibility. TFT as a game, at least for the start of this set, and then a certain unit will catch my eye, and I will only spam that unit, and it's retaining comp for 200 games in a row. But the time is not here yet.
Of that playstyle, I mean, you guys remember Barry, right? Barry, the Yone reroll one trick. Barry Baden, the man himself.
The second best challenger player.
I asked Barry what he's playing this set, and he said Xayah, and he likes unit that just go brrr, so apparently that's what we're doing now. Do you feel like Xayah could be an option for you, Panda?
A little bit too played. Just, you know, it's not hipster enough, so I don't think so. I think we're seeing today Xayah is by far and away maybe the most consistent unit in terms of guaranteeing top 4s if you're going to AD
too
tree.
Mainstream.
Best way to, too mainstream, exactly. Talon was just in the right spot last set.
It's too hefty. Like, Xayah is this like major blockbuster, while every other comp is just going to be some
indie
masterpiece carefully crafted from Guatemala or something instead, right, David?
Exactly. I think Tristana reroll is that right now.
Fair enough. So yeah, gonna go into the first couple of PvE rounds already having that Swift Shot on board for Zologazang here. And we are seeing the Mirage, which is going to be Duelist Dexterity on the top right corner if you're looking for it. Anything that speaks to you so far? Oh, here comes the augments.
Meditation used to be very good when you were running mages, maybe not so much an option. Now we do see some mages on the bench though, for Sologazang has the option to go for it, but it has Swift Shot as well. Heroic Presence, I haven't actually ever picked it myself yet in this set. Not much of a Guardian player, at least for now, but we had any experience with this augment?
I will say Heroic Presence, if you have the Electrical Overload, is super fun. So it could just be good in general, right? If you want to go for a more Guardian-centric reroll aspect, use a Guardian-centric aspect instead. So that is what it is here. Gear upgrades is something that I find really interesting as well, just because it just lines up with that more flexible approach with the guild coming on in as well. So a lot of really interesting things to discuss here. Again, Goobum's a very strong player, strong performance as well. Obviously, the Ringer, the last-minute replacement, coming in here and leaving a very, very good representation of himself so far.
Okay, question to you guys. I know you both follow Tanner, which is the China representative in the TFT community, and he put out a list of what the Chinese players are playing, and it's a lot of set. And somehow we're not seeing that. Now, I'm here with 2 very big-brain casters. Are there any thoughts on that? Why is there no set re-rolling in EMEA and NA, or not as much as in China?
I think we've seen it already. Like, we saw that with Becca, right? You saw that it just could just fall flat on its face sometimes because you are rolling a 1 cost. And that can kind of happen. I think this is a comp that is very strong. It requires a little bit of a more setup. Again, it's a 1-cost reroll situation thing, and I think that it's something that I've seen pop up more in my own games. I still need to like see it fully fleshed out, but it's a comp that might be there to stay, right? Because again, you look at the items, you're looking at QS, you're looking at Titans, and you're looking at another damage item as a final option, and those items are relatively easy to stop by. A lot of the components aren't that high in prio, so I think it's a comp that you definitely should be on the lookout for.
We've seen many prismatic lobbies overall today. I think it's
True.
never going to be good for just, especially one cost rerolls that really doesn't cap out as much with dramatic augment most of the time. I think there's a lot of reasons for it. I do think it's still very strong. We're going to see a lot more of it this set, at least until maybe it gets changed or any nerfs in the future. But for now, looking at this board from Goobums, double. Well, 1-20 now, and lots of pairs possibly coming in with Twitch as well. Overall, I think a pretty well-built board, just good front line, and the Swift Shot for some extra damage. The item's a little bit awkward, is the only thing. Couldn't really slam any items right away, which might be the one thing that is going to be a downside here for Goobums.
Yeah, the items are not fantastic in terms of being able to slam, right? So, again, Saya 2 coming... Saya 2 already? Yeah, okay, that would be pretty grim, right? Saya 2, 2 or 3?
Imagine 2-3 Xayah 2. No, thank God, no. But seeing on Half's board the guild emblem or the guild crest actually being picked up by the augments, I do want to note that if you have an emblem, you're getting those 3% omnivamp. But if you get the extra guild through the augment, you're actually not going to get that. You're just getting an increase on your existing guild bonuses. So just something to keep in mind for you guys at home.
And this board from your need, very, very strong for so early on. If you want to play mages now after the recent nerfs, you can't just default force it every game. You have to find the right avenue to go for it. And having 5 mages early on with a rise already at 2-3 is going to signify, I think, a very, very good start here for you need.
Yeah, blue buff not ideal. Shojin is the bishop, but blue buff obviously is not a horrible one to go for, so that's something you can mind well. First, I keep well, it's the first carousel, it's the second carousel, but it's the first one we have an actual agency where you know what you're doing. And there's a spat open.
The rise was picked up there, would have been a great pickup for you need, but was sniped there with the bow by Emily. Goobums has to finish off an item now if he wants to have any kind of a win streak going. Going to go for that sword in the end. I'm going to see exactly what he ends up building, but this is a carousel that was really, really important for Goobums to find a good item to slam that can really get him on maybe a better route going into the next few rounds.
And worth noting here, Blackfire Eyes took Earth Grab back, so has that Fawn, not Fawn, Tactician's Crown. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it wrong once. Okay.
It's okay. We're all learning here.
We got there. Tactician's Crown, Champion Duplicator, Bloodfire now has Omnivamp. Yeah, I'm just listing things.
Thank you, Wida.
But there it is, the Tactician's Crown on the board of Blackfire Eyes. Getting that at 2-5 will give his board just an additional strength increase. So that's really, really nice to get that out of those Earth Grabbacks. I feel like should be putting him into an early win streak, hopefully.
Not slamming any of these items, though, not yet. I guess kind of awkward items to build at this point in the game. Shroud, RFC, maybe Titan's Resolve is okay. But I think Blackfire Ice seems to not really have clear direction just yet. And Goobums does take the loss here in the end.
Yeah, that's going to be a win for Blackfire Eyes. So maybe from here on out, we'll get that win streak that we were just speaking about. Of course, is missing out on a little bit of economy here. So 0 gold, not much to work with on 2-5, but finds a Diana early, if that's the direction you want to go for. Also, Siphon in that shop. Really like this shop.
That's a very early Siphon. Is it too expensive, though? 8 gold at this stage of the game? I mean...
No. And
no.
Blackfire is having that Tactician's Crown actually allows him to put in the dragon and now have the exact same number of units as everybody else, but a dragon, one of them.
But a dragon. But again, one of the best in slot items on Siphon already on lock here for Blackfire Eyes. Clear direction as well. Tides Resolve is so good. Now you can start prioritizing QAsh, you can start prioritizing Bloodthirster. And now you know, yes, you might be down in the economy aspect, but you have just a clear direction. You can start selling stuff up at a later date. And just look at the Siphon go. You have Whispers active, obviously due to the nature of the dragons activating their origin, pretty much.
Oh, big charge here, but it's not going to be enough. Looks like Siphon is taken down in the end here by a Tristana. My unit popping off.
Yeah,
that's going to make you happy, right?
The importance of healing in Siphon really shines through here, right? Because had there been any healing present for the Siphon, this would have been a much different fight. But with Titans plus healing, it's just chef's kiss.
I love seeing a dragon already in the Krug round. It's like for anyone that's ever lost to Krugs, now you bring in Siphon and say, yeah, now what? You just have a massive dragon beating down on these poor little creeps.
I'm actually really impressed Solongazang is still win streaking with 100 HP, meaning he probably did something out of that Swift shot that we saw him on earlier. Then on the other side of the lobby is Emily, now already down to 70 HP, which is not too far off of everybody else, but should be getting into, a more of a winning moment hopefully soon.
Very clear direction as well here for Arawilia with the Lee Sin. I think one of my favorite Dragonmancer carries, to be honest. Just very, very fun from a visual standpoint, seeing him kick units around. And it's always kind of a very thin line where you want it to do damage, but not necessarily kill a unit entirely. So like you're able to get the extra damage from the unit landing on the rest of the opponent's comp.
Actually, on that, riches get richer. So 70 gold is a lot of gold to work with here. And that explains why she's probably loose streaking, because she saved up all of this economy to make sure she's using that augment properly and just didn't buy as many upgrades, I think.
Gonna look for level 6 probably on this next turn, maybe level 7 after that. I'm not sure how greedy you can be, how much HP you want to lose at this point in the game. Ideally, you want to roll at 7, I guess, for if you're going for Varus as just your main 3-star carry, if that is the angle that Emily's going for here.
Yeah, being able to slow roll at 70 is insane because you get free rolls just based off of the interest. You would need to at least have a stabilization moment coming through around 3-2, most likely. That is something we need to be looking out for here. This is going to be an interesting choice. Gets to, I mean, it's
Prismatic once again.
It's never windfall here, and this is now an issue because the pedal has been pushed to the metal, right? All these people are trying to reroll these low-cost compositions, stuff like that. Will be put under a lot of pressure. You see Hafu hit the Tarek free and Leona free. Right? So our composition coming together very nicely right now. But this decision here is critical because why spending is not a horrible option.
Swift shot could also be me. She has 2 swift shot on the board. I really like Swift Shot Crown. Yeah, that's what we're going with.
Yeah, it ends up being what gives you the most board presence. Again, if you had a little more of a stable position, maybe, or like a 70 HP position instead, wire spending can really help accelerate you because you end up hitting level 8 almost effortlessly at that point if you start rerolling here. And Hafu, she just continues to send here. She's on Think Fast as well.
We should be calling this the Hafu comp by now. Like,
she hits everything on the Think Fast here, so.
Is that going to be enough, though? That's a whole prismatic augment that you've traded in for, yes, an Ezreal 3, a Karma 3, a Leona 3. You're going to be very strong all throughout stage 3, but will that be enough going to late game when you're going to be down a combat augment, essentially?
I would say yes, I'll argue, because the thing is that this board is so strong, the Guardian will just help you like gain these massive shields. The Karma is going to pump out an incredible amount of damage. The Ezreal does a significant amount of damage as well if you want to start prioritizing a blue buff onto the Ezreal. And at this point in time now, yes, you're down to Prismatic. However, you can just start pumping levels whenever you want to.
I mean, having Think Fast together with the trade sector, I feel like that's a lot of kind of board strength that has gone into just trying to build the board. And later on will probably cause a fall off, which if you're re-rolling low-cost units, is already a problem you're going to run into. So I'm a little bit worried for where this is going, but for like the next couple of rounds, this board should definitely be super strong.
Up against Blackfire Ice with the Siphon that we saw earlier on. Hasn't lost too much more HP after that pickup, so still at a fairly healthy 76 near the middle of the table. And we'll see the Siphon 1 with just 1 item is going to be able to do enough against an almost fully upgraded board of 1 cost here. The full reroll coming in with both augments favoring this playstyle. It seems to be enough for now for Huffman. I think that's not a surprise really, as Makes mentioned.
Yeah. Yep. Sorry if you could hear my cat. She's very excited about that board as well.
real recognize real, right? Isn't that how the saying goes, right? So now Hafu will probably start prioritizing something like a blue buff for if you want to go more into the Ezreal carry aspect of it, which is what has the Gunblade right now, so it's not going to be the Karma aspect, I would assume. So, yeah, free cost here, just trying to figure out which one denies the most, I guess. But again, Solgazang, level 7, 100 HP. He did this before the carousel as well, where it's not the classic 3-5 push. And obviously the upgrades coming through thick and
Picks up
fast
an
across the board.
Gonna be a great pickup to slot in here. Has the heroic presence as well, so just really great with all these guardians. And Idis not gonna be unkillable. I mean, are there 3 reforgers on this bench?
Oh, it's the yeah, there are,
too
but
much.
it's the static ship plus Gambler's Blade combination coming through here from Solgazang. We've seen that before. How much damage that can deal in some of the previous games here. Is he gonna stack the second static though? It doesn't seem like it. Wait, reforged.
Finds the reforged Giant Slayer could be the play here. Of course, a lot of 3-stars, so a lot of HP. Good pickup here for this exact fight at the very least. Is Idis gonna be enough to tank through all this damage and to buy enough time for just an Ezreal 2 to actually win this fight, or will it be the Ezreal 3 from Hafu? I think the answer is pretty clear. As long as they can take out this Idis, and it looks like it will be the case here. The rest should be...
was able to take down the Leona, but not enough, because there is a Taric and a Karma and an Ezreal on Hafu's side. Just so many upgrades. Hafu dethroning Solgazang on his win streak here. But Solgazang has plenty of room for upgrades still, so I think this board could still be very, very strong in the long run with this heroic presence and also the Eidos being hit so early.
And Unit is in big trouble. He started off with that, what looked like a very good mage start, but maybe not so much the case. 38 HP at the end of this stage 3. And I'm not sure he's going to do that much better going to stage 4 with the, the nerfs that mage has gotten overall. It's not a comp that is considered to be top tier at this moment.
Definitely isn't here. So again, we're just seeing these Ezreals just do a lot of work, right? We saw that with the Hufflepuff, obviously is doing a ton of work, but Ezreal is just a very good item carrier yet again. It is essentially a reprint of the set 6 Ezreal, right? Again, translated more to the AP aspect, more to the AD aspect, but still just a magnificent way of holding on. And speaking of holding on right now, this Idis is holding on for dear life. The Sunfire Cape is going to be doing all the work as the Idis reigns supreme here, and Arvelia will be taking a bit of a hit going into the Wolves round here. Ferdinand Gold can easily make 40, could have waited for the gold to come through as well. Lee Sin, though, again, can carry pretty much any item in the game, and it's just so satisfying.
Still very far away from 3-star Lee Sin. Only 1 extra copy now on the bench, so if that's the angle that Arvelia wants to go for, she's very, very far away. So level 6 as well. Ideally, you want to roll at 7 for Lee Sin. So we'll see what exactly ends up happening, or if it might just be kind of a mid-game pivot into something else later on. She's not really fully committed, just Luden's Echo and the extra unit. So still a lot of chances for her to maybe find a different angle going into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go over to Goobums. Goobums with the double guild augments, now on 5 guild. What do you think of that?
Your upgrades is a little augment if you want to play into it, right? So with the second you start carrying the items, you get 10% of the bonus. It's just fantastic, right? With the guild crown on top of that as well. Omnivan going to be even stronger, and the Kiana specifically not that relevant. But look at this talent go here. This should be doing an absolute truckload of damage as it goes up against Becca's board here with this Soul Tristana trying to do anything to stay alive.
Well, Tristana is gone. I was going to say, you just watch, but never mind. I'll keep that to myself. The talent is popping off here. I think Goobums, looking at his HP total, definitely had a rough early to mid-game. I think Guild can be a bit iffy at that point, but now coming into this board, and as we're spectating him now, you can definitely tell he's found a very good comp, very good synergy with his augments, as you mentioned, Guida. And I think this will definitely be the turnaround for him. Looking at his third augment, we'll see what exactly he picks. Preparation may be a bit late to really scale onto the units he wants to right now. Thrill the Hunt could be good, but we already have a healing item on the talent, so maybe not ideal.
Though this is an interesting one, right? Because I don't think talent deals magic damage, and again, you're already auto-attack. Yeah, I like the reroll here coming through. Cavalier Crest isn't horrible, honestly. First Aid Kit also pretty decent when you have the team-wide Omnivamp. It is going to be the Cavalier emblem here, and that's going to be able to open up some really funky combinations later on in the game. Cavalier Yasuo comes to mind as a really funky one.
For now, it's going to be Cavalier Ornn.
Speaking of Cavalier, you need Ilaoi is also on a horse and wearing a hat and a cape. Fully dressed up for the party.
Sometimes Ilaoi does it all, doesn't she? To be fair, it's actually a unit I've been very impressed going into set 7 with, because you don't expect to do Ilaoi all of that she's doing. I feel like she has this big AoE attack, super tanky, dishes out quite some decent damage. A lot of comms in the earlier stages had reroll Ilaoi involved, where you're like 3-star her. Super, super good frontline, similar to what Hafu has been doing with that Leona.
How did this Nami get so far forward? She's in the middle of the... She immediately just jumped forward. It looks like it's going to be enough. You need add 1 life, essentially going to this stage 4 because it's a big enough hit, and still able to survive now. 6 mage, so hoping to get to level 8 and hopefully get 7 mage in, get the power spike. Can do it now, actually, I think, if he finds the mage he's missing, because the Ilaoi is in ×2.
Gonna pick up a Lulu here.
He's missing the Heimer
Silas.
or the Zoe.
Well, it's not gonna be able to find that, it seems like. Looking for it, though. One more time, maybe? Yeah, nothing here.
Is one away from the Ilaoi 3, though.
And unit, this is very important for him as well, right? Like, again, he's more or less 1 loss away from being taken out of the game entirely at the 11 HP breakpoint as well. Again, worth keep in mind here, Gubans is streaking right now and is in a stark competition right now with Balotelli in terms of being able to take home the victory overall in the standings. So keep an eye out for that as well. And dies of cutscene again!
Looking at the total standings as well for the whole tournament, Unique is actually in the top 4, and now this 8th place for him is going to be very unfortunate for his aspirations to win it all, as we're only 1 game away, game 6, the next one coming up, being the last game of this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Gonna go into the carousel here. Emily being able to pick up that Yasuo with the crit glove, Becca on the bow, and Gubams finds, I think it's the Soraka with the belt, yeah?
Yep, that's a Soraka. Soraka is
I
great.
like that.
Should we talk about Soraka as a unit? Because we haven't talked about her all day, I feel like.
Yeah, I think so.
So she's a star caller.
Really fun stuff.
And again, she's kind of like a metabolic accelerator for you. She casts, the first time she casts each fight, she heals you for 2, 4, or 75. If you are at 100 HP, she overheals and deals the damage to your opponent instead. So it's kind of a fun thing to look out for there, right? Ilaoi 3 being found for Emily Wang. Goobams hitting the Rise 2. Level 8's coming through all over the shop here. Very, very massive pressure point just for the entire lobby here. After this final carousel, people are just guaranteeing and ensuring themselves that they are trying to match the pace now that Unita's gone.
And despite 2 players going for the Astral reroll comps, Emily hits Ilaoi 3. Unite was 1 away from it, but I guess, yeah, Unite is now, lost. It got an 8th in this game and opened up the shops for maybe Emily to hit this Ilaoi 3 at this point.
There's Solo Gutsang Sports still on the Azrael too as carry in the backline there. Ida's still not upgraded, has 1 copy on the bench, will not be enough. The Xayah from Emily is just doing so much here, absolutely carrying, and Ilaoi not getting killed at all. So tanky in that front line, very, very nice to see. But Becca is down to 14 HP.
See, this Varus still seems to be doing well enough against Solo Gutsang there, who hasn't been able to really cap out his board past that Ezreal 2. But now looking at Becca, she has hit Tristana 3, not fully itemized just yet. The positioning is maybe not exactly what I would do, but interesting. Best friends. Okay, I was saying, this is definitely interesting positioning, but thank you, Uida. Thank you. Best friends is the answer to everything. Every question I have, best friends.
The power of friendship is quite magnificent.
Okay, but fun fact, I wasn't sure. The first time I had best friends, I had also trainer on the board, and I wasn't sure if Nomsy counts as friend, and it does. So that's really great. You can be friends with Nomsy. I like that.
Tristana in a dangerous position, but seems to be in safety thanks to Lulu with Polymorph there. And this is Tristana doing her thing. This is what I've been talking about all day. Dealing a whole lot of damage, and the best thing is with her ult, she's able to kind of kill off multiple carries at the same time and has kind of more backline access than many of the AD carries in this set.
Nomsy's going to get upgraded to now as well, so that's going to be a little bit of an additional upgrade for Becca here. Coming in here, the snacks. Now we get the big chunky Nomsy. I love that so much. But here's the treasure drake.
See exactly what Becca wants to go for. Obviously, with priority, she wants to finish off the last item for this Tristana. We'll see what the answer will be. Can be Runelands, can be Last Whisper. Really the two options I'm thinking she's looking at right now. And you have to think about if you want to itemize the Jinx maybe as well with Shojin and the other two components and what kind of trade-off there is depending on what item you end up finishing. It looks like it will be Runelands for the Tristana here.
So is this a level angle or is this trying to finish a Jinx angle? You have a lot more experience when it comes to this than I do, David. So that's why, because you have the Duplicator as well. But Duplicator could be used to find like a Corki 2, for example.
Yeah, I think Jinx is not really the most important unit in this comp. So getting her 3-star is great, but it's not really the do or die moment of this comp at this point in the game. But Becca has to do something. She's at 14 HP. She's a 1 HP away, or 1 loss away from getting knocked out now at stage 5. So she has to find a way to properly upgrade her board, and yeah, we'll be level 7 in this case.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're expecting to see from Black Ice. The second we found that very early Siphon. No QS, which is important, so we'll just need to rely on the healing from those massive attacks coming through. Yes.
I mean, there is like this tiny 1-star Nami in the background, which will just give like a little tiny teensy bit of healing. Not sure that's going to be enough, but
she's doing her best, Makes, okay?
We'll give a little bit of support. I will honor that. So here we go. Siphon and Olaf are the two units to look out for here. Siphon just dashing around on the board. That's it with the Nami. No additional healing. That Talon is a little bit a danger zone. Oh, Xayah finishing off that Siphon, and that is it. Blackfire Ice taking a huge hit. Now, Becca is still fighting, or did she already win? She won. Nice.
That aggro drop from the Talon was insane, man. So if you're unaware of the fact that when Talon cast, you enter stealth, much like Shago of the olden days, and that completely annihilated the Siphon because it was about to go get that ability chunk off and just completely whiffed, man. Like, that is just one of those small micro fight things that you can't control, but when it happens, it's just so huge.
There's a Corki is in, Champion Duplicator, a possibility and a reality now for Becca. Able to get the upgrade. This looks like a very strong board. As I'm not going to say I'm a Cannoneer expert just yet, considering we're very few days into the set, but this is a board I would be happy to ride into stage 5. Maybe not completely, but I wouldn't be too sad if this was the board that I finally ended up capped out on.
Is meeting Emily here though, and the Varus and the Xayah in the backline are doing a lot here. I'm not sure if the Tristana can hold on. Here comes the Xayah. Oh, the death is probably it. Becca survives with 7 HP. Blackfire Ice also being able to get a win here. 6 HP for him. Both of them are clinging on, trying to make it to the next round. Hafu hitting that Idas too, and the Orange too. Big strength upgrade for her.
Let's see what exactly Becca can do. I mean, at this point, Becca can't really do anything else to upgrade her board anytime soon. This is what she's hit, and that are really all of her options. I think quite similar for Blackfire Ice here. Has the Siphon 2. I mean, what really more can you do, Wida, here to upgrade this any further?
You can't really do a whole lot more, right? There are different ways of going about it, and with this, probably the most traditional way of going about it. Was there a pike? No pike. There would be a pike would be the only one that you could really start looking at instead, right, potentially. But with the Siphon here, the lack of QS is for me the big kicker. Becca here again. This Siphon angle could be absolutely insane. Is on that Tristana, Panda.
Yeah, that changes everything. I mean, the moment the Siphon is on to Tristana, it's going to be pretty hard for Becca to win this round. We're seeing it here. Becca going to finally get eliminated in 7th. It looks like so close above her, though. Aurelia, Blackfire Ice, and Emily Wang all also on their last life.
Another guild emblem here for Gooms potentially to pick up.
A lot of emblems in that carousel. Yeah, Aurelia going for that Assassin Spat with the Pike. Really strong pickup if she can make use of that Assassin Spat on an Olaf or even a Deja as we saw earlier, right? Crazy pickup. But yeah, some more great pickups for the rest of the team. Gonna go over to Zologesang. Oops, there we go. Aurelia, 6 assassins now. Interesting.
This is the board that I have not seen at any point in set 7 yet.
I have played some Assassin Lee Sin, and it is fun. I will tell you that much. Joy, oh joy, is it a fun time. I had some healing options though, so that means that it just sustains for long, because that's kind of like the whole shtick with Lee Sin. You want to have like a Redemption, Gunblade, Bloodthirst. There's just anything that really keeps it in the fight for a longer time. But I think the damage coming through here should be pretty significant. Granted, it can crit no IE though, but again, this is an assassin AO Shin as well, just jumping to the back
Yeah,
line.
there's 3 assassin spats on Aurelia's board. I mean, what are the chances of that? And look at them just slicing and dicing through Zolokazang's board, completely annihilating what's in their path. I did not expect this board. Really not. Blackfire Eyes getting knocked out here, though, down to the top 5. As Emily, Zolokazang, and Aurelia are on those single digits. Scary place to be in.
We saw Aurelia earlier. We weren't sure if she was going to continue on to this Lee Sin and try and go for the 3-star or just pivot off to something else, but I guess we have our answer now. 6 Tempest, 6 Assassin, definitely not a comp build that I would expect seeing. It's definitely not something you can force, but everything seemed to work out in that direction for Aurelia. Zolokazang, we're going to see exactly where you can take this. Has the Mage emblem on to this Yasuo now.
And that is super critical. Like this just makes it pop. It makes him do a ton of damage. A lot of items on the bench here has to get a Zephyr off in the first place.
Those items.
And look at the Yasuo. Just look at the Yasuo go. Just dies. It went directly into the Saya and this Rise.
Yeah,
I mean,
I did look at that Yasuo go. It just didn't go very far. Knockout for Zolokazang, who is down here, but Aurelia also taking a loss now on 5. No, there we go. Is waiting for that damage to come in. Now out on the 4th place, Zolokazang taking 5th, down to her top 3.
I kind of hate to point this out, friends, but the top 3 comes from a region that starts with N and ends on A.
That's completely fine. EMEA was at the top of the standings coming into this game, so I think still they'll do quite well. But Uni definitely took a big hit in terms of his aspirations to win it for EMEA as a region as well coming into this tournament. But we'll see now who of these 3, the Canadian or Hafu or Emily, 2 Americans, will be able to take this game 5 and maybe get a good position going to game 6. Especially for Goobums, who was in the top 4 leading into this game and has a pretty good chance at winning this tournament and just continuing his dominance from set 6.5 onwards.
Yeah, one of the best players in NA as a region from a competitive standpoint, right? And that's a player that right now already shows very good understanding of the set in general, and this could be another great set competitively here. Shio U2 being picked up here is going to combine very nicely, and has that Savage Bin, so can really start repurposing these items. As we were talking about, this damage, these items here and the composition here, as when you hit this early on, as Hafu did with the Think Fast, it just allowed her to push up, push to level 9, find those big, massive upgrades here. And there's just so many items on the bench still. Like, you're looking at a Zephyr, you're looking at an Edge of Night. Like, these are fight-changing items just sat there on the bench because of the fact you need to think about what you're doing. You're not fully in the play patterns of the new set just yet, but it looks like it might not even matter here. Just absolutely rampaging all over Emily Wang's board here. The Shio U upgrade coming through as a frontline upgrade as well. That's going to be down to the 1 versus 1 here. Goobums versus Hafu. Hafu with the single Zephyr now to work with. It's going to be interesting.
We'll see now the 2-player camps to see what exactly Goobums' board looks like coming into stage 6. He is streaking, so that's a very good sign. Not many more upgrades considering from what we saw in the last round in stage 5. Talon still very much seems to be putting in the work. 7 win streak for Goobums, a very good sign. He might be the victor in this game 5.
But Hafu still has, like Wida said, those are game-changing items she just has on her bench. Like, they're still not slammed. Now getting slammed onto the backline there, Edge of Night, and also the Zephyr being used here. Maybe it will be enough to take Goobums out of that win streak. Karma doing as much as she can in that backline there, but everything getting hard altered, and that is a big loss for Hafu.
The perfect synergy there between the Bard and the Xayah, and the explosions were pretty much guaranteed once we saw that coming in.
Yeah, and again, to be fair, it's worth noting that both of these comps are ridiculous in their roles. Looking over towards Goobums' board here, Guild Spat with gear upgrade and all this stuff to work with, and then you have Hafu who's hit the absolute dream setup for this composition with the Karma / Ezreal Jade reroll, being able to push to level 9. These boards are incredibly capped out, And one would assume just on the base level that Goobam's board should be stronger due to the combat augments in place.
Exactly. 2 augments down for Hafu. That's one of the big things that she is missing. We talked about it very early on in this game, and that might be the reason she will be taking another loss here as well. Goobams extending this streak to 9, and it looks like winning this game 5 as well. Continuing such a dominant streak from him, not just today, but just throughout the past few months, especially. Very impressive stuff from Goobams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a game. But not only from Goobams, I feel like Hafu has been going for this comp for like all of today, and it's been a really good run this time around. Before she got like 5th with it, and this time it's just shining. So really great to see that comp excel at some point. But yeah, also really excited about that Tristana reroll that you kept hitting on earlier, Panda.
It didn't do so hot. I mean, Becca went 7th in this game, so I think not the best example.
Yeah, but it
we'll find some redeeming moment later on.
Finding redeeming moments, sure. I mean, again, just nice to see. I mean, we saw Saya win another lobby, right? We need to touch on that for a second. But nice to see different setups of it and what you can do. And like, we spent a lot of time talking about Guild earlier on. Now we saw the flexibility of Guild and how this was more so also down to the duo care setup with Talon coming and doing a lot of work.
One thing that we also saw the Cursed Crown being highlighted in the game, the last game before this with AK Wonder, and in this case now Think Fast being highlighted as one of the more kind of out there augments that players might think, is this actually good? Should I actually pick this? But Hafu made it work. You have to have obviously the roll down skill to really be able to get the value from it, but she definitely proved a point that this is an augment that you can choose in a competitive game and still do very well and end up 2nd.
Yeah, I always get really excited when I think of Think Fast, but I also get excited when I think of our analyst test. So let's hear what these guys have to say.
No, not again! I knew it. The moment I started talking, I was like, did I check if I was muted? I didn't. That's okay. Sometimes it happens. Thanks, Makes. We're back. I'm Nibiru, joined here by Admirable and Counterfeit. Now, guys, it was a hell of a game from Goobams. Woo!
I mean, I'm never selling my Goobam stock. That's pretty much all I have to say about that one. Counterfeit, I know that you wanted to talk about that comp quite a bit.
I mean, yeah. I mean, this felt like this was the game when Guild finally came to the forefront. Finally, I think that's one of the big things about the set that needs to be talked about a whole lot. It's just how much the augments can shape what's possible in the game. In this case, the Guild composition itself as a comp is kind of locked behind the idea of being able to double up on your Guild bonuses and make that whole Guild vertical even worth doing.
And that's going to be our key feature of the game, is that gear upgrades. But there's so much that went into that composition for Goobams there. One of the things that I really wanted to talk about was the emblem, because I think that really changed the game. Once you get that Guild Xayah, you've got... oh my god, my brain just melted out of my ears. You've got Twin Shot, or... oh my god. What is wrong with
trying to say?
Admirable saved me from myself. Swift
All
Shot.
right.
Jeez.
Xayah's sitting there, right? Already a strong carry, but you're getting Swift Shot, and Xayah's wearing a guild emblem, so you're getting the additional guild bonuses, which means you're getting the attack speed from Twitch. You're getting the AD from talents happening there. You're getting the additional mana generation, so you're getting quicker to that Rage Blade aspect when you have Bard in play. Every single thing there is contributing to that Xayah hitting harder and harder and making that more tougher and tougher to kill. It's pretty rare, I think, that you could find an opportunity for a situation like that. You looked at that Xayah items and you're kind of like, wait a second, this doesn't really look that strong. But when you take into account everything across the board, that Xayah was stacked. But look at the board that it ended up defeating in the 1v1 scenario with Hafu's side, where we're looking at that was a 3-star board that took place at 3-2 because of Hafu's micro ability there. Hafu has a history of pro gaming, and a lot of her focus has been the micro play and being able to just hone that to its maximum effect that she possibly could, and then winning tournaments because of it. I've played games with Hafu in the past, and she is incredibly good at the micro aspect of it. And I think that the Think Fast really highlighted that in this one. 3-starring all those champions, getting to level 9, eventually ended up getting in second in that one. It's just that the team wasn't itself strong enough to beat this very rare guild style board that you're able to see. But it's just two major big focuses I feel like that took place there. It's the understanding and the creativity aspect, and then the micro play being highlighted by new augments in this set.
I'm such respect for Hafu coming out of that one, because she went 5th twice with that same composition. I think Makes said it really well during the game itself, that she sacrificed augment power just to get the comp online faster. You know, it takes enormous courage to try and push that through over and over again. I'm so glad it finally worked, because I was fully prepared for it to remain 5th at best all tournament long.
Well, she's confident. If you have a composition that you think is going to work, if you have a composition that you genuinely believe in as a high-level player, sometimes you just got to accept that it's not going to work out. Hafu clearly thinks this is one of the most stable, reliable compositions, and let's face it, 5th as a worst-case scenario is a really good composition. If that's consistent enough, there's a reason that she's running in every game. Like you were saying, Admirable, she's a professional player in multiple games. She knows what she's doing. So seeing her have so much faith in this composition, y'all should try it in your ranked games. That's all I'm suggesting.
When you get to the right scenario, I think that composition can absolutely obliterate lobbies. And honestly, this was the right scenario here. But the thing that I really want to highlight is I feel like it is pretty specific to Hafu. Think fast is what catapulted this particular build, and I could not have done that with think fast. You know, when I think of players like this, we get to see Hafu do it here, but I think of like Spencer, DQA. I know that Setsuko's not doing it. That guy presses the reroll button with the mouse, and I do that a lot too. Like I can't use the think fast like that. It's not in my consideration range, and that is a very unique trait that is featured here, and we got to see it. That's such a cool measure to have available in a spot like that. That microplay is what influenced a TFT game. How nuts!
I do want to bring up, before we get into the next game as well, just what we're seeing coming in, which hasn't been there before though. You were actually seeing Ao Xing coming in to help join the tide of assassin emblems, which apparently become, you know, the way that we play the game now. If it's not an assassin, you might as well just throw it away.
I've been really enjoying that as well. And guys, all right, I think I've got it. I've been practicing internally. I can remember the synergy that Xayah and Twitch share. Rangers?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Sure. Okay. Good. Excellent. I got there eventually. There's been so many synergies that are just like attack speed from range. And I'm like, word. I'll just swap them all in my head. Twin shot, Rangers, swift shot. It doesn't matter. But that was like an incredible game all around, and I think has shown how much the meta has developed even throughout this tournament. Like, coming into this, by a show of hands, who expected Assassin Dragons? Which is actually my Imagine Dragons cover band name. As we head over onto the overall standings for the day so far, as we're about to head into our final round, let's take a look where everyone is.
Yeah, this is one of the things I'm looking forward to now too, is like the texture of the tournament has been set. Like this final game is still deciding everything here. Goobum's managing with another first. Remember earlier when I said first or fifth is really the aspect of the players at the World Championship and then the players in High Challenger. Goobum's is highlighting that, and I feel very, very fortunate that this is absolutely the case that's being done. Like I almost feel smarter myself after saying, I'm like, wow, it actually is a first or fifth sort of thing. I know it was, but it's rare to see. You know, again, this is like the TFT thing. It's rare to see in a lot of these spots. It's not always going to be the same thing. This stuff gets shaken up. There's all sorts of variables. Consistency is one of those big keys. And when you look at these top three, it's exactly what you're saying.
I think, you know, from talking to players throughout last set and continuing into this set, one of the things that they talk about so much is like knowing when you have to just give up on going for first. There are certain positions from which you're like, okay, the best I can do is maybe top four. And I think that's the skill that we're seeing Goobum's capitalize on, like you were saying. It's the ability to say, hey, maybe I'm not going to get a first this game, but I can definitely get a fifth. I can definitely get like a fourth or whatever. And that's what's been so consistent for him. But I think it's important to note that top, I think 5 or 6 were within 4 points of each other. This is still anyone's game. Well, not anyone's, but this is still a very close game coming into round number 6. So it's not decided by any means.
No, I think there's going to be a definite instance of paying very close attention to what Goobums is doing in their lobby, because they are, you know, the guardian of first place right now, ahead by 2 when everyone else is so closely adhered together. If Goobums goes down early, this opens the door for so many other players to come through and become tournament winner.
Important correction that I'm getting from the chat. Balotelli's points were not calculated correctly. He did get 4th instead of 7th. So we will be updating that as we go into game number 6. But on the line, we have our in-game casters to lead us all the way into the final game of the day here at the Dragon Party. Guys, for the last time today, take it away.
I do admit it, I'm muted. I was too busy checking whether or not it was looking okay. But we're looking stylish on the broadcast. We're getting ready to watch some stylish TFT here at Dragon Party. Last game, how are we feeling?
Well, hoping that Goobums does not do so well in this last game, or else they're gonna win it again, and I will not survive this entire set if this keeps on happening. We have Goobums and 6 players from EMEA chasing him for first place.
Make sure you're muted if you're trying to say something.
And we won't be seeing Goobums actually in this lobby, but we will be seeing a lot of players who are still kind of in contention.
We are on the carousel. We've all gotten a very strong case of pressed mute by accident.
Yeah, I was muted for like way longer than you were, and I didn't even realize. So
we're in here. Panda, we have a salt on our screen. Talk about it.
I have not been muted yet, so I have at least that going for me. And Heimerdinger is also a unit that you're able to get trainer in very early. Looks like the game is saying, hey, mage is still a thing. Here's 2 Vladimirs. Do you want to go for it? Considering you need 8th last game, playing mages, maybe not the answer Balotelli is looking for to try and win this tournament. Oh, but he's being given it.
Nice.
Singles here.
Finding some units. I mean, wasn't it Balotelli who in the first game of today went like Nami 3-star and won? Let me double check that. Yeah, it was him. So maybe this is the rerun.
Speaking of reruns, reruns? We're rerunning. We're rerunning our reruns. Well, there's a Nami. But Dawnbreaker's Determination also back again for like the 3rd time today. Skarner 2 as well? It's just the astral angle. Why not at this point, right? Gotta get those astrals taken very nicely.
The game is giving you some very clear direction here, and just a whole lot of effective HP on both this Vlad and this Skarner with the Nami, as that heal in the back, trying to continue sustaining these units as they try and get beefier and beefier. Maybe Heimer coming in on the level up for that Mage 3.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rita. I didn't want to.
Everything is just all right.
I just wanted to speak about the Mirage that's showing up on the top right corner, which is going to be Dawnbringers. So that allows your team to be a lot more tanky in a way if you can live until your units kill something in that time.
I love this Electrocharge pickup. You already have a very good front line with the Skarner, with the Vlad, both of them 2-star already. So Electrocharge can put in a lot of work in terms of kind of this more stalled out fight with the passive damage.
Another fist being picked up here. So we see this again coming through. So a level here as well, trying to just like not lose HP. I don't think there's a board you're expecting to be winning with here, but the attack speed coming through from the Twitch is going to synergize quite nice. You already have another guild in play, so double the Cavalier, double the guild. All fine and dandy, one would assume here for Bunny Muffins.
Rocket Propelled Fist is by far the thing that tilts me the most in this set, because
you gotta scout, David.
They're supposed to not be a Blitzcrank, and I'm just doing my thing, putting my Tristana in the bottom right corner, and then I'm gonna admit it, I got hit by the fist, the Rocket Propelled Fist, like 2 or 3 times in the same game because forgot.
You played 500 games of Talon.
Wait,
this is a new set. There's a lot going on.
There is a Thrash.
That's
also grabbing a unit and like CCing it.
That's not the same thing at all. I am not scared of Thrash. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's a yellow Star Fresh.
Blitzcrank hook.
Nunu here with the Mirage. A very good Mirage for Nunu, especially with Dawnbringer's Determination. And we're seeing why here. Just does not seem to die at this point.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, right, David? Because you played like 300 games with Talon. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but...
A little bit.
A little bit. Just slightly, but like 3. You played 100 games with Talon, right? And that's like one of the most scouting-heavy compositions of the previous set. And you're like, then now you're complaining about that you're having to scout.
It's set 7. There's so much new stuff to keep track of. I am not in the phase where I'm scouting constantly yet. I'm still, reading maybe some units here and there, reading what certain things are doing, trying to really understand everything about this new set. It's a tough time right now.
Idleman going to 5 here on 2-2, actually. That's something we need to look out for here. Also, set reroll angle being presented here by St. Vicious.
Looks like a very clear intention as well. The set already with the QSS built, and one more set on the bench already. So, and staying on set on level 3 is, I think, the biggest indicator even that you are pretty much right away deciding that, hey, this is what I want to do. I want to reroll for a 1 cost and try and 3-star it as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And speaking about learning new things, I just want to quickly ask you guys, what's like your favorite trade out of the new set? Because we are in the early stages. There's not so much going on just yet. I mean, there's going to be a Leona hit by Box, but like out of all the new trades, which one is your favorite, Rita?
Dragonmancer, right? Like there's so many different ways to play it. You can do some really fun stuff with it. I think that's the big thing. You can start like we saw with the Karma last game. You can see Lee Sin carries, Yasuo carries some more late games of the version of it. Swain carry, we haven't seen that today, but that was also a thing that popped up during the PBE cycle. Really, like we saw it once. Like, okay, speaking of Dragonmancer Swain, right there on our screens.
Oh, you spoke it into existence. I like it a lot as well. I haven't quite gotten the hang of it yet, but I just like when Swain goes into this kind of baby dragon form and starts spitting at people. It's very satisfying.
And we do have the combat training picked up by Box, so an augment that's going to help you ideally scale later and later into the game, continuing getting more and more power as we move along. But you kind of have to stick with the units that you are playing at the very start. So we're going to see exactly what Box decides to go for and what he commits to, really, what kind of trait tree he wants to go down coming into the late game.
I want to highlight something.
Spats in the carousel.
I don't carousel, but AK Wonder had Inspire as his augment, I do believe. So that is going to be some very clear intention in terms. It is Inspire, so that's going to be the Dragonmancers here. They're going to be taking. They're going to get extra attack speed on takedown. Think of it as more of like an old school type of Jinx passive. When you get the takedown, everything just goes wild. And that is just a very interesting one to work with because that is just so much attack speed. When you're building more the attack speed centered carry version like the Swain, things can get real interesting really fast.
Moving back now into this mage board that was kind of given to by Balotelli. He didn't really have much of a choice. The game just gave him so many different units and upgrades for this mage comp that he said, I guess I have to go down this. I'm going to be very, very strong in the early game at the very least. Although not so much the case, kind of middle of the pack now with kind of a loss, and then into a win now. It does look like a pretty strong board overall. Still has now the Silas as well to pair with both the mages and the bruiser as well with Skarner.
Yeah, I mean, would probably like to upgrade that Nami first and foremost, and then look to get a little bit stronger frontline. Can obviously position the Skarner a little bit differently, as well as the Silas. But yeah, I think you're on a good direction if you're Balotelli right now. A little bit heartbroken he's not going for the assassins, but that's life. And Saudi, on the other hand, has Swift Shots and a Nidalee. So a little bit of an astral moment as well for him.
Saudi, someone that won earlier with Swift Shots already, so I think this is definitely a comp he's very comfortable with, and with Roll the Hunt going to be maybe enough to do it here. Ezreal. Oh, the Nami nerfs coming in here. Definitely the damage would have been enough in the last patch, not so much in this case, but I'll tell you, taking another loss here and continuing this kind of odd streak of losses and wins that no player wants to go for, really going into stage 2.
Yeah, and we're going to go over to Bunny Muffins. I was really excited when I saw Bunny Muffins' name on our invitational list, because I've been recommending, like a little shout out here, I've been recommending people who are like, hey, I really want to start playing TFT. You cast this, can you explain it to me? I was like, hey, just check out Bunny Muffins' channel. There's a lot of really, really cool explanatory videos. So if you're new to TFT, I feel like you should check them out. I think most of the content is on YouTube, but yeah, here with that very scary item Panda is like shaking in his boots, but also a Sunfire on that Nunu, which allows the Nunu to just live for so long here.
And this Rise trying to add in the damage. You have the stall, you have the front line, but do you have the damage to say? It looks like it might be quite enough. I don't think this Leona by herself is going to be able to 1v3 this, despite the double itemization, and Rise is damaged. The burst will be able to kill her off.
I mean, very clear. It's very clear to see that it's more of a placeholder item, placeholder unit more so than anything else here, really, right? Again, while I like the idea of just having Leona at Frey just slamming everything with an Infinity Edge, I don't think that's going to be the most ideal way for us to really utilize those items in the later stage of the game here. Again, Bunny Muffin's at 100% streaking here. Talk about this. This Mirage combination has just been working out absolutely fantastically for Bunny Muffin. We're getting confirmation that St. Vicious is going for that set reroll, so interesting to see whether or not that's going to get punished like it was for Becca earlier on today. And again, the big kicker for that is going to be whether or not the augment on 3-2 is going to be a prismatic or not. And again, David, Panda, you know, love the kids that I love have many names, and you know you have a couple. So, what is your thoughts on the augments being pushed back to 3-2 instead of 3-3?
I think it's nice to have the consistency for all the different stages, especially stage 4. I think is the biggest one. It does change a little bit with stage 4 with the leveling and when you want to spike, and it changes like how you can tailor your board to the augments instead of, you know, it swaps around the ordering of rolling down and spiking on level 8 and getting your augment later, and now it's the opposite. Stage 3, I think it's not too relevant. I mean, it's one little fight earlier. I think it's not the biggest deal, but it can be pivotal for boards that are rolling down on stage or on level 6 when they level up on 3-2 to decide what exactly they want to do with the comp.
Makes sense. A Diana on the board. Talk about this, Matt. Diana.
There's a Diana on the board, but that's a really strange Diana. She's wearing a party hat, Rita. I don't know what to do with this. I think it's a little bit similar to what we saw coming out of Balotelli earlier, where it's like, yes, you have a really kind of normal item on that Diana with the Infinity Edge, and I can see how the Gauntlet works as well. I think that's pretty normal. And then for some reason, she has a Mage Emblem. And okay, prismatic once again.
Yeah, and this again, we just see these reroll players being punished for it here. Radiant Relics coming through. Oh, not Radiant Relics. That's Grab Pack.
Grab Pack, yeah.
But that's double the reforges, double the fun. Items that are not necessarily suited for it could just be common items.
You just reforge everything, and that's going to be the case. Same as just saying, no, I am playing AD. Please give me AD items, and that is much better now. RFC, IE, and a sword here. Looks like it's probably going to be the Rage Blade onto this set once you're able to find a bow. Don't want to really build Gunblade, I think, just yet.
There's the Lee Sin with a Wallmarks chilling on our bench right now. There we go.
Yeah, we fixed that. So the Zet, still off a little bit from that final 3-star. Everything else on the board looking a little weak-ish right now. The Lee Sin and the Shen getting some of their tankiness through those items, which should help. But here's Bunny Fufu playing the exact same comp, it looks like.
It's more so the exact same place and time, right? It's not so much a composition. You can see Bunny Fufu going for a new recruit plus the level up here is not going to be on the reroll angle. We'll be looking for a more late game scaling option instead here. And this set again feels like it's just kind of just punching into the air here, you know, but maybe it's going to be getting to the backline here now, starting to put in the work here. The Israel items are not necessarily fantastic, but the set is dead and gone here, and that is going to be yet another close loss, it seems, for St. Vicious. And I think actually you might not mind this too much, because you get to maintain your loss streak goal. You would like to get closer to hitting to a certain extent, one would assume as well, but this is far from perfect, but it could be workable. And I'm kind of wondering, because I haven't played this comp specifically a lot, so when we will really start seeing the all-in come through to start really digging deep and trying to get there?
It really depends on the position that St. Vicious is in coming into this lobby. Right now, 50 HP. Dangerous, but not, you know, we've seen worse at this stage of, you know, stage 3. But you're just so far away from set 3. I wouldn't be, you know, very happy to be in this current position from St. Vicious, especially not with the prismatic second augment.
I mean, we are about 2 years off from set 3, so yeah, that would make sense.
Wait, what is going on Balotelli's board? I see a Tactician's Crown. I see an Evoker emblem and a Mage emblem. How many spats did this guy get?
One of the, like Ancient Archives gives you Ancient Archive 2
It gives you one.
Gives you two tomes. Two tomes,
Alright,
you know?
yeah.
Because you need one tome for each hand, and you prop them, then you read them, then you then you figure out you can't
that's
read
fair.
2 books at the same time, and then you just put them onto the board instead. Profit.
And one
I
thing
love that
Balotelli
little trick.
was missing earlier. He was missing damage. He had a very good front line with Silas, with his Skarner 2, with the Vlad 2, with the Nami for healing, but no damage to really, make use of that extra stall. And now with the Rise, it looks like he's doing much, much better.
Bunny Muffin's still at 100 HP. And then if you look all the way down, there's like a huge gap to Saint Vicious. We just been
took a
to
big
their
hit
board.
on
but,
this last
like,
fight.
He did, but even with that big hit, he would have been off of the rest of the team. So it really needs to find an angle, really needs to start rolling. I feel like I don't think you can go for much longer. Is able to find that Swain 2, is able to find the Shen 2, getting some upgrades down there. Lee Sin 2 now being hit. I believe Saint Vicious is rolling down. Balotelli also finding that Lulu and the Nami too.
Yeah, and Box with the loaded dice here. We obviously can't see right now because the overlay here, probably GG, is kind of just hovering. Okay, they haven't been used just yet. So this is where this becomes really interesting, because if you are able to stay stable enough to a certain extent, you will not be too greedy with this. You could end up like finding some dragons. You can find this Shio, you could be getting 2-star incredibly easily, could be 3-star even if you are able to hit a stabilization point. That third auto coming through is so big here, and just continuously denying that Swain. And AK Wonder on the exact same game plan here. Loaded dice as well. High Roller has been picked. No longer gives you the 8 gold, but it's still a very prominent tool in trying to get those 3-stars ready to go.
Yeah, I think right now, Balotelli is looking strong enough to not have to... Oh, there's a 3-star set.
There it is.
Saint Vicious has found it. He's not too bad on gold either. Able to get right to level 6, get the Bruiser online for the Shen. For now, just going to be a placeholder. Going to maybe wait to be able to slot in the 6 Rage Wing. But this is this big spike for Saint Vicious. If he doesn't win this next fight, that's a pretty bad sign going forward.
Let's see how it goes. Gonna meet up with Box. Has a Xayah in the backline with only a crit glove. Let's see what the set can do. Just smashing and punching. Look at the damage coming in out of this unit, supported by everything in Saint's backline. That's exactly what he was looking for.
And this is going to be the turning point for Saint Vicious. Now he has to start maybe going up in the levels, trying to fit in the strong Rage Wing. Carries really Rage Wing as you go higher and higher up the vertical trait. You find a lot of great units like Xayah, for example, as well. Or maybe because it wants to go into the Dragonmancer route. Weeda, do you have any experience with set reroll as a whole? How do you cap out this board once you've hit set 3?
I have no idea, mate. I've got to be honest. It's one of those comps that have not been on my radar at all. I will say that I would assume that you start leveling, start going for the vertical Rage Wing, which means, Shyvana, right? Like, Shyvana is a thing that happens at some point if you're lucky enough and, like, if you are stable enough. At 23 HP, it's interesting because I'm kind of interested to see how specifically the inflection point is going to be now that we're going to be moving on to this 4-1 spike. 4-1 is still a very, very common rolling position, despite the Augment being on 4-2 instead. So if this board is still able to keep up on 4-1, as we do see AK Wonder here going for that Swain free now, finding that calculator somewhere, trying to figure out what the most likely unit is to hit. And he is 5 copies away here. Whiffs on this one. That is big because it's very, very unlikely for him now to find that Swain. He just does get the 2 of them now 2 off. Has no time to position, no time to roll down.
One of these rolls from AK Wonder hits 3 Sennas in one shop, 2 Swains instead of the next. Rage Wing ridden all throughout his shops, it looks like.
By the power of Mortdog.
By the power of loaded dice, right? Again, you can calculate these things. These are control outcomes. You can look them up. And when you are still early in the set, right, you need to look them up, because when you come into the later set, you have a feeling for it. You know these by heart to a certain extent. Your assumption might be wrong, and you have to reassure yourself now. And he's under a lot of pressure here. Still has 46 gold to work with. Most likely will be sending it down here as Saint Vicious' board is not able to keep up with the increased lobby pace of the 4-1 situation here. But what is the final augment going to be? Is it going to be a prismatic again to close it out? It is not going to be another gold.
Might be a reroll angle for AK Wonder here.
I mean, could potentially go for Ancient.
Which did.
Yeah. Here we go. uses it instantly.
Is it ever 6 Jade?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out if that's a way you want to go in. Because there was a Jade augment there as well. But we'll go with the 5 Jade now. It just needs to find a 6th one.
And Balotelli, we do see streaking as well with the Evoker on the rise. We saw in this fight against AK Wonder. Really, really strong board that he's been able to build. He's one of the players we talked about is definitely in contention to win this entire thing, depending on what Goobums does in the other lobby. So definitely someone to watch out for in terms of his current streak, alongside Saudi and AK Wonder. I think those are the 3 players in this lobby that are definitely the ones to watch out for in terms of winning it all.
He goes into the false shapeshifter perspective instead, trying to give more HP to work with for this Swain, and that is going to be critical here. Cornering away from the assassins, so pretty good setup for now at least.
But here comes Mage Diana, and she's gonna try and slice and dice through everything in that backline, and this is look really, really scary if you're AK Wonder. One more time, her ult's gonna pop off, and there it goes, ba-boom, ba-boom, into AK Wonder's face. Really, really scary unit, even with that weird mage emblem. I'm starting to kind of like it. I don't know, Idle Monk might be onto something.
And this has to be a roll down now for AK Wonder. He has to hit the Swain 3 if he wants to stay alive, wants to stop bleeding. 6 loss streak is a very good, inclination of where this game is going, unless you're able to really hit a big spike here. The same can be said for St. Vicious. Hit set 3, continued his free fall, now at 7 HP.
Yeah, queuing up to John Mayer right now. Probably not ideal. Not the moment for John Mayer. No one got that. Okay, fair enough.
No, I didn't get that. I'm sorry. I'm not a boomer.
No, cool.
Oh, and faces off against Balotelli, one of the strongest players in this lobby. A player that has been win streaking, has been on a hot streak for a long time. Can Set finally end this mage dominance from the Rise? It looks like it's not going to be the case. Gets bursted down here by the Rise. It looks like... he does it!
Look at the Set! It keeps going!
I'm not sure what the Rise was doing there. It seemed like he had the Set in his focus, but wasn't able to take on that HP, despite it looking like it was definitely going in that direction.
Now carousel time. Bard and Sarakas, no Yasuo being donated here to someone who might need it. But that Rika bow on the Saya here is going to be the priority for St. Vicious.
Not sure how much more it'll change.
So, Bunny Fufu picking up that Bard, which if you're doing well is a really great pickup. I do think he might want to sell it for the sword though.
Bard can also just be a way for you to kind of level. This might sound weird, but if you are able to hit your board, it just gives you those extra percentages you would need here. Okay, skills gone reroll obviously is what we have been seeing here. No, we didn't get to see the Assassin's
Look at that Diana, it's so insane. I love that.
It's pumping out a lot of damage, that's for sure here. So close into Lilia as well, which could be a major point of contention, but
not really the...
AK Wonder as well.
Ooh, double Diana in the shop though. Very good shop there, but still, you're closer to Lilia, but she's not really your carry. She's not really itemized, so not really maybe the unit you're trying to focus on the most. And looking at Bunny and Fufu, full on Rage Wing, the Zaya fully itemized, but still 1-star in the backline.
Obsidian Cleaver as well, and she does a lot of like small burst damage, right? So like a lot of shred for the rest of the team.
That Diana is just dying. The Xayah in the backline doing so much here for Bunny Fufu, carrying everything, and it's going to be a loss for Idle Monk. But St. Vicious is still fighting, and hopefully he can make it. 7 HP, but
you
goes
jinxed
down.
it.
The set was not enough. I'm so sad.
Caster Curse from Makes. Too much.
Curse.
I
was just asking. I wanted to see him win.
Makes you're missing like the most major point of the TFT community.
Oh.
Don't ask if you don't know.
True.
AK Wonder and BoxBox though are both also very close to exiting this game with a massive gap between 6th place BoxBox, who just hit the Shio 2, so that might change things for him. But he's facing against, well, AK Wonder actually is facing against Balotelli, a player who isn't streaking anymore, but still one of the stronger players in this lobby with the Rise, doing so much work with the Evoker emblem.
This is interesting, right? Because a lot of the fights that I've had with Rise have been like Rise standing alone at times, but this is not going to be the case here. Just beating off of it, but it's going to
Oh, the
Lulu?
stun.
No!
And the Rise able to
Wow.
do it. The stun from the Heimer comes in. And
That's
the
a Heimer.
Swain, just 2 seconds that he was out of contention after annihilating the entire board. And still, the loss is given to AK Wonder now at 7 HP.
I'm a little bit upset. I really wanted the Swain to just go like pew, 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 and take the team out. But it shouldn't be. So here we are at the Treasure Drake finding a refresh. Might want to keep this. Getting a little bit of extra tankiness. Nope.
Already
Not
have
enough.
Sunfire Cape on the Shen, so maybe hoping for a different tank item to complete the item in the Shen and just buy more time for Swain to pop off. Swain is already in a position to really completely take over in the damage perspective. Now you're just looking for utility, extra frontline, and maybe just trying to continue giving Swain more to work with, maybe 6 Rage Wing with Shyvana later on.
Yeah, and also here worth noting that what we're seeing here is that you're trying to like build up a secondary carry here in the Volibear. It's worth noting that the other Dragonmans in the composition tend to not be as strong because the entire power of the trade is in that Dragonmancer emblem that you cast onto your primary Dragonmancer here. This was what I was talking about for Box, right? Still has all 3 of his loaded dice on the bench, but again, has close to no gold to roll with. Is not even mathematically able to get a Shio U2 here. Okay, at this point, I feel like you ought to just use
Is
the dice
able to
instead,
get
right?
a Deja too, though, if he wants it.
Is there a reason for not committing dice that I'm missing?
Unless there's some kind of visual bug where the dice have been used, but they are in their ethereal ghost form still on the bench. I'm not entirely sure, but now seems to be utilizing at least one has been used here.
Huh.
And there it is. Makes his favorite comp.
Yeah, there it is. Actually, this time without the mage emblem, but with the assassin on that Olaf, and just look at him go. He doesn't even have a second item. He's just smashing through everything. Diana is helping out a little bit. Now, this is a scary moment because she doesn't have anyone to help her with, and that will be it. She's gonna get clapped here, but very close.
Swain won a fight.
Still doing his thing. The biggest thing for AK Wonder now, he's at level 8. He has a slightly better chance at finding Shyvana. That would be, I think, the crowning moment for this comp if he's able to slot in Shyvana as well.
Yeah, for sure. I really like Nico in this set, to be honest. I know we have seen her all out through today and some really nice moments as well. But just the way Nico works now, where she stands next to someone and kind of like duplicates them, is really, really fun.
Saudi, we haven't seen him for a while, but is now on a 6-win streak. Swift Shot is the name of the game for him, not just in this game, but really throughout this whole tournament. And now with Varus instead of Zaya as the main carry, we'll see if Varus 3 is able to do it now here with just the itemization Weeda, JG, and the IE.
Yeah, so this build in general is very interesting, right? Because this build kind of emerged as more of a counter to all of the like mage rerolls going around, where you had the Siphon being able to just tank for rage, which is just the massive amount of healing, while the Varus just was in the back line, just wailing away here. And again, despite the nerf to Varus, still does a lot of damage. And remember, on the PvE, people are trying to build Varus as an AP carry. We've kind of gone away from that. It does mean it's not really a possibility to do that. And again, you're looking at the augments. Your best friend's free is an absolutely critical one, because the thing about Rageblade is the more attack speed you have, the better it is. Words are hard, okay? It's almost past midnight, okay?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't Boxbox hit a Shio U2 earlier? Why was there a second Shio U2?
Dice.
Oh, you can get 3 stars in TFT mix.
I am very much aware that that's an option, Panda. I was just wondering if that's what we're doing here. So, very interesting technique by Boxbox here, going for 2 Shio U's
that's free,
in the front line here. There's a third one.
Or is that a Nico? It is a Nico, right?
It should be a Nico, no?
Yeah, it is a Nico.
Yeah, there we go.
For a second.
I was like, when the fight started, I could only count 2, and I know I don't do well with, dies of cutscene.
I like how you're trying to make like a good point, and it's like dies of cutscene.
I hate it. I think this is, I'm sorry. I think it's great that somebody made this animation. It's a nice animation. I don't want to see it, though. I'm very sorry. I think it's infuriating.
AK Wonder picks up the Zeke's Herald, able to give that Swain a little bit more attack speed. in that backline. We'll see if he's, I mean, he's still staying alive, 7 HP, but maybe enough to do it with the Swain 3 already online. We're going to see. Again, Shyvana is the big upgrade for AK Wonder, but I believe he would have to go level 9 if he wants to fit her in cleanly without taking out Dragonmancer 6.
Yeah, Balotelli here. He's just got a competition handed to him by the game and has run with it, right? Again, the double carry, the triple carry setup to a certain extent, with the Nami, with the Rise, and with the Alawi, should be relatively solid, right? Still top of the lobby here, 54 HP. Sadi, only one still streaking. And this is now about to become crunch time here again. Worth noting that Balotelli was our points leader, I do believe, going into this game. So needs a strong performance to seal the first potential title victory of set 7, sorry. That's an Ocean too, just hiding there in the back line.
Yeah, and he's, I mean, currently stuck onto this small little creature, but there comes the damage and just poof.
How dare you speak about Heimerdinger like that?
He's just a tiny little creature. Look at that huge.
If you've seen Arcane, the hit TV show, Heimerdinger would not be described as a tiny little creature. He is
that just,
very important part of the council makes. And Nami 3 is also
I'm not going to spoiler, so I can't reply to that.
I just said he's part of the council. That's not a spoiler. Oh no, you've ruined the show for me. Nami 3 was hit though. Varus 3 has been hit. We're seeing a lot of 3-stars here, but Diana and Olaf not quite there just yet, but only one away for the Olaf here, which could be maybe not game winning, but a very good option for Idlemonk, who's on a 3-loss streak. Has to hit it soon though. 16 HP, also in the danger zone now.
I really like Shroud as an item, and I feel like in this set it's even stronger than in the last one, with so much kind of casters and the units that depend on their cast, like Rage Train mages and so on. But yeah, there we go. Boom.
It is goodbye to Bunny and Fufu with such a massive loss against this
AK Wonder
comp.
fighting still. Maybe. Oh.
You did it again.
No. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to.
Oh my goodness, Mix. Stop killing off.
I just want to see the fights. I'm sorry.
This is both good and bad, by the way, as we mourn the loss of AK Wonder in this tournament. For a player like Idlemonk, who is currently looking for gold to round out their composition, yes, the items are nice. Another Shroud is fantastic. But you're still going to be lacking those freestyles who need to top out the composition. For someone like Bonnie Muffins, who already has a 2-star 10-cost carry and is on his way to that Nuno free as well. These items are fantastic, right? Like, they're just going to be even more combat powers to the comp. Because, and this is just, I mean, this is a ridiculous board already from Bonnie Muffins, right? Yasuo pair, Nuno free being found right here.
Ooh. There
a very strong position, especially if you're able to hit this Yasuo upgrade. That's going to be massive, especially considering the rest of the lobby. Sadi had Varus 3 as a carry, so maybe falling off a bit coming to stage 6 compared to a board like this one. The same for Balotelli with the Rise, with the Mage comp. Idlemonk with the Olaf 3, with the Assassin. That might be different against this Ao Shin, for example, if he's able to hit that upgrade.
Okay, decides to not, like, what I would like to see would be to, like, bring back both the this is the situation here. We're bringing back both the Banshee's Claw as well as the Cone, just to try to protect this Ao Shin for a while. Because again, gets a cast off in the nick of time here, but the Pike just comes through with the reset. And again, if you protect that Ao Shin just a little bit more, that's all you need to do to guarantee the win. Still wins though, right? Because of the fact that Assassin still can't do enough. But just saying that this is the things you need to look out for when we get handed those double aura and bring back the Yasuo, bring back the Leona as the carry for them, and just, you know, ensure your carries are set up for success.
I love that Bunny Muffins is in our chat with like Chinese copy pasta about that Nunu. It's like, so dorky. I'm so here for it. But I do want to bring us back, since this is our last game of today, and it could be very important where these players place. Because if Balotelli takes first in this lobby and Goobums also takes first in the other lobby, then Goobums takes it. But if Balotelli goes first here and Goobums goes second, or anything under that, then Balotelli wins. And Sadi is also not far off both of them. So it is all very much up for grabs here.
It's all going to come down to the upgrade on this Ryze. Possibly we're going to see how this fight pans out here first. What Ryze decides to focus on with his ult, with his very bursty ability to deal so much damage and just delete units. But Aoshin is also someone that is very, very keen on that strategy. Deletes the entire backline for Balotelli, and Balotelli will not be taken down just yet, but very, very close now at 9 HP.
Yeah, this more from bottom offense is absolutely ridiculous, right? And Balotelli is really in this fighting for the title here, and would have liked to at least guarantee a top 2. But when you're looking at because like right now, you're no longer going for the first place. That is out of reach. And as we can see right now here, we are on bottom of the sports. Don't let the lovely gentleman of Saudi in the bottom confuse you. We are on bottom of his perspective. And we see right now, it's another fight with Bunny Muffins for Balotelli. It's going to be the ghost here for Bunny Muffins though. So this is going to be a very, very important fight here because Balotelli needs to put Saudi into a knockout range, and this Varus free here, this build has more or less decided to build to counter this composition. Look at the Siphon go, just absolutely annihilates everything here.
No one's touching that Varus. It's so undisrupted. There comes an ult from Zoe, but it's not enough to take anything out here. Nami's gonna ult one more time, heal up the team. The Varus is still going. Can they take out anything and try to get through him? There goes the ult, actually killing that Varus, but it's not enough. The Lulu is still fighting, but I don't think she can do it here. Oh no.
Oh, that's a tilter and a half. But again, that is what this build's supposed to do, is counter mage players. And now it's a 1v1 heads up here. Bunny Muffins potentially could send the victory over to Koopas because Sadi is a player that is also up towards the higher end of the bracket here.
Coming into this game, Saudi had 29 points. Balotelli was on 31 and Goobums 32. So only a 3-point separation between Goobums in the other lobby and Saudi, who can still get first tier, can still get those 8 points in this game 6.
I'm trying to figure out if Saudi can still win it, but it all depends on where Goobums lands, because Aurelia has taken 8th place, so she's out of contention. Balotelli taking 3rd also puts him a little bit behind, and Saudi still could do it. Sorry,
he's trying his best, but he's faced off against Bunny Muffins, who has, as we just mentioned so many times before, a very strong comp. The biggest thing is this front line. It buys so much time for Aoshin to do his thing.
It does. And again, the Tempest is also without any QS or any way of counteracting all of that CC coming through. Now just look at the Aoshin. The Titan's resolve is not even fully resolved. And Sadi has one more go at the swing of things here. And at this point in time, you're just kind of running out of options.
I don't think there's going to be anything you can do to change the outcome of this fight. You have a lot of gold to work with, though, if you're Saudi, but you've hit your 3 stars where you need to. You've hit your 2 stars where you need to. You're not quite there yet to go level 9 yet. So is there anything you can do to upgrade this board for Saudi, Wida?
I don't think so, Mix. Do you have any, like, oddball idea that might save this?
You'll have to cast your curse.
I honestly don't know.
Muffins.
I did not expect that 3-star Nunu to do anything in the first place, so I'm really at a loss for words on how to counter it.
Oh, the Zephyr's huge!
I'm more than curious on how to learn. Zephyr coming in, being really, really helpful here, but will it be enough? The Bard ult also coming in there, Orin smashing through it, Hecarim doing their best, and it's actually doing enough. But the Varus is still alive for Saudi. Not anymore.
About that. I mean, the Bunny Muffins. We got to see some. We got to see some Aoshin. We got to see some incredibly capped out action here coming through. Right, Bunny Muffins with a nice win to close out the day on.
And we saw so many times before units kind of not having that backline access. The Varus surviving for way longer than maybe he should have against that mage comp from Balotelli. But in this case, Aoshin able to just rain down from the heavens and snipe out Varus before he can really deal a lot of damage. But again, Nunu 3, Yasuo isn't really a tank, but he buys so much time with his invincibility that really does the same exact thing. And Aoshin, I've seen him, try to be played that flex Tempest board at level 8 or level 9, and you just have a really bad front line. You're not able to really do much, and he just dies too easily. But in this case, I think the perfect setup for Aoshin, and it was proven.
I'm excited to see this comp in some new guide, so I can look it up and figure out how that Nunu is really doing that magic there. really, really happy to see it. But that means we are now ready to do the math, and our analysts will tell you a lot more about who won this tournament, and if it was EMEA or NA, you'll find out after the break. Thanks for watching, and see you in a couple minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final leg of the Teamfight Tactics Dragon Party here at TFT Rising Legends. My name is Niberia, joined here one last time by Admirable Cast and Counterfeit Cast. Guys, we do know our winner. I think I'm going to announce it after we discuss the game, because that feels the most fair to give our winner the time to celebrate. I'll give a spoiler, just a quick hint. Admirable's very happy about it. But let's talk about that last game real quick. We had an Ao Shin. We had a Nunu 3 with the rocket-propelled fist. And Admirable, we were chatting a little bit between games and during games. And I was just like, why are they taking the rocket fist? You're like, it's good. Trust. You were right, it turns out. Do you want to explain why it's so strong?
Well, one of the reasons it's so strong is because it's just emphasizing the idea of how important each unit plays its role and the difference in positioning and what that can actually do. If you move those carries in the backline a little bit closer to the center, a little bit easier to collapsed on or approached by a Yasuo or reached by a Siphon or what have you. The closer they are to the center, the more likely they are to get picked off. And so one of the big things I really want to highlight here as well was for Counterfeit to talk about. We've been talking about the reroll stuff, I feel like, the entire tournament thus far.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing all sorts of reroll comps. We're seeing them be very powerful here. We're seeing St. Vicious hit it. But it feels like in this lobby, a lot of the rerolls got hit late, including the 3-star rerolls, which you do tend to hit a little bit later, but they kind of crept their way to the top. Counterfeit, talk to us about some of these reroll comps and the benefits and the consequences.
I mean, we just saw it on screen there as part of our highlights. I think we were talking about this yesterday, the whole set rerolls being a really, really potentially powerful composition, but I think we had it illustrated for us really, really well. The St. Vicious got trolled pretty hard by Bunny, who ended up going, or Bunny Fufu, rather. I've realized that saying Bunny isn't actually that clear. But yeah, Bunny Fufu going out in 5th ultimately eventually as well because they're taking the same units. But we've got this whole idea that you've got a window of opportunity when your set is really powerful, when your Swain is really powerful as well, and just once that window of opportunity is over and you move to the late game, if you've only got a few moments in the sun with your 3-star, then it feels like a huge waste of time.
I think one of the big things coming into this one, of course, is there's the difference between going full reroll and there's the difference between waiting until the later stages to roll. Bunny Muffins is a really good example of the latter because he wasn't just straight up going for that Nunu 3 from the start. He waited until he knew that was going to be his front line, it was fully itemized, and then he slowly went for it as he built up his composition, as he got that Ao Shin. It wasn't just, I got to reroll until I find this Nunu 3 because it's the core of the composition. He found the Ao Shin and was just like, well, it's time to build a front line, baby. And then that Nunu ended up being the secondary carry, and Ao Shin was just kind of there to finish the job.
Yeah, I think it really highlights the power of the dragons in this aspect and what it really means. This was like a very traditional frontline, backline flex kind of angle here, where just no one was checking the Ao Shin. And look at the items in this Ao Shin. These are not spectacular items. Two-handed justice.
Yeah, they're awful.
These are great items, but I want my Ao Shin to be casting as quickly as possible. But when that can't happen, it's about building a barrier to keep that Ao Shin from being checked. And that's where something like a Rocket Propelled Fist can be good. Having a Thresh in play to be able to buy shielding time for your units, to have the shield be a mana battery so that you can activate some CC to disrupt that Ao Shin in the backline. If you can't check that, I think this 30 gold unit should probably be able to win a game.
Just in theory, in theory, 30 gold should be pretty valuable. Yeah. I do want to touch a little bit on the other compositions that we saw this game because it was one of those weird early games where it was like, what? Because Ballo, look here. He's got the Evoker Spat. He's got the Tactician's Crown. He's got the Mages built in. We thought he was going to win the game. Straight up, as soon as we saw the menagerie of emblems that he had on his side of the field, I was immediately like, okay, Balotelli's going to win this. But he never hit that Rise 3 and then couldn't compete with those strong compositions like that Ao Shin and Nunu combo that we've been talking up the entire time.
One thing, to kind of follow on to that is, I think what we're seeing from our players, even this early on in the set, is just spotting opportunities like this to try and follow that line of play. As we go further into the set, our players are going to be more and more comfortable with knowing the standard play lines, to the point where it's not even any effort for them to be able to recognize them, and they'll have their full brain space available to be able to see opportunities like having the Evoker coming in and make the most out of it, where other players may just say, I don't know if this actually is worth pursuing, it's worth gambling an entire tournament's performance on.
That's something we saw a little bit during this last round, and I think is always the highlight of a day of competitive. It's the last round where you have to go for first because nothing else matters. We saw this with AKA Wonder, the way he was playing the game. He was playing incredibly economically greedy. He was really going for it, waiting and seeing how long he could make that gold last, because it doesn't matter if you play for top 4 if the person that you're competing for first with is ahead of you. You've got to take those risks. You've got to go for those crazy plays, and that's always just an absolute joy to watch. So I'm just thrilled by this last game that we got to see, Saint going for that set reroll, how that caps out in the later stages. Unfortunately, it didn't go great for him, but it was looking good. it felt good until he died.
I mean, that was a stacked lobby. Let's be real.
Yeah.
When you need 3-star 3 costs as your main carries in order to be able to get past a third place finish, in this situation, it was because the other boards were they were there. They had their 3-star units at their 3 cost. Like those are very powerful units, and it takes a long time to get to that spot. That is early game momentum combined with great economic management, combined with items, combined with opportunity. Like these are tough circumstances to get into in this spot. And when you see a set reroll get outpaced that way, it's a big one. But I really want to emphasize the point that you made in Iberia about the tournament aspect of this, of going for first or going for eighth. This isn't just a play strategy. In a tournament setting, it absolutely can be the texture of the last couple of games of the entire tournament, and that shapes the meta completely. How much momentum can you generate? How much risk can you take? What is your reward at the capitalization of that? The recognition of that is a very difficult thing to do, but the skill expression of knowing when to do it, it's virtually impossible to know, but we understand the general areas that those exist in.
And now we're going to head over to the culmination of our day of games, the final standings, as we wait for our top place player to stop watching the stream and start joining it. It will be Goobums, which I know you're going to be thrilled about, Admirable, but I just got to say, my personal bias, Balotelli, just off by 1 point. I wanted to do the three-peat of interviewing him, because I've interviewed him twice on Rising Legends streams. I really, really wanted to get the third time, but Goobums, fantastic player, and just did so amazingly today.
I'd like to point out as well, we've got the even split of EMEA and players from North America in our top 8. So I feel like the question is still up in the air as to which one is the superior region.
Takes time to know. You don't just play one game of TFT to figure out what rank you are in the nation. You play a lot of games of TFT. Taking a look here at the bottom 8 that ended up taking place, Box was trying to put together some pretty crazy looking comps at times. I appreciate the effort that everyone put in today. The tournaments are very difficult, and there's a lot of stacked players in this one. The range of play from this one, it expands quite a long way. And while we ended up seeing that lean towards the favor of the players who dedicate their time to the competitive aspect of it, we're at the start of the set. We have no idea what the optimizations are. There's still so much discovery of these team compositions and what builds can take place, what particular emblem opens up a certain opportunity for those things. We saw a lot of those take place today, and again, we're very early on. We have no idea what these boards are going to look like in 4 weeks.
And I think that's the joy of it, right? Coming into here, and me personally, I hadn't seen much of that Ezreal roll comp to the point where I'm now internally calling it the Hafu comp, because she played it all 3 games. And it's always lovely to get to see these adaptations that the players are making. The things that the players believe in end up shaping the meta. And of course, we talk about the Chinese meta as well and how much it's bleeding over. That's why we're seeing so much set re-roll. But it's always fun to watch players figure out the newest set, because you get to see the evolution of the metagame. You get to see the evolution of play, and that's just my favorite thing, where it's just like, this is pretty unbeatable. I'm pretty sure this is OP, and then someone else comes in and is just like, no, actually, that's absolutely awful. Let me show you why. We love it. We love to see it.
I feel like you just described all of my games.
Accidentally, not intentionally calling you out. We do have our interview ready with Goobums. He apparently did not get a good night of sleep. Admirable, that's something I'm sure you can relate with. So no Cam today, but Goobums, overall, how are you feeling?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about winning.
You sound so excited.
Nice. You sound really energized, thrilled, but no, I get it. It's been a long day for you.
Sorry. I was gonna elaborate. Anytime there's a regional kind of competition, it's I do enjoy competing, especially just in TFT in general, but anytime there's a regional competition, it's just you kind of want to push it to the next level almost to get the bragging rights.
Yeah. We're kind of torn here on the broadcast because we're primarily EMEA, and I was just like, Goobum's so good, but the bias coming through. But Admirable, you were coming in, and do you have questions for your favorite bias here, the Goobum stan yourself?
Oh, yeah, absolutely do. I mean, Goobums, first of all, congratulations on this one. A very impressive, decisive win. Not even close, in my opinion. This was completely
Agreed.
predictable from the start. I wanted to talk to you about the compositions in this one because you didn't seem to have like one particular favor in mind coming into your game. So I'm curious, did you have something that you expected to do in this one? And is there something that you found out in this tournament?
Oh, no. I mean, I just tend not to play like one comp over and over again. That's just not how the way I play. But I first timed two things. So the last game was a complete first time. I don't even know what I did. What was it? I don't remember. It was like some siping with Swain. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's not that good. And then the third game, which was my first fit, I think if I wasn't tired and I knew the comp better, I'm pretty sure that game was a guaranteed top 2, but I messed up. It was also Golden Egg. Yeah, I messed that up. What did I play the other games? Oh, there's one game I played. Oh, I played like 6 Guild. I knew that was good if you got the emblem. Oh, I played Yone reroll, which I hadn't rerolled in like 40 games. Like pretty much since PV. I don't think I played Yone reroll on live yet. But my spot for it was good. And then the second game I played Varus reroll, which requires very little thinking, so yeah.
So, Goobums, coming into this tournament, as was already established, you definitely came in as the tournament favorite, of course, doing the best in the West at the Gizmos and Gadgets Championship. Having come in first now here again, I do wonder, are you feeling any kind of pressure at the moment as, presumably being, in a lot of people's eyes, the best Western player at the moment, at least in tournament sense?
Oh. Like, I don't think there's any pressure that like the community is giving me that I'm not like giving myself. I think like I was pretty bummed out when I didn't get day 2 on the PBE tourney, even though it's like even both of these tourneys are like kind of for fun. Like I still like competing, so I don't know. I just like doing well, so yeah. Wait, I don't even know if that answered your question.
That's fair enough. Absolutely.
So, Goobums, thank you so much for coming out to the interview. But first, before you go, is there anyone in the community you want to give a shout out to? If you want to plug your Twitch, plug your socials, now is the place before you head out.
Oh yeah, so my Twitch and Twitter are both just Goobums. It's probably on the screen, I'm guessing. It's just my name.
Yeah, right there. I'm pointing to it. Don't worry, I got you covered.
Yeah, I guess shout out, I don't know, like my fans and stuff, and like the TFT community for being lit. Shout out to you guys for having the tournament. Oh, and shout out to Impetuous Panda, who I've talked to a couple times, but I think he's like snuck me in to this tournament, or like he didn't sneak me in, but like he helped me with it. So yeah, shout out to him. And then I think I shouted you guys out. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I'm pretty sure I didn't say anything that made any sense, but it's okay.
No, we're here to support you, and that's why we're going to let you go. We're going to let you get that sleep. But again, congratulations. Thank you for coming out to the interview. And
wait, one last thing. Oh, shout out to the competitors, everyone else who played in the tournament. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Everybody. We love that. We love a supportive community. Well, thank you so much, Goobums. I hope you had a fun time, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, and hopefully you get some sleep. So thanks again for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Man, what a lovely guy. We've all been there, by the way, just in terms of like the sleepiness. We've all had one of those times where it's just like, yeah, this was a good game. This was good. At least speaking for myself, being on air, I've had one of those like zombie casts where I'm just like, and that was good. You all heard me forget Swift Shot earlier. Like we've all been there. It's very relatable.
Yeah,
I did some research. Just wanted to say that was great.
An outrageous situation to be in here. The Goobums comes through and wins the entire competition because obviously, sleepy as he was there, being absolutely sleep deprived coming in. Just imagine the full potential of Goobums when they're operating on full form.
Goodness.
That's why the stocks there admirable.
That's just a scary thought. I want to highlight the community aspect of this one because this is, I feel like, where all of my attention has been drawn. Like when I really look back at all the competitive games I played and the ones that have really pulled my attention, it's always when the competitive level is very high, But ultimately, everyone's very supportive and pretty tightly knit. Like, the players are sharing strategy, and this is one of the biggest aspects of teamfight tactics is understanding where the knowledge currently fits. And one of the best ways to do that is to talk to people. Learning what these compositions are, understanding how to assess the data. It's not just the numbers themselves that really make the difference. It's where does that number actually fit? Because sometimes it doesn't. Knowing all those differences is a big part of improving in TFT. And when you see that the top players and how all of them are pretty tightly knit, and they're in calls all the time and talking about different comps, and that crap talking each other is basically their love language, it's just beautiful to see. And it really draws my attention, and it's part of the reason I'm so proud to be part of this community.
It has been really lovely just overall the past 2 sets, just talking to the players, because, we have this one interview question that I consider infamous now, which is there anyone you consider as your rival? Because I think like one person, it was Lyris who said, I have no rivals, but in just like I'm the best way. And first off, shout outs to Lyris. That's such a baller answer. But everyone else was just like, no, they're all my friends. And the vibes in this community are so fantastic. But that's going to be it from us for the night. Thank you, everyone, for coming along the journey with us. We are going to have our next stream July 8th for the first Golden Spatula Cup. So keep your eyes out on our Twitter for that as well. Be sure to support the players through the open qualifier as well. But I mentioned Twitter, I mentioned social, so let's get you guys on the same page for that. Our Twitter, brand spanking new, fresh off the presses, is at TFT Esports EMEA, and on Instagram and Facebook, you can find us at PlayTFT.
Of course, we've got lots of socials for all the folks who've been working on camera for today. Of course, there's been tons of people working behind the scenes. But if you want to see more of Impetuous Panda, of course, you can find them on Twitter under that same name. Niberia, of course, as well. You can see at the bottom of your screen right now on the far left-hand side. Makes MEEIX_ if you'd like to see more of her.
And of course, at WitaCast, WITA casts, Counterfeit Casts, which just spoke right next to me, and myself, that's Admirable. And so for everybody here at the production team, thanks for joining us, and happy Pride Month.
Yeah, happy Pride, everyone. Trans rights are human rights, and thank you all for joining us along this journey. We're so excited to kick off the rest of the season, and we hope we see you there.